Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Good news. The Ancient One is no longer on Earth. Bad news. Her successor might be even more terrifying. Thanos stood frozen, trying to comprehend what just happened. The Infinity Gauntlet, his gauntlet, was now on Luo Bai's hand. Ebony Maw, his most loyal servant, was floating lifeless in the void of space. And all of it had happened in the blink of an eye. His mind reeled. How? When? What has happened? The mage, this Luo Bai, had appeared on his ship without tripping a single alarm. Not one of his subordinates sensed him. And, somehow, the gauntlet had ended up on Luo Bai's hand. Thanos had come prepared. With the Power Stone and Soul Stone already in hand, he had planned to overpower Luo Bai and seize the remaining 4 stones. But not only had he failed to retrieve them, he had delivered the last 2 himself. Silence fell over the war room. Thanos' expression darkened, but a flicker of disbelief remained in his eyes. And then Luo Bai spoke, a smirk playing at his lips. You're too generous, really. Not only did you visit Earth, but you brought me gifts. Thanos nearly exploded. Gifts? I came to take what's mine, not hand it over. His fury swelled as he turned to his remaining lieutenants. No, for lieutenants now. Ebony Maw was gone. All that remained were Black Dwarf, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Supergiant. And Nebula, his daughter. But she rarely got involved. What are you waiting for? Attack, he roared. The 4 Black Order generals lunged forward, weapons drawn, fury burning in their eyes. Luo Bai didn't flinch. Instead, he raised one hand, his body glowing with dark, eldritch energy. A surge of black matter erupted from his form, swallowing the generals mid-charge. In an instant silence, 3 of them were gone, erased as if they'd never existed. Thanos' fury turned to confusion. What? His elite warriors, the apex predators of the battlefield, gone with a single wave of a hand? Each one was enough to challenge Earth's heroes. And he erased them like dust? A cold shiver crept down Thanos' spine. He began to question everything, especially Ebony Maw's intelligence reports. A novice magician? More powerful than the Ancient One? What'd I just walk into? Thanos composed himself and finally asked, voice low but steady, Are you the new Sorcerer Supreme? Luo Bai gave a small, amused nod. Thanos' brows furrowed. Then you knew I'd come? I've been waiting, Luo Bai replied, smiling again. Thanos' heart sank. You were waiting for me? Of course, Luo Bai said calmly. To deliver the last of the Infinity Stones. Mockery. That's what it felt like. Every word, every smile, every motion, mockery. Once, Thanos would have dismissed it as arrogance. But now he was starting to believe it. And then came the final insult. Oh, and you should be thanking me, Luo Bai added. Without my help, you'd still be crawling through deep space. Thanos blinked. No, you teleported my ship to Earth. Luo Bai nodded. Felt bad watching you struggle. So I sped things up. There were no words. Just silence. 10 years of planning. A decade of waiting for Odin and the Ancient One to vanish, for Earth's defenses to crumble. He thought the path was finally clear. But he hadn't planned for Luo Bai. Not a roadblock, an entire dead end. Now, 4 of his 5 lieutenants were dead. The gauntlet was out of reach. And his foe had 6 Infinity Stones. Even a pig could destroy the universe with those in hand. How do I win this? Thanos wondered. He had no answer. And so, he tried something new, diplomacy. His tone softened. A rare smile stretched across his grim face. There's no need for hostility, Thanos said gently. If you understood my goals, you'd see reason. Perhaps we can talk. Luo Bai raised a brow. Trying to negotiate now? Thanos nodded. Yes, I think there's a path forward for both of us. Truth be told, Luo Bai was tempted to dismiss him outright. But he knew Thanos wasn't a fool. He had connections, especially to powerful beings like Death herself. And if nothing else, Thanos had a knack for unearthing rare cosmic artifacts. Luo Bai smirked, raised a hand, and summoned a floating obsidian throne behind him. He casually sat down. Thanos' eyes twitched. That throne was his. You were the one who stole my throne? Luo Bai leaned back, relaxed. Come now. You came to Earth bearing gifts. I merely accepted all of them. When Luo Bai summoned the floating throne, Thanos froze. He stared at it. His throne, his personal command seat, now casually floating behind this smug magician like some living room furniture. It all clicked. So that's where it went. The last time Thanos held a meeting with his Black Order, the throne had mysteriously vanished. He had suspected foul play, but never imagined it was this. Luo Bai quietly infiltrating his ship, listening in, and stealing his throne like it was some kind of warning. Thanos pointed furiously. You stole my throne? Luo Bai raised an eyebrow, feigning offense. Stole? That's harsh. I borrowed it. Thanos narrowed his eyes. Borrowed? You've had it for weeks. Time to return it, don't you think? Luo Bai crossed one leg over the other on the throne and casually replied, I'm still using it. It's surprisingly comfortable. Thanos' purple face twitched. This wasn't borrowing. This was robbery dressed up in polite language. He gritted his teeth. The Ancient One had more honor than this. Oh, Luo Bai smiled. You mean Master Ancient One? Thanos nodded solemnly. Exactly, Luo Bai chuckled. Well, before she left, she told me something very important. Be flexible when dealing with threats. I've taken that lesson to heart. Thanos fell silent. He knew full well that the Ancient One's morals weren't as spotless as they seemed. She secretly drew power from Dormammu to prolong her life. Hypocrisy cloaked in righteousness. But still, at least, Thanos muttered, she never laid a finger on my throne. Luo Bai shrugged. That's only because you never dared to step on Earth while she was alive. If you had, she would have taken more than just your chair. Thanos had no retort for that. He sighed and changed the topic. Forget the throne. What matters is the survival of the universe. Luo Bai's gaze sharpened. I've heard, he said, that you plan to use the Infinity Stones to implement universal population control. Thanos' eyes lit up. Finally, his real mission. You know my goal, but do you understand it? He began pacing, voice solemn, impassioned. There's a deep imbalance across civilizations. Some starve while others waste. Resources are limited. Populations grow unchecked. War, famine, chaos, inevitable. By eliminating half of all life, balance is restored. Resources will finally meet demand. Civilizations will thrive, not collapse. He paused, looking to Luo Bai with hopeful eyes. Tell me, isn't that mercy? Isn't that greatness? Luo Bai stared at him, unimpressed. You're the first person I've ever met who could describe a massacre and call it noble. Massacre? Thanos frowned. This isn't murder. It's salvation. Luo Bai let out a slow breath. He understood why some people, even among the desperate, might see a twisted logic in Thanos' plan. Fewer people meant more to go around. The poor might finally eat. The weak might finally thrive. But what if you were the one snapped out of existence? Gone, not for any crime or reason, but because someone decided you were part of the unnecessary half. And even if you survived, what if everyone you loved, your family, your friends, was gone? Would you thank Thanos then? No. You'd call him what he truly is. A killer. Luo Bai knew Thanos wasn't human. He came from another world, with logic that didn't map cleanly onto Earth's values. So instead of arguing morality, Luo Bai laid down a boundary. I won't waste time convincing you, he said. You're not human. You'll never understand. But listen carefully. Earth is mine. I don't care what you do to other planets. Let Xander burn. Let Titan rot. But if you try to touch Earth, I will judge you. Thanos paused, frowning deeply. After a moment of silence, he said, What if? I promise to spare Earth. Luo Bai raised an eyebrow. I'll carry out my plan across the stars, Thanos continued. But Earth will be untouched. In exchange, give me the Infinity Stones. Luo Bai's smile faded. He shook his head. No deal. You want to carry out your genocide? Go ahead, but not with my stones. Thanos clenched his fists. Why not? The stones don't belong to you. Luo Bai shrugged. Then take them from me, if you can. Thanos was furious. He wanted to snap Luo Bai in half. But he wasn't an idiot. He looked at Luo Bai, the 6 infinity stones swirling in perfect sync around him, the calm control in his eyes, the effortless destruction he'd wrought moments ago. There was no winning this fight. Not now. With cold resolve, Thanos exhaled and turned inward. Fine. If power couldn't win today, he would find another way. After all, the universe held other artifacts stronger than the stones. He just needed time. For now, Thanos would retreat. But he would return. And next time, he wouldn't come in the multi-universe. There are many powerful artifacts. There are also some artifacts that are actually more powerful than the Infinity Stones. It's just because the Infinity Stones are the easiest artifacts to obtain at present for Thanos. So Thanos spent 10 years planning to obtain the Infinity Stones. He never expected that Luo Bai would show up and disrupt his plan. Not only did they steal the 2 rough stones he had just obtained, but they also stole his throne. Seeing that the negotiations failed, Thanos decided to go back and continue to lie dormant for the time being. After getting other artifacts, I will come back to Luo Bai to avenge today's humiliation. Certainly, although Thanos thought so in his heart, his attitude on the surface was still somewhat softened. I know that many people cannot agree with my great ideals, and I also know that you will not agree. You humans on Earth often talk about morality and human nature. To be honest, I don't really understand. But you are very powerful, Sorcerer Supreme. Your strength far exceeds my imagination. Now that you have collected all 6 Infinity Stones, I know I cannot defeat you. So I have decided to give up the sanctions on Earth. Thanos said this in an unusually calm tone. If you can't see through Thanos' true thoughts, just listen to what he says. Luo Bai might really think that he was planning to give up on slaughtering the Earth. However, even though he knew Thanos' true thoughts, Luo Bai had no intention of exposing him. After all, Luo Bai knew very well that Thanos was a very powerful guy. I don't know where this guy got such good luck. He stole all the artifacts with large file size and small size. Since Thanos is now planning to get other artifacts to fight against Luo Bai is naturally willing. After all, who would complain about having too many artifacts? Although Luo Bai was lucky, these artifacts were inexplicably sent to him before Thanos could send the Goddess of Luck. But who can stop a kind person from giving you gifts every day? Maybe Thanos was arranged by the Goddess of Luck. If that's true, if Luo Bai becomes invincible in the future, Thanos will definitely credit him with great achievement. Besides, there is Death behind Thanos. Death once said that Thanos was born to kill, so she wants to use Thanos to achieve death in the universe. With Luo Bai's current strength, the probability of directly killing Thanos is not high. After all, with death as the guarantee, it is difficult for Thanos to truly die. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and said, "It's great that you think so. I hope you can remember what you said today and never plot against Earth again, nor bring your spaceships and army to Earth again." "Of course," Thanos said, revealing a weird smile that was neither real nor fake. Seeing Thanos' angry look, Luo Bai waved his hand and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. By the way, let me borrow your throne for a few days, and I'll return it to you in a few days." As Luo Bai spoke, he disappeared with the throne. When Thanos came to his senses, he and Nebula were the only ones left in the spaceship. Thanos, too much. This Supreme Sorcerer is really too much. Did I promise to lend him the throne? He just took it away, really not giving him any face at all. The more I think about Thanos, the angrier he gets. After Luo Bai left, Xingyan came up to him and asked, "Are we just going to let him go? What else can we do? He has already obtained the 6 Infinity Stones. We can only defeat him if we have a more powerful weapon." Thanos said with gritted teeth. "So what should we do now?" Xingyan asked quickly. Thanos frowned and said, "Go find other artifacts. I will not give up my plan." After saying that, Thanos ordered the army to retreat. The spacecraft gradually moved away from the Earth. Thanos stood in the spaceship, watching the Earth moving further and further away. He was very unwilling to give up, as he was so close to success. Unexpectedly, there are still hidden masters on the Earth. But he will come back. Will definitely come back again. In the end, Thanos left with his army, and Luo Bai also returned to Camartage. After returning to Camartage, Luo Bai immediately put the throne into the treasury. Then he wanted to integrate the remaining 2 stones, the Power and Soul Stones. Unexpectedly, Stark came over and looked very anxious. Luo Bai, something's happening. Stark said anxiously. What's wrong? Luo Bai asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark said, the cosmic monitoring system has just detected a huge amount of spaceship parked above the Earth. This spaceship has been parked for a long time. Although it finally left, I am a little worried. Although Stark was given a holiday by Luo Bai not long ago, he went back home to take a look at Stark Industries. But ever since Luo Bai upgraded the cosmic monitor, Stark has been observing it most of the time. After all, the Earth is too dangerous today. I heard Luo Bai say that Thanos and Planet Devourer are coming to Earth. Stark was so worried that he couldn't sleep all night. When he saw something unusual outside the Earth, he rushed to report it. Seeing Stark so nervous, Luo Bai smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, Tony. I know about this. No? Then do you know who drove that spaceship? Stark asked hurriedly. Luo Bai nodded and replied patiently. I know. It's Thanos. He came to Earth, but I've dealt with him. Stark. What the hell? Has it been processed? You mean, Thanos has been dealt with? Stark asked. Luo Bai thought about it and nodded. You can understand it this way. Anyway, Thanos has temporarily given up the plan to invade the Earth, so you don't have to worry too much. Stark was stunned. He originally thought that Thanos would attack. As a member of the Justice League, he has to do his part. I never expected that the matter would be resolved like this. Stark was somewhat helpless. He shrugged and said, Luo Bai, I always feel that since I joined the Justice League, I seem to be much more relaxed. What's wrong? Luo Bai asked. When I joined the Avengers, I contributed both money and manpower. I had to fight several battles a year, big and small. Since joining the Justice League, so far, I haven't fought a single battle. This time when Thanos came, I didn't even see what he looked like, and you handled it. Stark said. Luo Bai was also helpless about this. He shrugged and said, No way, the enemy is too weak. It was too easy to deal with. Stark nodded and said, I know you are strong, but I have to do something, right? Just evolve the suit every day. Luo Bai smiled and said, Don't worry, there will always be a time when you can be useful. If you really want to fight, you can learn from little Spider-Man. Look at him. He is very busy every day. Stark was stunned and couldn't help complaining. You want me to be like him and catch thieves when I have nothing to do? Become your good neighbor, Iron Man. It's not impossible, Luo Bai said. Stark, Thanos, you really are so useless. If this was when Stark first invented the battle suit, he might have been willing to go out and catch thieves to show off. But now, Stark is left with nothing but helplessness. I think I should continue to evolve and make battle suits. Peter is enough to catch thieves. Stark shrugged and said lightly. Luo Bai smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Stark spoke again. By the way, Luo Bai, what does the Thanos you mentioned before look like? I'm not curious about him. I just think that this guy is planning to invade the Earth. I can't not even know what he looks like. Stark said. Seeing his sincere face, Luo Bai smiled and took out a photo out of thin air and said, This is a photo I made based on Thanos' appearance using real-life magic. You can take a look at it. After saying that, Luo Bai handed it over. Stark quickly took the photo. After seeing Thanos' appearance, his brows were wrinkled into the shape of the Huxia character. A rare coincidence. The way Stark looked at the photo at this moment was very similar to Luo Bai's impression of the old man in the subway, looking at his phone. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Judging from your expression, you seem to have a lot of problems with Thanos. Stark shook his head, and perhaps he couldn't help but complain. I'm very curious. Do people from other planets look so weird? How can I describe the appearance of this Thanos? It's like a face growing on a shoe horn, or the purple potato becoming a spirit, right? Luo Bai replied. When Stark heard this, he suddenly understood and said, "Purple potato, this adjective is very suitable for him." The main reason Stark came back to Camartage this time was to tell Luo Bai this urgent news. After learning that Luo Bai had been solved, they chatted for a while. Stark was ready to leave. "Okay, now that the problem has been solved perfectly, I'll go back first. I still have to go back to do more research and evolve the suit," Stark said as he stretched out his hand to open the portal. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Luo Bai and asked, "By the way, Luo Bai, did you know that today is Lorna's birthday?" "Lorna's birthday?" Luo Bai shook his head and said, "I don't think I've paid much attention to this. But then again, how do you know today is her birthday?" "That's what Pepper said." Recently, Pepper has been getting along very well with Lorna and Wanda. The three sisters often go shopping together when they have nothing to do, Stark said. After hearing this, Luo Bai nodded, but didn't say much. After Stark left, Luo Bai remembered that he hadn't been to the villa for a long time. Today is Lorna's birthday, and it is only right that he go and take a look. But before that, Luo Bai had to deal with the 2 Infinity Stones sent by Thanos. While thinking, Luo Bai came to the main hall of Camartage. After casting mirror magic to form a barrier around the main hall, Luo Bai took out the remaining 2 Infinity Stones and began to absorb the power from them. Absorbing power is actually swallowing the raw stone, but it is not swallowed raw. Instead, the raw stone is refined into other forms using special means and then absorbed into the body. It's similar to absorbing the energy of the reality gem. Logically speaking, if ordinary people want to utilize the power of the 6 Infinity Stones, they must use the Infinity Gauntlet. After all, the power of the 6 Infinity Stones is too strong, and only the Infinity Gauntlet can bear its power. But this is for ordinary people. But for Luo Bai, it was obviously different. After absorbing Inhua's cosmic energy, Luo Bai's body had already been greatly improved through the cosmic energy. With the addition of the fairy power to balance it, Luo Bai can now fully withstand the power of 6 Infinity Stones. So in Luo Bai's view, he should absorb the power of all the infinite gems and hide the gems in his body. This seems to be the safest approach. Thinking of this, Luo Bai took out the remaining 2 raw stones and began to refine them. As for the remaining 2 stones, they are power and soul. Power stone, as the name suggests. Using this rough stone, you can have endless power. This rough stone is very simple and straightforward. After Luo Bai absorbed the power of the gemstone, his first intuitive feeling was that his whole body was full of power. It is said that this rough stone can not only enhance the user's physical attack and defense capabilities, but also provide energy for other gems to strengthen their effects. It is a more critical rough stone. It turns out that this is indeed the case. After swallowing the energy of the power stone, Luo Bai could clearly feel it. The power gem was injected with powerful power into his body, and this power also directly affected the power of other raw stones. Of course, this does not seem to be the final form of the infinite rough stone. So after absorbing the power stone, Luo Bai began to absorb the soul stone. The soul rough stone can be said to be one of the most mysterious rough stones among the infinite rough stones. It is said, with this rough stone, you can steal, control, and modify the soul. Luo Bai didn't really understand how to use this rough stone before inhaling it. I just know roughly that this thing is probably related to the soul. But after inhaling its power and integrating it into his body, Luo Bai could almost understand the function of the soul stone. In the world of magic, as long as a person's soul still exists, there will be no death in the true sense. Of course, this isn't just about magic. This statement is also true in the entire Marvel Universe, and even the multi-universe, super-universe, and omniverse. The soul is the most important factor that determines a person's life and death. The function of the soul gem is to control the soul, the undead. The soul gem can steal the soul of a living person, control the undead after death, and even bring people back to life. After understanding the function of the soul gem, Luo Bai suddenly realized why the price of obtaining the soul gem was so high, and he had to sacrifice his soul. After all, the ability of this thing is indeed quite strong. Of course, no matter how powerful the soul stone is, it is only a single stone. A single rough stone cannot defeat the power of 6 infinite rough stones integrated together. When Luo Bai finished absorbing the last rough stone, the energy of the soul stone. After understanding and integrating this energy, Luo Bai began to integrate the energy of the 6 raw stones in his body. When the power of the 6 infinite rough stones is integrated together, more powerful power will explode due to the complementary effects between the rough stones. I don't know if it was because of the fairy power balancing it, so Luo Bai didn't feel that his body couldn't bear it. He just integrated the 6 infinite rough stones very quickly. After the integration was completed, Luo Bai opened his eyes and couldn't help but mutter, "It's strange. Why don't you feel anything?" It's strange to say that. Normally, Luo Bai would feel a particularly powerful effect every time he absorbed a rough stone. It was as if there was a very powerful energy that wanted to take over Luo Bai's body. Logically speaking, when the 6 rough stones are integrated together, the power should be stronger, but what surprised Luo Bai was that he didn't feel anything at all. Is this rough stone really integrated? Luo Bai thought to himself. Since he couldn't quite feel the power of integrated raw stones, Luo Bai planned to try the effect of integrated raw stones. It is said that when the 6 rough stones are integrated, they can change the entire universe according to the user's wishes. Although Luo Bai has no intention of letting half of the entire universe disappear, it is not impossible to test the effect of the infinite rough stone. In order to have a sense of ceremony, Luo Bai even snapped his fingers. The moment the finger snap ended, a powerful force instantly enveloped the entire universe and then quickly disappeared. After everything calmed down, Luo Bai opened his full vision of the universe. Luo Bai knew very well that due to specific points in the universe, some things could not be changed. Once changed, it may cause huge amounts of crisis in the entire universe. The consequences of using these things for experiments would be too serious, so Luo Bai naturally wouldn't do that. But there are some things you could try. For example, the matter of annihilating Thanos' entire army. This is what Luo Bai did when he snapped his fingers just now. What he changed was simple, which was to make all the alien armies brought by Thanos disappear. After all, in the original plot, the army led by Thanos would also disappear, so what he did not count as changing the original plot. After the snap, Luo Bai immediately opened up the omniscient perspective of the universe. Meanwhile, on Temple 2, Thanos is talking to Nebula. "Father, where are we going next?" Xingyin asked. Although Thanos is now planning to go to other places to find cosmic treasures to deal with Luo Bai, this plan is still in Thanos' plan. Without a purpose, everyone didn't know where to take the spaceship, so they decided to ask Thanos for his plan. Thanos thought for a moment, then said, "I heard that there's a magical artifact in the multi-universe that is more powerful than the Infinity Stones, called the Heart of the Universe. Perhaps we should go look for it." Heart of the Universe? Xingyin was obviously unfamiliar with this word. However, in order to prove herself in front of Thanos, Nebula immediately said, "Father, I will definitely find the heart of the universe for you." Thanos frowned, snorted coldly, and asked immediately, "Do you know what the heart of the universe is?" Nebula was silent. She shook her head, confusion showing on her face. As if he had guessed Nebula's reaction, Thanos immediately explained, "The heart of the universe is also called the heart of infinity. It was the ultimate power used by the gods to maintain peace and chaos in the universe. It is said that the artifact is very powerful, but until now, no one knows where the heart of the universe is placed." "Then how should we find it?" Xingyin asked. "Perhaps we have to find the Egyptian realm and Akhenaten first," Thanos said. Nebula was obviously not very clear about the two terms mentioned by Thanos. So Xingyin just asked, "Father, do you need me to do anything?" Take your army and immediately go to the universe to explore the location of the Egyptian divine domain. Although the 5 Black Order generals have now fallen, fortunately, my army is still there, Thanos said. Xingyu nodded and then walked into the spaceship. She originally planned to go to the spaceship to call the Vanguard team, and then go together to investigate the Egyptian realm that Thanos mentioned. Unexpectedly, when Xingyu arrived inside the spacecraft, he found that all living beings on the spacecraft were slowly disappearing. There were no signs, and no one showed up to interfere. When Xingyu arrived, he found that the army on the spaceship had all disappeared. No one can escape such a fate. Nebula was anxious at the time and hurried back to the rest cabin where Thanos was. Seeing Nebula rushing over in a panic, Thanos frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so panicked?" Xingyu pointed inside the spaceship and said in a trembling voice, Father, disappeared. Everyone disappeared." Disappeared? Thanos was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions and ran out to sea. It would have been better if I hadn't looked. When I looked, I realized that there was no one on the spaceship. In addition to the Black Order, Thanos also brought his own army to invade the Earth this time. Among them are the Chitauri army and the Vanguard, which together number at least hundreds of thousands of troops. Although this plan failed halfway through, Thanos was still able to endure it. Thinking that the Green Mountains would be preserved without having to worry about running out of firewood, he planned to go back with his army first, and then make a comeback after finding other artifacts. Unexpectedly, it only happened in the blink of an eye. All my 100,000 troops are gone. He and Nebula were the only 2 living people on the entire spaceship now. Father, I don't know what happened just now. I originally wanted to take people to investigate the location of the Egyptian god's domain. But when I came over, I found all the troops on the spacecraft had disappeared, Nebula said, with a panic in his tone. It could be seen from her panicked eyes that she really didn't know what was happening. But Thanos guessed it. It's Luo Bai. It must be him. Now that he has collected all the infinite stones, he can do it. He's not planning to leave a way for me to survive. Thanos gritted his teeth and spoke. Apart from Luo Bai, who has already collected 6 infinite rough stones, there will be no one else who can make his army of hundreds of thousands disappear suddenly without realizing it. He knew that Luo Bai would not let him go so easily, and it was indeed the case. This Luo Bai is simply too deceptive. What should we do now, Father? Nebula asked anxiously. What to do? He also wanted to ask what to do. This damn guy left him alone. Luo Bai, just wait for me. Thanos was thinking as he gritted his teeth and said, You go. Drive the spaceship. I'll go out and wait until I get back to talk about the rest. Thanos said angrily. He obviously didn't know that Luo Bai heard clearly the conversation he had with Xingyu just now. Should I say it or not? Luo Bai's trip to prison was really not in vain. Unexpectedly, Thanos' remaining plan was to find the heart of the universe. Although the heart of the universe appears very rarely, it is definitely not because of weakness. The reason why there's so few is this thing is too powerful. Put it this way. According to actual combat records, after Thanos obtained the heart of the universe, not even the Tribunal of Life could defeat him. It goes without saying how powerful this thing is. Although this thing is powerful, it is indeed difficult to find. There seems to be no exact location of this thing in the original plot. And because the strength of such an artifact far exceeds that of the multi-universe, and is even more powerful than the Infinity Stone, even if Luo Bai turns on his omniscient vision of the universe, he will not be able to find the exact destination of this thing. It will probably take a lot of time to find this thing. Since Thanos plans to look for him now, Luo Bai doesn't plan to bother. When he finds it, Luo Bai will naturally know where the heart of the universe is. As for the results of the infinite rough stone test, Luo Bai also saw it, which proved that Luo Bai had indeed integrated the power of the 6 infinite rough stones. Coming to the conclusion, Luo Bai canceled the omniscience of the universe. Then he opened the portal and came to the villa. At this time, Polaris, Quicksilver, Pepper, and Wanda were busy in the villa. When he saw Luo Bai coming, Polaris' eyes were a little surprised. Master Luo Bai, why are you here? Polar Star asked in surprise. Luo Bai smiled and said, I heard Tony said that today is your birthday, so I came over to see you. Polaris seemed a little embarrassed and said, I didn't want to disturb you. I heard Ms. Potts say, the Earth seems to be very unstable recently. Thanos, the planet devourer, is all trying to take advantage of the Earth. I was worried that you would be too busy, so I didn't tell you about it. Luo Bai smiled and said, the Earth has been quite lively recently, but I still have time to have a meal. That's really great. Polaris said excitedly, I've learned a lot of Huxia dishes recently, and I feel like I'm so powerful now. Polaris spoke excitedly. Although Luo Bai understood her feelings, he couldn't help but said, it's your birthday today, it's not your turn to cook. That's right. Wanda came up and said quickly, you just need to wait for dinner. Pepper also quickly agreed. Just stay here, I've asked the chef to come over. They will be here soon. Tony said he will come later too. Hearing everyone say this, Polaris said with some regret, if that's the case, then I can only cook next time. Several people were originally decorating the room. Today is the North Star's birthday, and everyone hopes to liven up the atmosphere. Now that Luo Bai had arrived, the few of them stopped temporarily. Hello, Luo Bai. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Little La Jiao greeted with a smile. Out of politeness, Luo Bai also greeted, hello, Miss Potts. I heard from Tony that you were going to get married, right? When talking about this, Xiao La Jiao couldn't hide the smile on her face. She nodded and responded, yes, it's scheduled for next month. You must come then. Tony cares about you very much. He has told me more than once that you are his best friend. Luo Bai smiled, nodded and said, of course I will attend. But, as soon as he finished speaking, Pepper said with some concern, I heard from Tony that the Earth seems to be in danger recently. Because he is too worried, he stays in the underground base almost every day to evolve his suit. I am worried about him, and I'm also worried about the Earth. As little Chili spoke, she walked to the sofa and sat down. The rest of the people basically walked to the sofa and sat down. It can be seen that they're all very worried about this matter. Seeing her like this, Luo Bai smiled and comforted her. I did tell Tony that the Earth might be invaded in the future, but these things are not really a problem in essence. So you don't have to worry too much. The Thanos issue has been resolved. He probably won't come back to Earth in the short term. As for the planet devourer, although it may be more troublesome to deal with him, it's not a big problem. I've also told Tony this. But you know, Tony's character has always been like this. He cares very much about the safety of the Earth, so he will put a lot of pressure on himself. After hearing what Luo Bai said, Xiao Lajiao finally relaxed. Quicksilver on the side said with a smile, in my opinion, the Earth is protected by the Sorcerer Supreme, so there is nothing to worry about. What's more, we in the Justice League are not vegetarians either. When he saw Quicksilver, Luo Bai remembered what happened before. He smiled and asked Quicksilver, have you joined the X-Men? Quicksilver thought for a moment, then explained, last time I was possessed by Scython, I accidentally gained the ability to move at high speed. Professor X also found out from somewhere that I had this ability, so he invited me to join. I just wanted to practice my ability, so I joined. As if he was worried that Luo Bai would mind, Quicksilver explained again before he could speak, I just want to exercise my ability. After all, when I was in the Justice League, I didn't fight often. I know, I don't mind. Luo Bai smiled and responded, the Justice League is responsible for protecting the Earth, and they also have to deal with alien creatures. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for them to manage things on Earth. It would be good for you to join the X-Men for training. How is your training going now? When talking about this, Quicksilver seemed very excited. I can now reach 800,000 kilometers per hour. Quicksilver said excitedly. 800,000 kilometers per hour. Luo Bai frowned and said, it seems that it is not enough. Not enough. Quicksilver was stunned and couldn't help asking, is my speed not fast enough? Luo Bai shook his head and said, compared to most people with super abilities, your speed may be quite fast, but it is much worse than I expected. Quicksilver is still young after all. As a young person, it is inevitable that you will have some arrogance. Hearing that Luo Bai thought he was not fast enough, Quicksilver was obviously a little unconvinced. At least in terms of speed. There should be no one with super abilities on Earth who can beat me, Quicksilver said, and it can be seen that he is quite confident in his speed. Luo Bai didn't say anything, just smiled. I don't know if it was because of Luo Bai's smile that Quicksilver felt his self-esteem was hurt. He immediately said, Supreme Sorcerer, I admit that your magic is powerful. But if we only compare speed, I don't think you can surpass me. How about we compete? Hearing him say this, Polaris was unhappy. Quicksilver, how can you speak to Master Luo Bai like that? Said Polaris. Wanda couldn't help but shout, Quicksilver. After being scolded by Polaris and Wanda, Quicksilver spread his hands and said helplessly, I know you all think he is very powerful, but if we only compare speed without magic, I think I am better than him. If not, we will know after a competition. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai smiled and asked, How do you want to compete? Quicksilver was excited when he heard this. How about we compete to see who is faster? The premise is that you are not allowed to use magic. We can just compete in speed. If this had happened before, without using magic, Quicksilver would have been faster. But it's hard to say now. After all, Luo Bai absorbed all the power from Yinhua. Silver slide speed is much faster than Quicksilver's. At normal speed, Yinhua can reach the speed of light. If you push a little harder, you can even enter hyperspace. Therefore, there is no way Luo Bai could lose this game. But Quicksilver looks so young and seems like he has never been oppressed by society. Luo Bai still decided to let him suffer the beating of society. Thinking of this, Luo Bai nodded and said, Then let's use this place as the end point, go around the Earth once, and see who comes back faster. How about that? Quicksilver nodded and said confidently, Okay. Then he said to Polaris, Wanda, and Pepper happily, How about you three ladies be the notaries for us? The three of them nodded. Seeing that there was a notary, Luo Bai was also willing to compete with Quicksilver and was extremely excited. To be honest, I have wanted to compete with you for a long time. Although I respect you, the Sorcerer Supreme, I really want to see who is faster between us. Quicksilver said. As soon as he finished speaking, Polaris called out, 3, 2, 1, start. As Polaris finished speaking, Quicksilver hadn't yet reacted. Then Luo Bai was seen shooting out like a ray of light. Then, in the blink of an eye, Luo Bai returned to his original place. Quicksilver. Looking at Luo Bai in amazement. Before he could react, Luo Bai said, Okay, I'm done running. Quicksilver. TM? Looking at Luo Bai standing there with a smile on his face, Quicksilver was obviously a little confused. He didn't know how long he was stunned, and it was a long time before he spoke in surprise. I asked blankly, What did you say? You finished running. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai nodded and asked, Yes. Why, didn't you see it clearly? Quicksilver. To be honest, when Luo Bai asked this question, Quicksilver felt as if he had been shot by an arrow, and his heart ached. After all, speed is an ability that Quicksilver can show off. You have to know that before this, he usually used his absolute speed to crush others. He never expected that one day he would be crushed by someone's speed. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is this normal? Luo Bai's speed. Is this really the speed that humans on Earth should have? For a moment, Quicksilver even wondered if his eyes were flashing. He saw a beam of light flash twice before his eyes, and then Luo Bai said he had finished running. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Quicksilver couldn't help but complain again. Why are you so fast? I always thought I was fast enough. But just now, before I could react, you had already finished running. Seeing Quicksilver's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Luo Bai couldn't help himself. He smiled, and then said, It's normal that you didn't react. After all, the highest limit you can reach is only 800,000 kilometers per hour. But I can easily reach the speed of light. Luo Bai's calm words made Quicksilver completely unable to hold back. Originally, there was only shock and confusion in Quicksilver's eyes when he looked at Luo Bai. When Quicksilver heard Luo Bai say that he could easily reach the speed of light, his eyes were filled with astonishment and doubt about his life. I don't know if he was shocked by the word speed of light. He kept muttering, Speed of light? Is this scientific? Speed of light? How can you run at the speed of light? He just kept muttering to himself and shrank to one side. Seeing him like this, Xiao Lajiao was a little worried. I couldn't help but look at Wanda and ask, Wanda, is Pietro okay? Wanda shrugged and said helplessly, I don't think he's very well. Pietro has always been very confident in his speed. After being hit like this, it will probably take him a long time to heal. Polaris on the side didn't say a word, but she kept looking at Quicksilver with pity, and the expression on her face seemed to say, TSK, TSK, so pitiful. I told you not to compete with the Supreme Sorcerer, but you insisted on doing so. Now it's okay, you're hit. Why? In fact, at the beginning, the atmosphere in the house was quite pleasant. But ever since Luo Bai and Quicksilver finished their competition, the atmosphere in the room began to become a little silent. After all, Quicksilver seemed to have been hit hard, and he started to be emo visibly. Seeing that Quicksilver was so emo, everyone tried not to show too much happiness. I can only look at Quicksilver with sympathy. Just as everyone was thinking about how to comfort Quicksilver and make him less emo, the doorbell rang. Pepper said excitedly, It should be Tony. I'll go open the door for him. Having said that, little Pepper ran to open the door. Just as Pepper expected, the person who came was Tony Stark, followed by a group of people. Judging from the way those people are dressed, they're most likely the chefs who will cook today. As soon as the door opened, Stark was the first to hug Pepper. Then he walked into the house and smiled at Polaris. Happy birthday, Lorna. If I remember correctly, you should be 20 years old this year, right? Polaris nodded and responded with a smile. You are not mistaken, Mr. Stark. Stark smiled and took out a limited edition bag and handed it over. I don't know what you like, so I asked Pepper to help me pick a gift for you. I hope you like it, Stark said as he handed over the bag. Polaris took the bag with a look of surprise on his face. It can be seen that she seems to like that bag very much. Thank you, Mr. Stark. I like this bag very much, Polaris said as he tried on the bag. Stark smiled and looked around. Only then did he notice that Luo Bai had also arrived. Stark was not surprised by Luo Bai's arrival. After all, it was Stark who reminded him of this, so he just smiled and teased. Master Luo Bai, you are here too? How about it? What gift did you give her little Lorna? Luo Bai. This time he was silenced. Seeing that he was silent, Stark immediately pulled him aside and asked quietly, Didn't I tell you that today is Lorna's birthday? You didn't bring a gift, did you? Luo Bai felt helpless and couldn't help muttering, I forgot. It's been too long since I celebrated my birthday. To be honest, this really can't be blamed on Luo Bai. After all, Luo Bai hasn't celebrated his birthday since he traveled to the Marvel world. Every day, I think about how to kill monsters, level up, and become stronger. I completely forgot about giving birthday gifts. If Stark hadn't reminded him, he would have really forgotten about giving the gift. But since this matter was mentioned, Luo Bai really planned to give Polaris a small gift. As Luo Bai thought about it, he gathered ability in his hands, and soon a string of bracelets appeared in Luo Bai's hands. After making the bracelet, Luo Bai handed the gift to Polaris. When Polaris saw that Luo Bai had prepared a gift for him, a bracelet, he was a little surprised at first. Master Luo Bai, what is this? Polaris asked in disbelief. Soon, she got Luo Bai's answer. Your birthday present is a magic tool I made myself. Although the style of the bracelet may be a bit old-fashioned and not so fashionable, this bracelet contains my energy. When you wear it, it can help you improve your ability to the greatest extent. Thank you, Master Luo Bai. Polaris expressed his gratitude. Seeing that Luo Bai had created such a powerful magical weapon and gave it to Polaris, Tony's face showed envy. Unable to hold back, Tony asked, Look, how good he is to you. Luo Bai, tell me the truth. Can you give me a magical weapon like this on my birthday? I think I also need a magical weapon like this to improve my magical power. Luo Bai smiled and said, That depends on my mood. Tony knew Luo Bai was joking, so he responded, Then I hope you are happy every day. Just when everyone was chatting happily, Yemo's Quicksilver suddenly jumped out. He flashed in front of Luo Bai at an extremely fast speed and then asked Luo Bai in a very resentful tone, Can you tell me how you can run at the speed of light? His sad look really scared everyone. Perhaps because Pietro's sad look was too scary, Stark couldn't help but ask, "Light speed? What does that mean? Can anyone tell me why Pietro looked so depressed?" Wanda sighed and said helplessly, "Before you came, he had a competition with Master Luo Bai. They said it was a competition of speed. Then Master Luo Bai defeated him at the speed of light, and he became like this." After listening to Wanda's explanation, Stark couldn't help but complain, "Does anyone really want to compete with Luo Bai? This guy is cheating. Competing with him is pure masochism." Looking at Luo Bai standing there with a smile on his face, Quicksilver was obviously a little confused. He didn't know how long he was stunned, and it was a long time before he spoke in surprise. I asked blankly, "What did you say? You finished running?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai nodded and asked, "Yes. Why, didn't you see it clearly?" Quicksilver. To be honest, when Luo Bai asked this question, Quicksilver felt as if he had been shot by an arrow, and his heart ached. After all, speed is an ability that Quicksilver can show off. You have to know that before this, he usually used his absolute speed to crush others. He never expected that one day he would be crushed by someone's speed. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is this normal? Luo Bai's speed. Is this really the speed that humans on Earth should have? For a moment, Quicksilver even wondered if his eyes were flashing. He saw a beam of light flash twice before his eyes, and then Luo Bai said he had finished running. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Quicksilver couldn't help but complain again. "Why are you so fast? I always thought I was fast enough. But just now, before I could react, you had already finished running." Seeing Quicksilver's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Luo Bai couldn't help himself. He smiled and then said, "It's normal that you didn't react. After all, the highest limit you can reach is only 800,000 kilometers per hour. But I can easily reach the speed of light." Luo Bai's calm words made Quicksilver completely unable to hold back. Originally, there was only shock and confusion in Quicksilver's eyes when he looked at Luo Bai. When Quicksilver heard Luo Bai say that he could easily reach the speed of light, his eyes were filled with astonishment and doubt about his life. I don't know if he was shocked by the word speed of light. He kept muttering, "Speed of light? Is this scientific? Speed of light? How can you run at the speed of light?" He just kept muttering to himself and shrank to one side. Seeing him like this, Xiao Lajiao was a little worried. I couldn't help but look at Wanda and ask, "Wanda, is Pietro okay?" Wanda shrugged and said helplessly, "I don't think he's very well. Pietro has always been very confident in his speed. After being hit like this, it will probably take him a long time to heal." Polaris on the side didn't say a word, but she kept looking at Quicksilver with pity, and the expression on her face seemed to say, "TSK, TSK, so pitiful. I told you not to compete with the Supreme Sorcerer, but you insisted on doing so. Now it's okay, you're hit. Why?" In fact, at the beginning, the atmosphere in the house was quite pleasant. But ever since Luo Bai and Quicksilver finished their competition, the atmosphere in the room began to become a little silent. After all, Quicksilver seemed to have been hit hard, and he started to be emo visibly. Seeing that Quicksilver was so emo, everyone tried not to show too much happiness. I can only look at Quicksilver with sympathy. Just as everyone was thinking about how to comfort Quicksilver and make him less emo, the doorbell rang. Pepper said excitedly, "It should be Tony. I'll go open the door for him." Having said that, little Pepper ran to open the door. Just as Pepper expected, the person who came was Tony Stark, followed by a group of people. Judging from the way those people are dressed, they're most likely the chefs who will cook today. As soon as the door opened, Stark was the first to hug Pepper. Then he walked into the house and smiled at Polaris. "Happy birthday, Lorna. If I remember correctly, you should be 20 years old this year, right?" Polaris nodded and responded with a smile. "You are not mistaken, Mr. Stark." Stark smiled and took out a limited edition bag and handed it over. "I don't know what you like, so I asked Pepper to help me pick a gift for you. I hope you like it," Stark said as he handed over the bag. Polaris took the bag with a look of surprise on his face. It can be seen that she seems to like that bag very much. "Thank you, Mr. Stark. I like this bag very much." Polaris said as he tried on the bag. Stark smiled and looked around. Only then did he notice that Luo Bai had also arrived. Stark was not surprised by Luo Bai's arrival. After all, it was Stark who reminded him of this, so he just smiled and teased. Master Luo Bai, you are here too? How about it? What gift did you give our little Lorna? Luo Bai? This time he was silenced. Seeing that he was silent, Stark immediately pulled him aside and asked quietly, Didn't I tell you that today is Lorna's birthday? You didn't bring a gift, did you? Luo Bai felt helpless and couldn't help muttering, I forgot. It's been too long since I celebrated my birthday. To be honest, this really can't be blamed on Luo Bai. After all, Luo Bai hasn't celebrated his birthday since he traveled to the Marvel world. Every day, I think about how to kill monsters, level up, and become stronger. I completely forgot about giving birthday gifts. If Stark hadn't reminded him, he would have really forgotten about giving the gift. But since this matter was mentioned, Luo Bai really planned to give Polaris a small gift. As Luo Bai thought about it, he gathered ability in his hands, and soon a string of bracelets appeared in Luo Bai's hands. After making the bracelet, Luo Bai handed the gift to Polaris. When Polaris saw that Luo Bai had prepared a gift for him, a bracelet, he was a little surprised at first. Master Luo Bai, what is this? Polaris asked in disbelief. Soon, she got Luo Bai's answer. Your birthday present is a magic tool I made myself. Although the style of the bracelet may be a bit old-fashioned and not so fashionable, this bracelet contains my energy. When you wear it, it can help you improve your ability to the greatest extent. Thank you, Master Luo Bai. Polaris expressed his gratitude. Seeing that Luo Bai had created such a powerful magical weapon and gave it to Polaris, Tony's face showed envy. Unable to hold back, Tony asked, Look, how good he is to you. Luo Bai, tell me the truth. Can you give me a magical weapon like this on my birthday? I think I also need a magical weapon like this to improve my magical power. Luo Bai smiled and said, That depends on my mood. Tony knew Luo Bai was joking, so he responded, Then I hope you are happy every day. Just when everyone was chatting happily, Yemo's Quicksilver suddenly jumped out. He flashed in front of Luo Bai at an extremely fast speed and then asked Luo Bai in a very resentful tone, Can you tell me how you can run at the speed of light? His sad look really scared everyone. Perhaps because Pietro's sad look was too scary, Stark couldn't help but ask, Light speed? What does that mean? Can anyone tell me why Pietro looked so depressed? Wanda sighed and said helplessly, Before you came, he had a competition with Master Luo Bai. They said it was a competition of speed. Then Master Luo Bai defeated him at the speed of light, and he became like this. After listening to Wanda's explanation, Stark couldn't help but complain, Does anyone really want to compete with Luo Bai? This guy is cheating. Competing with him is pure masochism. What can be confirmed is that Luo Bai was pulled into a vast and boundless universe by the planet Devourer. At this time, Luo Bai was floating in the universe. There was endless darkness under his feet, and right in front of him stood a giant wearing armor, so big that it seemed to fill the entire universe. If Luo Bai remembered correctly, this giant was the planet Devourer. Judging from the appearance alone, the size and momentum of the planet Devourer are quite intimidating. At this moment, Luo Bai stood in front of him, as small as a speck of dust. Even though the planet Devourer was standing in the universe, Luo Bai still couldn't see his entire face and true height. When he looked up, the most he could see was the pair of eyes of planet Devourer that were left hidden by the purple helmet. Just like two planets looking down at Luo Bai. It was unknown how long it had been before the planet Devourer shouted angrily, I found you. In fact, when planet Devourer said this, Luo Bai could feel that his voice was not that loud. But the strange thing is that this sentence is like the universe itself speaking. No matter where Luo Bai is in the universe, he can hear it clearly. It feels like someone has turned on 360-degree surround sound for you. Luo Bai couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Luo Bai actually knew very well what Planet Devourer meant by this sentence. The Planet Eater's words are a reproach. He blamed Luo Bai for killing Yin Hua and absorbing Inhua's power for himself. From a perspective of the planet devourer, it is normal for him to be angry. But from Luo Bai's perspective, planet devourer, like Silver Slide, is now an invader of Earth. As the Sorcerer Supreme, guardian of the Earth, he still couldn't skip the classic lines. So Luo Bai immediately warned the planet devourer, "Alien visitor, I have detected that you are approaching the Earth. I hope you will stop your invasion as soon as possible." In fact, Luo Bai usually gives a warning to every alien who wants to invade the Earth. After all, Luo Bai is the supreme magician, and he believes in using courtesy before force when doing things. If I didn't remind him and just took action, it would seem that he was too unreasonable. But unfortunately, every alien who invaded the Earth was unwilling to take on him. When they heard his reminder, they were all very angry. The rolling of his eyes seemed to be saying, "How dare you warn me? I am here to get killed today. What can you do to me?" This is true for Dormammu and Scython as well. This is the case with Inhua, and even the planet devourer that has come here now is still the same. After hearing Luo Bai's reminder, the planet devourer not only did not calm down, but became even angrier, especially after hearing Luo Bai call him an alien visitor. Even without looking at the planet devourer's expression, Luo Bai could feel his anger. Alien visitors? Stupid Earth creatures. I am the planet devourer, the destroyer of universes. I will devour everything. And your planet, Earth, will be my food too. I will come to the Earth with my messenger. Energy is the only reason for my existence. And the purpose of the Earth's existence is to become my food. As the planet devourer's voice fell, the entire consciousness space couldn't help but tremble. He seemed to want to intimidate Luo Bai in this way, just like when he invaded other planets. He might hope that Luo Bai would be like Inhua and beg him to spare the Earth. But Luo Bai didn't fall for it. Luo Bai frowned and responded in a deep voice, "Planet Devourer, you should know the consequences of doing this." The Planet Devourer said nothing, but one could see his surprise from his eyes. As one of the 5 great gods of creation, although Planet Devourer is usually not as powerful as the other 4 gods of creation, but compared to the creatures that exist on a single planet like Earth, the Planet Devourer is much more powerful. It can be said to be a complete crushing victory. Now Luo Bai is just a creature on the planet. How dare you say the word consequences to him? The Planet Eater just felt it was absurd, even unbelievable. You will pay for your actions. I will destroy you and the Earth you live on. After the Planet Devourer said this, the consciousness space began to collapse. The universe that Luo Bai was in was shattered into dust in an instant. At the moment when the consciousness universe turned into dust, Luo Bai's consciousness returned to reality. Then Luo Bai slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wanda, Polaris, and Stark standing in front of him, staring at him with worried eyes. Only when they saw him open his eyes did the 3 of them finally relax their brows. Polaris immediately asked excitedly, "Master Luo Bai, are you awake?" Although after Luo Bai was pulled into the space created by the Planet Devourer, the 2 only exchanged a few short sentences. But he knew very well that it should have been a while since Earth saw it. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "How many days have passed?" "About a day. We found you sitting motionless on the sofa yesterday afternoon after we sobered up. Mr. Stark said that your consciousness may have entered another dimension, so he asked us not to disturb you." Polaris said quickly, "One day, that's fine." After understanding the situation, Luo Bai nodded and said, "Indeed, I was pulled into the consciousness space of the Planet Devourer." Hearing him say this, Stark quickly asked, "Planet Devourer? Is he the god who wants to eat the Earth?" Luo Bai nodded and said, "Last time he sent the messenger Inhua to explore the way, but I dealt with him. This time he came here in person. He pulled you into his consciousness to warn you." Stark asked. Luo Bai shook his head and said, "Although he didn't say it explicitly, I think he wants to find a new envoy. It's just that I don't cooperate very well." Luo Bai defeated Inhua, the messenger of the Planet Devourer, and absorbed Inhua's power. Logically speaking, Galactus could just come to Earth and take action. But before arriving, Galactus pulled Luo Bai into his consciousness space and threatened and intimidated him. From this behavior, it is not difficult to see that Galactus seems to want Luo Bai to replace Inhua and become the new Galactus messenger. That's why Galactus said, "I found you at the beginning." But the two of them didn't reach an agreement. Now, Galactus is furious and is probably going to just do it. Thinking of this, Luo Bai said to Stark and the others, "It's good that you are here. Don't you think the Justice League is too idle? Come and have some fun, friends." From what I know, Galactus should bring the remaining 3 messengers with him to Earth this time. Galactus' primary target is definitely me. As for his messengers, they may attack the Earth while I am fighting against Galactus. So I think we may need your help this time. To be precise, not only you, but also most of the super ability people on the Earth. Earth, it's time to unite once again. According to known information, the planet Devourer will definitely bring the Galactus messenger to Earth. Although Luo Bai has a certain chance of winning against the planet Devourer, he can't do 2 things at once. If the Galactus messenger took advantage of the chaos to destroy the Earth, Luo Bai might not be able to take care of it. Therefore, the most foolproof method right now is to gather all the super ability people on Earth who have abilities to resist together. Certainly, Luo Bai came up with this idea purely for the sake of safety. But to Polaris, Stark, and Wanda, Luo Bai's words seem to mean, the enemy is too strong. We must mobilize all our strength to fight. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of the 3 people became serious. Before Luo Bai could continue to express his thoughts, Stark immediately gave his answer. "I will hold a press conference now." Stark took out his cell phone while speaking, and then he walked out of the villa while talking on the phone. It seems that he is preparing for the press conference. As Stark left, Polaris suddenly said, "I can contact some mutants. I'll go with you, Lorna." Wanda agreed immediately. Just like that, Wanda and Polaris also left, and Luo Bai was the only one left in the villa. This silenced Luo Bai, who originally had something to say. In the end, he could only shake his head and complain helplessly. These 3 people left really fast. While complaining, Luo Bai opened the portal and returned to the main hall of camaraderie. As for his purpose of returning to the main hall, it was simple. I just want to find a quiet place to absorb the power of the dark dimension and recharge my energy. Speaking of which, Luo Bai has been busy dealing with various things recently, so I never paid any attention to the dark dimension. Now that some time has passed, Luo Bai estimated that the dark dimension should be able to hand over some food. As Galactus is coming soon, Luo Bai plans to collect food in advance to strengthen his strength first. Although in the process of collecting food, Luo Bai could feel that the 3 evil gods, Dormammu, Scython, and Mephisto, did not seem to be particularly happy. But the final harvest was still very good. Luo Bai spent a day integrating this dark energy with all the strength in his body. As soon as the integration of Camaraderie magic circle was completed, something unusual happened, and the king arrived soon after. As soon as he entered the room, Wang reported anxiously, "Supreme Mage, the temple has detected an abnormality. The earth has been invaded." Luo Bai seemed to have guessed who the intruder was, so there was no expression on his face. He just nodded calmly and replied, "I know, they are in New York." After saying that, Luo Bai opened the portal. When Luo Bai and Wang arrived in New York through the portal, they found that New York was in chaos. The streets were filled with people fleeing in all directions, looking up at the sky with fear in their eyes as they ran. Following people's gaze, we could see that the real reason for the chaos in New York is a huge amount of head appeared in the sky, penetrating through the clouds. The head was very large, and to the naked eye it seemed to be almost as big as the earth. Anyone would be scared if such huge amounts of heads suddenly appeared in the sky. Not to mention ordinary citizens. Even the king couldn't help but sigh after seeing it. What a terrible giant! Of course, it's not just the huge amounts of heads in the sky that are scary. Then 3 unknown creatures appeared in people's sight, floating in the air. One of them was covered in flames. One of them was transparent and looked like a human figure made of light. and the remaining one. Although he looks a little more normal than the first two, he still has some human appearance. But he was holding a giant battle axe, looking fierce and tall, and it was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing these four unknown creatures appear, Wong frowned and couldn't help asking, "Supreme Mage, who are they?" Before Luo Bai could answer, a portal appeared in front of him. Then Stark appeared in front of Luo Bai with Polaris, Wanda, and Quicksilver. As soon as he saw Luo Bai, Stark couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Luo Bai, they're the Planet Devourer and the Galactus Messenger, right?" Luo Bai didn't say anything, but nodded. After receiving a positive answer, the expressions on everyone's faces became serious. They raised their heads and looked at Galactus and his messenger in the sky. Perhaps it's because his strength has been crushed too much. The moment they saw the Planet Devourer, Stark and the others felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts. That is mortals' instinctive fear of gods. Even if Devourer didn't take action, Stark could clearly feel that they would not be Devourer's opponent. Whenever Luo Bai was around, Stark would feel at ease. He felt that as long as Luo Bai was there, any trouble could be solved. But this time, Stark couldn't feel at ease. Nervousness and fear made his expression very solemn. Looking at Galactus in the sky, Stark couldn't help but ask Luo Bai, "Luo Bai, what do you think is our chance of winning?" Luo Bai smiled, then stretched out his index finger and made a 1 towards Stark. Stark was a little puzzled, looking at the one Luo Bai made, and asked doubtfully, "What does this mean?" "The probability of winning is only 1%. Luo Bai shook his head and said, "What I mean is we can't lose at all. Tony, protect the Earth," Luo Bai instructed, and then he flew towards the location of the Planet Devourer. Luo Bai stopped in midair only after he flew in front of the Planet Devourer. At this time, the Planet Devourer and his 3 messengers finally noticed Luo Bai. Galactus and Luo Bai had met before, although the last time was in the consciousness space, but the two had a very unpleasant quarrel. When he saw Luo Bai again this time, Galactus's face immediately darkened. He stared at Luo Bai with eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. He seemed to want to say something, but before he opened his mouth, he saw Luo Bai rushing towards him. When Luo Bai gathered his strength and turned it into a beam of light and smashed it towards the Planet Devourer, neither he nor his messengers reacted in that instant, until this punch landed solidly on the face of Planet Devourer, causing the tall Planet Devourer to almost fall down without being able to stand firmly. Everyone finally came to their senses. At this moment, the eyes of the 3 Galactus messengers were full of surprise and disbelief. They were surprised that a human being could exert such powerful force. The Planet Devourer who was beaten was even more confused. Etc. He just, actually, got beaten by an Earthling? I have to say this punch hurts quite a bit. No. Can the people on Earth have such a strong power? The Planet Devourer thought to himself while looking at Luo Bai with an incredible look. Although the Planet Devourer was very surprised at this time, the surprise soon disappeared and was followed by anger. Rage, his face turned red with anger. The Planet Devourer turned red. He seemed to want to say something to vent his frustration. But before Planet Devourer could speak, Luo Bai interrupted him. "I warned you, but you still chose to invade the Earth. So, you need to pay the price for your actions." After saying this, Luo Bai released the power of the Phoenix. The moment the power of the Phoenix was released, a golden light burst out from Luo Bai's body. But in just a moment, these energies condensed into a golden phoenix. As the golden phoenix flapped its wings, flames powerful enough to burn everything in the universe were released from the phoenix's body and quickly rushed towards the Planet Devourer and the Galactus Messenger. In fact, from the moment he saw the golden phoenix appear, the Planet Devourer realized that something was wrong. He knew very well what this golden phoenix represented, so he reacted immediately. He raised his right hand and gathered the energy of the universe into his hand. As the golden phoenix released the phoenix flame, the Planet Devourer clenched his right hand into a fist and then raised his hand to swing the cosmic energy fist at the phoenix flame. In a very short period of time, two powerful forces collided with each other. It fell with a loud bang. The two energies quickly spread throughout the universe, and countless planets in the universe exploded due to the collision of the two powerful energies. Only the Earth is safe and sound under Luo Bai's protection. As if sensing something strange, the planet Devourer felt strange. After all, the energy used by planet Devourer just now was very powerful, coupled with the destructive power of the Phoenix Force. The collision of these two forces would be absolutely devastating to all living beings in the universe. Now that the two forces have collided, Luo Bai and the Earth can still survive. To be honest, Planet Devourer had never thought of this. He seemed a little surprised, so he looked at Luo Bai again. After a moment, Planet Devourer couldn't help but mutter, "Phoenix Force? Are you the host of Phoenix Force?" Luo Bai frowned and answered calmly, "I guess so. No wonder you dare to confront me. Judging from the current situation, you have integrated the Phoenix Force very well," said the Planet Devourer. Before Luo Bai could speak, Planet Devourer continued, "I have been to many planets and have seen life forms on different planets. When they see me, they're all afraid of me. You are the only one who is not afraid of me. At first I was very curious as to why a life form like you dare to fight against me. But now I seem to understand. It turns out that it is because of the power of the Phoenix. But all you have is a fragment. Do you really think you can defeat me and protect the Earth by using the power of this fragment?" There was arrogance in the tone of the Planet Devourer. That was the arrogance that God showed toward humans. Or it is more like the disdain with which a higher civilization looks upon a lower civilization. In the multi-universe of the Marvel world, there are actually many civilizations, planets, and races. There are many planets more powerful than the Earth, and there are countless races more powerful than humans. Most of them, like the Planet Devourer, have a contemptuous and disdainful attitude towards the Earth and humans. They see the Earth as food and humans as ants. But today, Luo Bai hopes that the multi-universe can see the true nature of the Earth. Thinking of this, Luo Bai suddenly smiled and asked, "If I remember correctly, Planet Devourer, your real name is Garland." The Planet Devourer said nothing, but just looked at Luo Bai with a puzzled look. He didn't seem to understand why Luo Bai suddenly asked this question. Just when the Planet Devourer was confused, Luo Bai spoke again. "You were born on a planet called Tower in the original universe. The original Tower was the most powerful planet in the original universe and had the most advanced civilization in the universe at that time. Unfortunately, the planet is finally entering its final stages of collapse. Then the universe experienced a Big Bang, also known as the first cosmic explosion. After the Big Bang, a new universe was born. You are the only survivor of the first Big Bang. After hundreds of millions of years of changes, the universe has become what it is today. And you, along with death, eternity, infinity, and annihilation, who were born in the new universe, have become the creation gods of the new universe. You're called the 5 great creation gods. Let's not talk about the other 4 creator gods for now, and let's talk about you, the Planet Devourer. In fact, you're not that terrible when you're hungry. At most, you can only be regarded as a survivor of a higher civilization, right? The planet you were born on is far superior to Earth in terms of civilization and technology. So you certainly have reason to despise Earth and humans. But I don't think this is correct, because neither you nor the former Tower Star are unsurpassable." Luo Bai spoke word by word. Planet Devourer understood what he said. Translated it is, "You're just a life form born from a high civilization. Why are you so arrogant? Compared with the other creator gods, you are too weak." To be honest, if Planet Eater didn't understand what I was saying, he might feel better. But after really understanding it, the Planet Devourer's defense was directly broken. No, when the creatures on other planets see him, they all beg him respectfully. Are humans on Earth so stubborn? It's okay to resist, but you also mock me? At this point, the Planet Devourer really couldn't hold it anymore. "You should be afraid of me, because you can't protect the Earth," said the Planet Eater Rage. The next second, he raised his hands and gathered the energy of the universe in his palms. Powerful energy poured into the palm of the planet-devouring messenger from all directions of the universe. But in just a moment, a vortex of energy gathered in the palm of the planet-devourer's hand. The energy vortex was spinning at high speed and began to absorb everything in the universe, and the Earth was no exception. In just a moment, the Earth became a plaything in the hands of the planet-devourer. The Earth began to spin at high speed in the hands of the planet-devourer, and the energy on the Earth began to be absorbed crazily by the planet-devourer. The actions of the planet-devourer are undoubtedly fatal to the Earth. The entire Earth experienced huge amounts of shock and change as a result. The sea began to surge, volcanoes began to erupt, and the Earth's veins began to crack. The whole Earth was in chaos, as if the end of the world was coming. Seeing this scene, Stark, Polaris, and others were shocked. I can't imagine how we can deal with such a terrifying enemy with our strength. What should we do? Stark said anxiously, looking at the king. It's no wonder Stark is so panicked at this moment. If the enemy is inside the Earth, he can still fight. But now the enemy is standing in the universe and can destroy the Earth with just a wave of his hand. Stark just felt powerless. Forget Stark. The king doesn't know what to do now. After all, he could sense that something was wrong at this moment. The protective magic circle of camaraderie has been broken. The Earth seems to have reached its limit. Judging from the current situation, it won't be long before the Earth explodes. Wong said in a trembling voice. Is there anything we can do? Wanda asked hurriedly. The king shook his head and said, It seems that we can't do anything. We can only choose to trust the Supreme Mage. It's not that Wong is unwilling to think of a solution, but given the current situation, the only thing they can do is to trust Luo Bai. And the facts prove that Luo Bai did have a way. Looking at the planet-devourer that was absorbing the energy of the Earth and the universe, Luo Bai knew that the time had come. It's just energy absorbing. Who doesn't know how to do it? Luo Bai said with a kind smile. While the planet-devourer was absorbing vigorously, he silently released the power of the fairy the next second. The moment the fairy power was released, planet-devourer felt something was wrong. Wait, something seems weird. Why is it that the more he absorbs the Earth's energy, the faster his own energy is lost? It was as if something was absorbing the energy in his body. This feeling, why does it feel familiar? The planet eater couldn't help but wonder. Just as he was wondering, the planet devourer suddenly noticed something was wrong. The Earth in his hand turned black. No, to be more precise, there is a black force surrounding the Earth. This black power, fairy power. When Planet Eater noticed that the black substance surrounding the Earth was actually the power of the goblins, he knew he had made the wrong choice. He shouldn't have come to Earth, really. What about the planet Earth? It looks so small and insignificant that it could be eaten in one bite. But the humans on Earth can't stop cheating. It's fine that fragments of the Phoenix Force appeared on Earth, but what the hell is the Fairy Force? How long has this thing been sealed? How come it suddenly appeared on Earth? Planet Eater couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have time to figure it out now. After all, he can look down on the Earth, and he can also look down on Luo Bai, the Supreme Mage. But the power of the fairy, he has to respect it. After all, he had suffered a loss in the past. When it comes to the feud between Planet Devourer and the Fairy Power, we have to go back a long, long time. The young Planet Devourer devoured energy everywhere in the universe, leaving no grass or plants wherever it went, until he met the Fairy Power and its former host. In fact, it was the Fairy Power that took the initiative to find him, or it could be said that the two foodies in the universe bumped into each other tacitly. Since the Fairy Power and the Planet Devourer survive in the same way, both mainly rely on absorbing energy. Inevitably, the two had a fight. Logically speaking, Planet Devourer is at least one of the 5 great creation gods of the universe. Just hearing the name is intimidating. It shouldn't be possible to lose against the power of the goblin. But the Planet Eater has a fatal weakness. He can't eat enough. When the Planet Devourer is hungry, his combat power is completely unable to reach the level of a creator god. Therefore, the hungry planet devourer was eaten by the fairy power. The power of the fairy devoured all the abilities of the planet devourer, causing the planet devourer to die once. As for why Galactus appears again today, it is mainly because Galactus can be resurrected. As the god of creation, Galactus is so weak under normal circumstances that he cannot be compared with the other gods of creation. And in Marvel's original storyline, Galactus has died countless times. But he is also the god of creation after all, and an important factor in maintaining the balance of the universe. So even if it is killed, the planet devourer can be resurrected. Although the fairy power can devour his strength, it cannot truly kill Galactus. As long as Galactus cannot be truly killed, he can reorganize his energy and resurrect. So now, several years later, Galactus once again collides with the power of the goblins. It can be seen that Galactus does not particularly like the power of fairies. The expression on his face at this moment can be described as quite disgusted and painful. Fairy power. Why does the fairy power appear on Earth? You're the host of the fairy power? The planet devourer asked in surprise. Perhaps because he was too shocked, the expression on Galactus' face was now a little distorted. That was similar to the reaction humans have when they encounter a ghost. Seeing Galactus' surprised look, Luo Bai raised the corner of his mouth. Galen, you think the Phoenix Force fragments are not a threat to you? Then, what about the fairy power? As the host of the fairy power, can I pose a threat to you? Galactus chose to remain silent. After all, the power of the fairy is too comprehensive. Even Galactus himself couldn't understand the existence of this power. Why did such a bug-level power appear in the universe? As early as when he first came into contact with the power of the fairy, Galactus felt that this power should be weakened. I don't know what the Life Tribunal is balancing day by day. How can we play with such a perverted power like the power of the fairy? Although there are many powerful forces in the universe. For example, the power of the Phoenix is quite strong, and after becoming the Queen of the White Phoenix, the power has expanded to an infinite level. But this power has an upper limit, and the King of White Phoenix is the upper limit of the power of Phoenix. But what about the power of fairies? This thing is simply a bottomless pit. There is no upper limit at all. Thinking of this, Planet Devourer said in panic, "No, it shouldn't appear. It should be sealed. Always sealed." The Planet Devourer spoke his true thoughts without hiding anything. From this sentence, we can see that he really hates the power of fairies. And at the same time as he said these words, the Planet Devourer stopped energy absorption of the Earth and the universe. It's obvious. Planet Devourer realizes that even if he continues energy absorbing, these energies will eventually become nothing more than food for the goblin's power. So he gave up absorbing the Earth, or from this moment on Galactus has given up his intention to devour the Earth. He wished he could leave this place of right and wrong quickly, otherwise he would die again. Although Luo Bai saw Galactus's plan. But since the power of the fairies has been released, they can't just run out and make soy sauce. Thinking of this, Luo Bai said regretfully, "I warned you, but you still chose to invade the Earth. So now it is no longer a question of whether you want to leave, but a question of whether you can leave." Garland. As Luo Bai's words fell, the power of the goblins spread rapidly in an instant. The power of the fairy, which was originally only the file size of the Earth, grew in size almost in the blink of an eye, but in a short time, the power of the fairy occupied half of the universe. Luo Bai could feel that the power of the goblin was very excited at this time, and staring at Galactus was like looking at a little fat sheep. And the power of the goblin did not hide its greed at all. The first thing it did after its size exploded was to surround Galactus, and then it began to absorb the energy from Galactus. Galactus sensed the elf's power's intentions and immediately confronted it. Luo Bai knew very well that if the power of goblins and Galactus really fought, the Earth would probably have to restart hundreds of times. So he directly pulled Planet Devourer into his dark dimension. In this way, Luo Bai and Galactus disappeared from the sight of the people on Earth. Seeing Luo Bai and Galactus disappearing, Stark and others were very panicked. Stark asked anxiously, "What happened? Why are Luo Bai and Galactus missing? What was that black thing just now?" Polar Star also asked anxiously, "Wong, why is Master Luo Bai missing?" Wong obviously didn't know what happened, so he could only guess. The Supreme Mage may have pulled him into the dimensional space. Only in this way can he prevent him from destroying the Earth. Pulled the planet Devourer into the dimension space. Mirror dimension magic? Stark knew this magic. But Luo Bai did this, clearly intending to challenge the planet Devourer in a duel. Thinking of this, Stark panicked instantly. Is he going to challenge the god of creation to a duel? Wong nodded and said, "Judging from the current situation, the Supreme Mage seems to think so." But Stark seemed to want to say something more, but he fell silent in the middle of the sentence. Although he was worried about Luo Bai, he also knew that he could not help. What's more, the Earth is not safe now. Although the planet Devourer is gone, the Galactus messenger is still there. We don't have that much time to think about it. We also have to deal with these 3 people. While Stark was thinking, Wanda beside her spoke. Stark nodded. Then he stepped forward and looked at the 3 Galactus messengers suspended in the sky and shouted, "I'm sorry, the Earth is closed today. I suggest you leave as soon as possible." It was not that the Flame Emperor, one of the Galactus messengers, did not understand what Stark meant. He just looked at Stark and angrily said, "You Earthlings, you want to stop us and the planet Devourer?" Stark frowned and said very seriously, "Compared to you, the supreme creatures in the universe, humans are very weak. But this does not mean that you can do whatever you want to the Earth." As the words fell behind Stark, a yellow circular portal appeared on the left and right sides. Then, the Carmitage wizard led by Strange and the Wakanda army, led by Black Panther, came out of the portal. As soon as the 2 forces arrived on the battlefield, the little Spider-Man rushed over with his spider silk. Then came Thor, who descended from the sky, Hela, who came from afar with an army of undead, the X-Men led by Professor X, and the Underground Association of Mutants headed by Polaris. It can be said that the files on Earth are large and small. As long as they have super ability, they are basically here today. Even SHIELD had a lot of people come, including, of course, Captain America. Although there is some grudge between Captain America and Stark, after all, this is a major matter related to the survival of the Earth. So the 2 put aside their grudges for the time being. Stark was touched to see everyone unite for the Earth. He wanted to say something, but he didn't expect to see 2 uninvited guests the next second. The people who came seemed to be Dorum and the demon Mephisto. This made Stark, who was originally moved, momentarily confused. "No, who can tell me? Why does Domu appear here?" Stark said, looking at the king. Wong was stunned, shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Why is Mephisto here too?" Domomu and Mephisto. Guess why we came to Earth. Guess whether we did it voluntarily. Seeing Dormammu and Mephisto appear, everyone's heart was in their throat. You know, the Earth is now facing a powerful enemy. If these 2-dimensional evil gods take the opportunity to cause trouble, the Earth may not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, the king and Strange immediately released the Ring of Ragador, and Stark quickly put on his magic armor. Everyone stared at Mephisto and Dormammu with eager eyes, and Stark asked sternly, "Are you guys here to cause trouble too?" Dormammu, Mephisto. The 2 evil gods fell silent. They looked at each other silently, and then Mephisto reluctantly explained, "To be honest, I also want to make trouble now. If I can take the opportunity to destroy the Earth, it will be a relief for me. But unfortunately, I'm here to help." As soon as Mephisto finished speaking, Dormammu beside him also said with a dark face, "Me too." When the 2 said this, Stark and others were stunned. Stark, who had put on his battle suit and was ready to fight, raised his mask at that time. "Help? Did I hear you correctly? You said you were here to help?" Stark asked in disbelief. The king standing by was also very confused and couldn't help asking, "You guys are actually helping the Earth? Did I hear you right? Aren't you evil gods?" Strange also quickly agreed. Although I don't know exactly what happened in the middle, but the books in the Camartage library once recorded that Dormammu is the master of the dark dimension. It seems that you want to devour the earth. Dormammu. It was visibly visible that Dormammu's face had become even darker. Mephisto on the side even said in a rage, "Do you think I really want to help the earth? If it weren't for the agreement I signed with that damn supreme sorcerer to protect the earth, I would wish the earth would be destroyed as soon as possible." Sign an agreement with Luo Bai? If that's the case, everything seems to make sense. No wonder Luo Bai said that he couldn't lose at all. It turned out to be because he tricked the two-dimensional masters here. Thinking of this, Stark, who was originally a little worried, smiled. "Then you have to help me well. I will monitor your every move. If you dare to slack off, I will definitely tell Luo Bai." Stark teased with a smile. Strange also quickly echoed, "Come on, two guardians of the earth. Dormammu, Mephisto, how should I put it? I'm speechless. They are both clearly evil dimensional gods. What is the guardian of the earth?" It was visible to the naked eye that Dormammu and Mephisto's defenses were broken, and they were greatly broken. But Stark and others have no time to care about them at this time, because the Galactus messenger has already launched an attack. In fact, every Galactus messenger will be given a powerful buff called cosmic power. No matter how strong or weak these alien creatures were before becoming Galactus's messengers, once they are endowed with the incredible buff of cosmic power by Galactus, they can obtain 4 powerful abilities. They are infinite energy, eternal life, absolute defense, and faster than the speed of light. This means that no matter how weak they were in the past, after becoming Galactus's messenger, they can instantly become cosmic-level masters who can kill surface-level enemies in seconds. And according to the different growth attributes of each messenger, they can also obtain different abilities. For example, Stardust, after obtaining cosmic energy, she became a pure energy life form. From the outside, this guy looks like a blue light without any entity. Because her body is composed entirely of cosmic particles and energy, she can create dimensional entrances and black holes. Another example is the Flame Emperor. He can control the cosmic energy in the form of stellar fire, and the temperature of this flame is equivalent to that of the sun. As for the remaining tyrant, he is even more of a heavyweight. He can even use the cosmic axe to split a planet directly. Even though Stark has called a lot of people, it will be difficult for them to defeat the Galactus messenger if a real fight breaks out without the help of Dormammu and Mephisto. But because he didn't know much about the abilities of the Galactus messengers, and Luo Bai had already taken the planet Devourer away. So when the game first started, everyone was quite confident. Especially Thor. His chin was raised to the sky with confidence. "It's just 3 messengers. I can handle it by myself," Thor said confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the storm axe and chopped at the tyrant. Seeing that Thor took the first action, the other superheroes also attacked the 3 messengers. They thought it would be easy for so many of them to deal with the 3 Galactus messengers, but as the fight went on they discovered something was wrong. As Thor of Asgard, Thor's strength is actually not weak. At least on Earth, and even in the Justice League, his strength is considered to be among the best. He was seen holding the storm axe in both hands and then leaping into the sky, finally gathering all the power of thunder and lightning in the sky and slashing at the tyrant. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to withstand Thor's full-strength attack. But what Thor didn't expect was, not only did the tyrant pay no attention to his lightning attack, he even wielded the cosmic axe to fight Thor head-on. Boom! When Thor's lightning power confronted the tyrant's cosmic energy, huge amounts of energy fields erupted the moment the two forces collided. The energy field was so strong that the entire Earth trembled, and Thor was even shocked by the energy and flew away. It turned into a meteor and smashed into the ground directly from the air. I thought that such a huge energy impact would at least cause some damage to the tyrant. Unexpectedly, when Thor stood up, he found that the tyrant was fine, but his weapon broke again. Looking at the broken weapon again, Thor was stunned. How could this happen? Thor muttered. Just as Thor was surprised, Loki came out from nowhere and said regretfully, "It's broken again. Oh, my dear brother, You're such a spendthrift. This Stormbreaker was just made, and it's broken again. Before Thor could speak, his sister Hela suddenly complained. To be honest, sometimes I don't want to admit that you are my brother. It was visibly that Thor's temperature had turned red. Originally, he was only ridiculed by Loki, but since his sister Hela came, now he has to be ridiculed by two people. My mentality has collapsed. Of course, Thor is not the only one who is mentally broken now. The wizards led by Strange and Wong were also caught in a difficult battle. Strange and Wong originally wanted to cooperate with each other to use magic to see if they could restrain one of the Galactus messengers first. But when the real battle started, they both found that they were still too weak. The magical defense of Galactus's messenger is unusually high. The most terrifying thing is that Stardust actually poked a black hole with his bare hands, and that black hole is swallowing and absorbing everything on the Earth. At the same time, the Flame Emperor is using his energy to rain down fireballs on the Earth. Fortunately, mutants and dimensional evil gods have also joined the battle, so the Earth still has means of defense against the attacks of the messengers. Iceman used his own energy to fight against the Flame King. Polaris also used the magnetic field ability to restrain the Galactus messenger, and Wanda also exploded the origin magic power in her body at this time. A chaotic war broke out, and the whole Earth was in chaos. The superheroes on Earth are fighting fiercely with the three Galactus messengers, and the situation is very critical. But compared to the situation on Earth, the situation in Luo Bai's dimension space is obviously much better. After all, the fairy power is very happy at this moment. At this time, in Luo Bai's dimensional space, the planet Devourer looked at the huge black monster behind Luo Bai and fell into deep thought. He knew very well that the fairy power would not let him go so easily. After all, the fairy power has only one purpose since its birth, and that is to devour all the energy in the universe. The planet Devourer may be a god or the supreme being in the eyes of others, but to the power of the goblin, he is just a ball of energy. And it's a huge energy ball. Although the fairy power has no entity, it is just a black mass of energy substance. But the planet Devourer could clearly see the fairy power's desire for him. Really, before the planet Devourer even made a move, the fairy power pounced on the planet Devourer. Because he didn't want to be killed again, the planet Devourer began to fight back. He transformed the cosmic energy into cosmic power and attacked the fairy power. Blue cosmic energy gathered in his whole body, and Planet Devourer used all his strength every time he launched an attack. A powerful force hit the fairy power. With one punch, the fairy's power was shattered by the Planet Devourer, and the dimensional space created by Luo Bai was also shattered. This power burst out from the dimensional space created by Luo Bai, and even shocked the outside world and the multi-universe. If it were an ordinary creature in the universe, it would be basically dead after being hit by Galactus. However, because the fairy power devoured the fragments of the Phoenix power, the Phoenix power originally possessed a powerful resurrection ability. Even if it is just the power of a fragment, the resurrection ability is first class in the universe. Although the fairy's power was shattered, this attack was completely unable to hurt its roots. So soon those scattered pieces of power were pieced together again, and Luo Bai once again created a new dimension to pull the planet Devourer into it. After everything returned to normal, the fairy power once again launched a fierce attack on the planet Devourer. Seeing that the fairy power that he had crushed with great difficulty had returned to its original state, the planet Devourer was extremely angry. He clenched his fists and attacked the fairy power again. This time, his strength once again shattered the fairy's power, and even Luo Bai was affected. The planet Devourer used the power of the universe to explode with enough force to destroy the entire single universe. Seeing that the fairy power and Luo Bai were once again shattered by his own power, the planet Devourer frowned. Really, the next second, the fairy power and Luo Bai appeared again, and he was pulled into the dimensional space again. Planet Devourer, tired. Not only mentally tired, but also physically exhausted. looking at Luo Bai, who was standing calmly in front of him, and the huge mass of flowing black energy behind Luo Bai. The planet devourer felt like he was stuck in an infinite loop. Can't be killed at all. The power of the fairy in front of him was even stronger than the first time he came into contact with it. The planet devourer did not give up. He tried to find the weakness of the fairy power. After all, the two had fought once before, and Galactus knew that the weakness of the fairy power was the host. As long as the will of the host of the fairy power is destroyed, the fairy power can be defeated. So he transformed the cosmic energy into powerful mental force, trying to control Luo Bai mentally. But what a coincidence! In addition to its strong resurrection ability, the Phoenix Force also has first-class control over mental power. In addition, Luo Bai originally needed strong mental strength for a mage to practice magic. During this period, Luo Bai also swallowed a lot of energy. Therefore, the planet devourer's mind control is of no use to Luo Bai. After realizing this, Planet Eater was stunned. He seemed a little surprised and muttered in disbelief, "How could it be useless?" He looked at Luo Bai in astonishment, who was completely out of his control. Until now, he still couldn't understand why the mental power of a human being on Earth could be so strong. All I can say is, perfect. Integrate is absolutely perfect. Too perfect, Planet Eater exclaimed. He was truly moved. He had not expected that Luo Bai could integrate with the fairy power so perfectly. It was so perfect that even he couldn't think of a way to resist it. And because it had consumed too much ability before, the planet devourer was already very hungry. Although planet devourer and fairy power are very similar in some ways, for example, they both feel hungry if they don't eat. But the difference is that even if the fairy power is hungry, the ability will not be weakened at all. But the planet eater does. The more energy he consumed, the weaker his body became. At this time, the planet devourer, which had consumed a large amount of energy, had begun to lose strength. The originally tall planet devourer shrank several times in size in an instant. That energetic face began to wilt visibly. Looking at the fairy power and Luo Bai, who were still alive and kicking, planet devourer was paralyzed. It's just horrible. The power of the fairy can be eaten, and the power of the phoenix can be resurrected. The combination of these two forces creates a full buff that is simply outrageous. The angry planet devourer couldn't help but yell. What on earth are those people from the Celestials doing? Can't they even watch out for the power of the fairies? If the gods could keep the power of the goblins under control, would he touch this thing again? Certainly. No matter how angry he was, the planet devourer couldn't do anything about it. He was getting weaker and weaker, but the fairy power was getting stronger and stronger by absorbing the energy in his body. He seemed to have realized his final fate, so he spoke unwillingly. "You are the most perfect host of the fairy power I have ever seen. I am hungry, and I no longer have the strength to resist. Although I cannot kill you or the fairy power, you, too, cannot kill me." The planet devourer spoke with gritted teeth, staring at Luo Bai with angry eyes. If others might not understand what Galactus is talking about, Luo Bai knows it very well. "I know that as the god of creation, it is not so easy for you to disappear. Even if I let the fairy power devour the energy in your body and kill you now, you could be resurrected. I admit that I can't really kill you now," Luo Bai said. Hearing him say this, Planet Devourer couldn't help but frown and said, "It seems that you know me very well." Luo Bai nodded. I understand very well. I even know what the consequences will be after killing you. So I don't intend to kill you, because killing you is a meaningless thing to me," Luo Bai said with a smile. When Luo Bai said this, the Planet Devourer vaguely felt that something was wrong. He seemed to guess what Luo Bai was going to do. Sure enough, the next second, Planet Devourer heard Luo Bai say, "You are the cornerstone of the universe. Your existence can maintain the stability of the universe. If I kill you, the talisman will appear, the universe will be in turmoil, and the earth will be in danger. So your life is naturally more meaningful to me. After all, if you are alive, I will have another way to absorb energy. Don't you agree? After Luo Bai finished speaking, he showed a kind smile, but the planet devourer couldn't smile at all. The planet devourer finally understood Luo Bai's intention. This guy simply wanted to use him to give the goblin power sustainable energy. As a god in the universe, Galactus is also followed by a group of messengers. Even if Luo Bai is lucky enough to become the host of the fairy power. But in essence, Luo Bai is just a creature on Earth. If he really gave the power of the fairy sustainable energy, his face would be shameful throughout the multi-universe. Thinking of this, Planet Devourer's face darkened. He frowned and looked at Luo Bai with sharp eyes and asked through gritted teeth, "Earth creatures, have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this?" Luo Bai seemed to have anticipated his reaction, so he quickly replied, "Of course I have thought about it, and I know you will not agree. But I think we can actually discuss it." Planet Devourer didn't speak, and I don't know what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, Planet Devourer seemed to take a step back. "I can promise you to let the Earth go and never set foot on the Earth again in my lifetime," Planet Devourer said. If it were a creature on other planets, I would have been grateful at the moment when Planet Devourer said these words. But Luo Bai couldn't help but frown after hearing this. After all, Luo Bai felt uncomfortable listening to what Planet Devourer said. After all, to the Earth, the Planet Devourer is an invader. Not only does he invade the Earth, he also plans to eat the Earth and destroy tens of thousands of humans and life forms on the Earth. The most important thing is that Luo Bai reminded him before this. But not only did he not listen, but he still planned to invade the Earth with his messenger. The final price paid was just one sentence. Never invade the Earth again? Not to mention that this sentence sounds ridiculous. Just put it in the original plot. The Planet Devourer also promised many times not to devour the Earth again, but in the end it was not a breach of contract. This proves that the promise given by Planet Devourer is not credible at all. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but sneer and said, "What you said seems to be how much benefit you have given to the Earth." Planet Devourer couldn't understand the innuendo in Luo Bai's tone, so he said directly, "I give up swallowing the Earth. This is originally a favor to the Earth." When the topic reached this point, Luo Bai didn't want to talk anymore. He darkened his face and awakened the power of the goblin in his mind. The moment he accepted the order, the goblin's power rushed towards the Planet Devourer like a hungry giant beast. The black energy enveloped the huge body of Planet Devourer at an extremely fast speed. Because Planet Devourer had consumed too much energy before, he was now so hungry that he could no longer resist. He could feel the energy in his body draining, and he also predicted his next ending. It should be the same as last time. He will be swallowed up by all the energy by the power of fairies and die, and then be resurrected again. In fact, Planet Devourer is not afraid of death. After all, he didn't know how many times he had died since his birth. Luo Bai couldn't really kill him anyway, so Planet Devourer had even prepared a plan to resurrect after death. He even said harsh words to Luo Bai. "Earth creature, I gave you a choice, but you didn't cherish it. Do you think you can really absorb my energy forever? Now, I'm defeated by you only because of hunger. After I find powerful energy to restore my state, do you really think you can defeat me? Earth, I will come again. I will not die." The Planet Devourer spoke out loud words angrily. After saying that, Planet Devourer closed his eyes and waited for rebirth. But what Planet Devourer didn't expect was, Luo Bai, this old guy, doesn't care about martial ethics. Seeing that the power of the goblin was almost draining his energy, Luo Bai actually withdrew the power of the goblin when only the last bit was left. Planet Devourer. I was confused at that time. Why did you stop? Planet Devourer couldn't help but ask. It was clear that he was just a little bit away from death. But Luo Bai stopped the power of the goblin? Planet Devourer didn't understand, so he asked. Just when he was confused, Luo Bai suddenly smiled and said, "I said before that killing you means nothing to me, and having you alive means more to me." Planet Devourer. Seriously. When Luo Bai said these words, Planet Devourer felt like scolding her. He originally thought that Luo Bai planned to drain the energy from his body and come back to him after he was resurrected. Energy absorbing. He never expected that Luo Bai would give him a breath of relief. In fact, in essence, the hunger of Planet Devourer is very similar to the hunger of fairy power. Simply put, that is, although they're both in a state of not being full, the physical sensations of being 7 points hungry and 3 points hungry are different. In the beginning, the Planet Devourer actually didn't get hungry that fast. He could maintain basic survival by devouring uninhabited planets. But as he gets older, the time intervals when he needs energy are getting shorter and shorter, and the energy he needs is getting bigger and bigger. That's why now he needs to devour planets inhabited by residents to gain energy to maintain his life. After all, if there are living beings living there, the energy on the planet will be stronger. But if Planet Devourer dies and then resurrects, he can return his body functions to zero. To put it simply, he doesn't get hungry so quickly. But now, Luo Bai did not kill him, but gave him a breath. What does that mean? This means that the Planet Devourer may only have 3 points of hunger when he comes to the Earth. After being eaten by the power of the goblin, his hunger has reached 9 points, and he can be said to be on the verge of starving to death. But the most disgusting thing is that no matter how hungry the Planet Devourer is, he will not starve to death. He will only be tortured by hunger. With this feeling, he might as well just die. At least it would be pleasant to die once now. The ultimate torture, feeling the hunger in his body getting stronger and stronger. Planet Devourer's face became distorted. He kept muttering, "I'm so hungry. I want to eat. I'm so hungry." It can be seen with the naked eye that the Planet Devourer is starving now, which is called a sallow complexion. It looks like the whole person has lost a lot of weight. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai smiled and replied very gently, "Although you invaded the Earth and tried to destroy it, as the Supreme Mage, out of humanitarianism, I decided to leave you a way to live. But I have no intention of forgiving you. I will go to find you for energy absorbing again after a while." Planet Devourer. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't very good at swearing, Planet Devourer would probably be swearing. Humanitarian? Leave a way out? Thank you, you are so humane. At this moment, Planet Devourer is very angry. He glared at Luo Bai angrily, as if he wanted to devour both Luo Bai and the Earth. Of course, anger is anger. The Planet Devourer can't do anything to Luo Bai and the Earth now. After all, he is now tortured by hunger and in urgent need of energy. So the Planet Devourer could only threaten rage. "I will not let you and the Earth go." In fact, Luo Bai is not afraid of the Planet Devourer causing trouble for him. But if the Planet Devourer keeps staring at the Earth will probably be in trouble. After all, in the final analysis, the Earth is just a planet. The planet's ability to withstand is limited, and humans on the Earth do not have the ability to resist the Planet Devourer. So after thinking about it, Luo Bai felt that he still needed to let the Planet Devourer calm down. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but say, "Actually, I think you can really consider my proposal. It would be good to be a power bank. We are all civilized people. There is no need to make the relationship so tense. I know you have some misunderstandings about humans on Earth. You think humans on Earth are weak. Actually, humans on Earth are usually not that weak. After all, the difference between Earth and other planets is that people on Earth like to cheat. For example, I keep turning on the game, and the name of this game is Luck Against Heaven," Luo Bai said, and then used his mind to cast the magic of retrieving objects from the air. The next second, something appeared in Luo Bai's hand. A lighter. The moment he saw this lighter, Planet Devourer's eyes became extremely gentle. Before this, Planet Devourer's attitude towards Luo Bai was angry. After all, Luo Bai, as an insignificant creature on Earth, always provokes his god time and time again. But when Luo Bai used teleportation magic to get a lighter, Planet Devourer's temper improved a lot. Not only was he no longer angry, but the look he looked at Luo Bai became much gentler. Seeing that Planet Devourer's eyes softened, he stopped making noises. Luo Bai played with the lighter in his hand and asked, "Now, can we discuss it carefully?" After a long silence, Planet Devourer finally answered, "Of course, you can." As soon as he finished speaking, a stiff smile appeared on his face. To be honest, this smile is quite ugly. But Luo Bai didn't mind. He just continued to speak. "You came to the Earth without saying a word, and led your envoys to massacre on the Earth. I think you should give the Earth an explanation. As the guardian of the Earth, I absorb some energy from you to strengthen the Earth. This shouldn't be too much. Before I do this, Planet Devourer will probably explode after hearing these words." But now, Planet Devourer's mood is extremely stable. While staring at the lighter in Luo Bai's hand, he smiled and replied, "Actually, I think your proposal is reasonable, but I need energy." Seeing that Luo Bai frowned slightly and seemed a little unhappy, the Planet Devourer spoke again. "You just said the divine rune, which proves that you should know why I am devouring planets crazily in the universe." Before he finished speaking, Luo Bai interrupted him. "I know, because you are the lock that seals the talisman. Once you really die, the talisman will appear. The talisman is the incarnation of destruction, and the meaning of his existence is to lead the multi-universe into destruction. The reason why the talisman does not appear now is because you are still alive, right?" "Yes." Planet Devourer nodded, confirming Luo Bai's explanation. Bai does not agree with the reasons given by Planet Devourer, so he looked at the lighter in his hand and retorted, "But I remember that this thing can destroy the talisman. You don't even know what you are holding in your hand. Do you really think you can use it after you get it?" Planet Devourer asked. Luo Bai smiled and said casually, "Really? Is this thing so difficult to use? How about I practice with you now? See if I can use it normally." After speaking, he picked up the lighter in his hand and shook it in front of the Planet Devourer. With this flicker, Planet Devourer's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. As if he was afraid that Luo Bai would accidentally trigger the lighter switch, Planet Devourer quickly stopped him. "This is not a toy. Don't play with it in your hands." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai complained helplessly, "Don't you think I can't use it? Why are you afraid again?" Planet Devourer. Silence. There was another long silence. Seeing Luo Bai holding the lighter dangling in his hand, Planet Devourer felt an unprecedented panic. He knew very well that Luo Bai took out the lighter just to threaten him. In fact, Planet Devourer doesn't like the feeling of being threatened very much. But what if you don't like it? After all, what kind of lighter is what Luo Bai is holding in his hand? It is clearly his fate. There is no shortage of artifacts in the Marvel world, but there are very few artifacts that truly rank among the best in the entire Marvel world. The Infinite Rough Stone may be considered one, but it is not the most powerful artifact. The Ultimate Eraser functions on top of it. In fact, the Ultimate Eraser does not appear many times. Compared to the Infinity Stones, which are known to the world, the Ultimate Eraser is almost unknown to humans in the single universe. But Luo Bai, who understands a plot, understands it very well, and also knows that the artifact that the Planet Devourer fears most is the Terminator Eraser. After all, this thing can wipe out the Planet Eater. Luo Bai didn't know exactly how the Ultimate Eraser was created, but what was certain was that it had been stored in the Planet Devourer spaceship. Since the Ultimate Eraser looks like a metal lighter, Luo Bai likes to call it lighter. The role of the Ultimate Eraser is actually not very complicated. It cannot control time, control the soul, or change reality like the Infinity Stone, but this does not affect its power, because the only function of this thing is to erase. Erasing everything in the multi-universe, including the original existence of the multi-universe. Planet Devourer can also erase it. In the original plot, this thing had wiped out the Planet Devourer, so it is no exaggeration to say that this thing can defeat the Planet Devourer. Certainly, although the Ultimate Eraser is powerful, it is not without limitations. Its only limitation is its user. To put it simply, the stronger the user, the greater the effect it can exert. In addition to ability, It also has a great relationship with the user's mood and will. If a human with no ability acquires it, it may really be just a lighter, and it may even be easily counterattacked. But Luo Bai got it. That's a different matter. Not to mention that Luo Bai's original strength is already very impressive. Let's talk about Luo Bai's lucky attribute, and using it to destroy the entire multi-universe is definitely more than enough. Of course, Luo Bai is not very interested in destroying the multi-universe. He used the ultimate eraser mainly to scare the planet devourer. There is no way. Who makes planet devourer afraid of nothing but hunger and the ultimate eraser? Sure enough, planet devourer's attitude became much better after seeing the ultimate eraser. I very quickly agreed to be a power bank. Isn't it just to provide energy for the power of the fairies? I can promise you. But can you stop playing the ultimate eraser? Planet devourer said helplessly. Seeing that he agreed, Luo Bai smiled with relief. It would be great if you agreed earlier, but it's not too late now. You are welcome to join the Volunteer Association, Planet Devourer. After speaking, Luo Bai took out a magic contract and handed it over. Planet Devourer frowned and took the contract, and soon saw that the contract said, "I am Garland, nicknamed Planet Devourer." He voluntarily promised not to invade the Earth again in his lifetime, and provided Luo Bai with the power of the universe to establish a friendly and equal cooperative relationship with Luo Bai. Work together to protect the Earth, protect the multi-universe, and seal the talisman. After reading it, Planet Devourer said nothing. He did not sign his name on the contract immediately, but asked the question he had always wanted to ask. How did you find the ultimate eraser? Logically speaking, Luo Bai should not know where the ultimate eraser is stored. How could he, a human, know where he stored the ultimate eraser? But Luo Bai got the ultimate eraser very easily, which obviously doesn't make sense. Unless someone is helping Luo Bai. Planet Devourer had this suspicion, but Luo Bai gave him a completely unexpected answer. You name it. I just guessed the location. You name it by coincidence. It happened to be, Luo Bai said casually. Although the emotion on his face was very calm, the tone of his speech was also very indifferent. But his words still shocked Planet Devourer. Just guessed the location and got the Terminator eraser? Planet Devourer frowned, and the expression on his face clearly said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" As an Earthling, Luo Bai has never been to a spaceship. How is it possible to guess where he placed the ultimate eraser just by guessing? Thinking of this, Planet Devourer couldn't help but complain, "If you don't want to say it, forget it." Seeing him like this, Luo Bai just smiled and said nothing. After all, it is normal for him not to believe it. Who is such a good person who is so lucky? But having said that, the Terminator eraser is indeed not difficult to obtain. Although the Terminator eraser has always been collected by Planet Devourer, it is not often used. But it's not like no one in the Marvel world has gotten it. MR, Fantastic once obtained the Terminator, and used the Terminator eraser to kill the Planet Devourer once. It can be seen from this incident that the preservation of this thing is not very good. For a person like Luo Bai, who has incredible luck, it is actually quite easy to take it away. It seems that he realizes that his situation is over now. Luo Bai still held the weapon that threatened him, and Planet Devourer finally signed the agreement given by Luo Bai. Although it can be seen from the face of Planet Devourer that he signed this agreement involuntarily, it is very likely to delay the stay in Luo Bai. But for Luo Bai, even if he signs the agreement, he is a partner. With this thought, Luo Bai took the contract and said to the Planet Devourer while putting it away, "Because you are so sincere, I will not pursue your invasion of the Earth this time. I hope we can cooperate well in the future, and I hope you will never have any thoughts about the Earth again." After speaking, Luo Bai also picked up the Terminator eraser and waved it in front of the Planet Devourer. With this flicker, Planet Devourer's face turned pale. He almost gritted his teeth and asked, "So can I go now? I'm very hungry." "Of course." Luo Bai nodded and then canceled the mirror space. Planet Devourer is now so hungry that his chest is touching his back. He doesn't want to say a word to Luo Bai and just wants to leave quickly. So the moment Luo Bai said these words, the planet Devourer left. At this time, the Galactus messengers who were fighting against the super ability people on the Earth also received the summons of the planet Devourer, and then left with the planet Devourer. Only then did everything finally return to calm. When Luo Bai came out of the dimensional space, he discovered that the Earth was already in a mess. Stark, Polaris, Wanda, and others also looked very tired. Several people seemed to notice Luo Bai appearing from the dimensional space, so they quickly stepped forward. Stark immediately asked Luo Bai about the situation. "How's it going?" It is easy to tell from Stark's tone and the expression on his face that Stark is very nervous at this time. Not just him, every superhero present looked nervous. Seeing everyone like this, Luo Bai smiled and comforted them. "Don't worry, the planet Devourer has left. He promised me that he will not invade the Earth again." After hearing what Luo Bai said, Stark finally relaxed. He seemed to be tired and seriously injured. He sat on the ground weakly and kept mumbling. That's good. They are too scary, too scary." In order to prevent the powerful energy released by the planet Devourer from directly destroying the Earth, Luo Bai previously locked the planet Devourer into the dimensional space, so he did not know what was happening outside. But from the expression on Stark's face and the destroyed suit on his body, it can be seen that the fighting outside must be very fierce. Before Luo Bai could ask, the little Spider-Man Peter Parker beside him couldn't help but start chattering. "Supreme Mage, you may not know that the group of people just now were really terrifying. Although there are only 3 of them, those 3 are incredibly powerful. They can actually create a black hole on the Earth. We have tried our best to protect the Earth. If it were not for the help of mutants, we would not be able to protect the Earth at all. Oh, that's right. There are also the Fantastic Four and Ms. Carol. If it weren't for them protecting the Earth together, I can't imagine what would happen next. It's great that you can defeat Planet Devourer. I was worried about you just now. Messenger Galactus is already so strong. Planet Devourer should be even stronger." Peter Parker kept talking. If it were before, Luo Bai would definitely think that Peter Parker talked a lot. But now think about it. He was just a kid who was still in school. It's normal to be like this when suddenly having to confront such a powerful enemy. Looking at the wound on little Spider-Man's face and the blood that had not dried yet, Luo Bai interrupted him. "You are injured, are you okay?" Peter Parker was stunned for a moment before he whispered, "I'm fine, Mr. Luo Bai. But something's wrong with the Earth," Peter Parker said, looking off into the distance. Understanding his concerns, Luo Bai comforted him. "The Earth will be fine." After saying that, Luo Bai cast a magic to modify reality. When the red energy emerged from Luo Bai's body and then covered the entire Earth, the buildings destroyed by the war began to be repaired, and the humans who were accidentally injured in the war opened their eyes again, and everything returned to the way it was before the battle. Seeing that the Earth, which had been mostly destroyed, had now been restored to its original state, Stark's eyes began to light up again. He was not surprised at how Luo Bai did it. He just sighed with great surprise. "Luo Bai, it's great to have you on Earth." Luo Bai smiled and said in a gentle tone, "This is what I should do. After all, I am the guardian of the Earth." Stark shrugged and said helplessly, "Luo Bai, I finally understand why you asked me to evolve my battle suit. I admit, my strength is not enough. I should indeed evolve my battle suit. I already have a new goal." Hearing him say this, Luo Bai asked curiously, "What is the goal?" Stark said with a firm look, "I decided to create an anti-god suit." "Anti-god armor? Good, that really fits Stark's character. Fight against what you want." Luo Bai immediately expressed his support. "You know, I support any decision you make, Stark. And I'm also looking forward to your anti-god suit. I will figure it out. I will," Stark said. It can be seen that this battle had a great impact on Stark. So after he finished speaking, he didn't even have time to chat with Luo Bai and went back directly. As soon as Stark left, a lady came forward to greet him. "Are you Luo Bai, the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth?" Luo Bai came back to his senses and turned to look at the lady. For some reason, the more Luo Bai looked, the more he felt that the girl in front of him looked familiar. "Are you Captain Marvel Carol Danvers?" Luo Bai asked. The lady seemed a little surprised and asked with a smile, "Do you know me?" Only then did Luo Bai finally confirm that the lady in front of him was indeed Captain Marvel. "I heard that you have been protecting the entire universe. I didn't expect to see you here," Luo Bai said. Before Captain Marvel could speak, Luo Bai continued to ask, "I'm curious. Why are you here?" In the plot, Captain Marvel appears because Nick Fury sent her a message. But wasn't Nick Fury exiled by him? Why did Captain Marvel appear? Just as I was curious, Captain Marvel spoke up. Very powerful energy was transmitted from the Earth, and almost the entire universe could sense it. I sensed the energy, so I rushed over. I didn't expect that the Earth would encounter such a powerful enemy. Energy. Luo Bai understood. It was probably because of the previous fight between Luo Bai and Galactus, and the energy spread to the entire universe. In fact, Luo Bai had anticipated this situation. After all, the opponent is a planet devourer, and if a fight really breaks out, it will definitely be earth-shattering. It's normal for the entire universe to sense energy fluctuations. The problem is that if the gods sense the power of the fairies, the Earth will probably be in trouble again. While I was thinking about it, suddenly a strong radio wave came. This radio wave came from the universe, and even Luo Bai couldn't sense its specific source. It sounded like a voice coming from the depths of the universe, a voice that Luo Bai had never heard of before, or rather a language. But because the fairy power comes with translation skills, in simple terms, it can translate any language in the universe into words that Luo Bai can understand. So after translating with the power of the fairy, Luo Bai understood what the radio waves wanted to convey. Translated into Huxia, it means, the location of the fairy power has been detected and the gods are setting off. Target, Earth. Dispatch teams, 5 teams. Objective conclusion, rebuild the Earth and eliminate the power of the fairies. After understanding the meaning of the radio waves, Luo Bai frowned. Sure enough, what was supposed to come finally came. In fact, Luo Bai had never thought about hiding the fact that he possessed fairy power. After all, the god group has been hunting down the power of the fairies all along, and it is impossible to hide it, and it will be discovered sooner or later. But it is still useful to discover it later. Not only can he develop more, Luo Bai can also obtain more artifacts. It's like the ultimate eraser. In fact, Luo Bai has always known about the existence of the ultimate eraser. The main reason why he was not in a hurry to get it was because the nature of this thing was different from other artifacts. Not only does it require the user's combat power, but it also requires the user's mind and will. It's just right to have it now. It just so happens that the Celestials are coming, so we can use them to test the power of the ultimate eraser. However, it is still too difficult to defeat all the Celestials by relying solely on the Terminator eraser. After all, the God group is not as weak as imagined. After all, the God group has a nickname called the Cosmic God Group. The celestial gods are not just one person or one creature in the universe, but are composed of countless abstract cosmic entities that are huge in shape and powerful in strength. It is unknown how many gods there are in the group. After all, not all of them have appeared in the plot. There are currently 1,256 known ones, and the weakest one has reached the level of a single universe. They are like an army, but more accurately, they are one of the earliest life races in the universe. It is not understood by human civilization. The purpose of their existence is to maintain the balance and energy flow of the universe and prevent the universe from entering a state of heat death. Create and maintain everything in the universe, including allowing intelligent life to evolve. It is precisely because of their duties that they are frantically carrying out demolition in the multi-universe. If you think a certain life form is too weak, you start to dismantle it. In fact, the Earth has also been targeted by the Celestials. The Celestials first came to Earth when the Earth was still in its primitive state, and they conducted genetic tests on the primitive humans. Their actions caused dissatisfaction among the Earth Fathers, who, including Odin, launched a counterattack against the Celestials. In the end, as expected, they were completely defeated by the God group. Although the final result is good. The gods left, and the Earth was saved. But this also left Odin with a trauma. Odin was so crazy at first that he wanted to rule the entire universe. But after that confrontation with the gods, Odin has become much more restrained. It's not just because Odin found that he couldn't defeat the Celestials, but also because Odin discovered that the members of the Celestials sent to Earth were not the top masters of the Celestials, but merely a group of pioneer explorers. Odin thus discovered the horror of a universe and began to converge. Certainly, not only Odin, but even the fairy power suffered a great loss at the hands of the gods. You know, fairy power is one of the powers that can grow infinitely. Its growth ceiling is very scary. Normally, as long as the fairy power is well developed, it can even grow into the most terrifying force in the universe. Because he understood his own fighting ability, the fairy power was very arrogant at the beginning. It controls its previous host and eats a lot in the universe. There is no doubt that he was targeted by the God group in the end. The members of the fairy power and the God group experienced an extremely difficult and fierce battle. In the end, the fairy power was defeated and was sealed away by the gods for research. Although no one knew how the fairy power escaped in the end, this time when it learned that the God group had set their sights on it, the fairy power was obviously a little worried. At this time, the power of the fairy had already begun to complain in Luo Bai's mind. It's them again. It's them again. These people from the God group are so annoying. Hearing the complaints of the fairy power, Luo Bai couldn't help but laugh. He immediately asked in his mind, "Are you afraid too? Fairy power. It's not that I'm afraid of them, but they are annoying. They seem to be invincible. After one team dies, another team comes. I fought against 5 teams to capture my ancestor, and each team was stronger than the last. The fairy power does make sense. There are too many heavenly god ancestors, and each of them is very powerful. Some of the celestial ancestors are not even affected by the Infinity Stones and the Ultimate Eraser. Although Luo Bai's luck is incredible, sometimes people can't rely too much on luck. If Luo Bai wants to completely defeat these gods, he needs a safer method. It seems that evolving into the King of White Phoenix has to be put on the agenda." Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but muttered, "It seems I have to go on a long journey." As soon as the voice fell, Captain Marvel's voice rang in his ears. "What door are you talking about?" Only then did Luo Bai remember that he was talking to Captain Marvel before, but was interrupted by the declaration of war from the Celestials. Thinking of this, Luo Bai came back to his senses and replied calmly, "Nothing. Is there anything Carol wants to talk to me about?" As soon as the voice fell, Luo Bai heard Captain Marvel ask, "I just want to ask you about Nick Fury. Was it you who threw Nick Fury into the universe before?" Nick Fury? Luo Bai only then remembered that Captain Marvel seemed to have a good relationship with Nick Fury, so it was normal for her to ask about this. But how did she know she had exiled Nick Fury? Could it be that after being exiled, Nick Fury found Captain Marvel first? As he thought about it, Luo Bai smiled and tried, "It seems that Nick Fury came to you after being exiled by me." Captain Marvel did not deny it, but nodded and replied, "Yes. He came to me and said that he was in danger at the time, so I saved him. I was curious about why he appeared in the universe, and he said that he was exiled by you. So after you rescued him, you arranged for him to go to the Tianjin Bureau?" Luo Bai asked. Captain Marvel was stunned for a moment before nodding and saying, "Yes, I arranged for him to go to SWRD. I just don't understand why you, as the Sorcerer Supreme, have such a strong ability, but you want to embarrass an ordinary person like Nick Fury. Difficult?" Luo Bai frowned. He was about to say something when Thor spoke up. "The Sorcerer Supreme is the guardian of the Earth, my mentor. I don't recommend you talk to him like that. You know, he just fought against the planet devourer alone." As Thor spoke, he walked towards Luo Bai. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki on the side also spoke up. "You are so rude, woman. How can you talk to the Supreme Sorcerer like this?" The two of them walked to Luo Bai in unison, and Hela followed behind them. Although she didn't say a word, her eyes towards Captain Marvel were full of hostility. When she reached Luo Bai, Hela suddenly asked, "Do you want me to help you kill her? I'm very annoyed with her." Luo Bai. Although Loki is not Odin's biological son, But must be said that these three siblings are really quite similar. These three of them said something that left Captain Marvel speechless. Seemingly realizing that she was outnumbered on Earth, Captain Marvel gave in. I don't mean to blame you. I just hope you give Nick Fury a chance to live. He is not a bad guy, Captain Marvel said. Luo Bai smiled and ignored Captain Marvel. He just looked at Thor and the other two and asked curiously, "To be honest, I'm quite surprised. Hela, you are willing to live in peace with Thor and Loki." As soon as the voice fell, Thor complained, "Peace? Not at all. Luo Bai, you don't know. I can't stay in Asgard any longer. Originally, I only had to endure Loki, but now Loki has reached a cooperation with my sister Hela, and I feel that I can no longer be the God King. I finally understand why my father asked you to be my teacher. Are you free recently? How about coming to Asgard to live for a while? I think I need you, Luo Bai." Saul said. You can tell from his eyes that he is very helpless. But think about it. Loki's personality is to curry favor with whoever is stronger. Between Hela and Thor, Loki obviously favors Hela. As long as Hela doesn't do anything to hurt Thor, Loki will definitely join forces with Hela to harm Thor. It was indeed very hard for Thor to be alone in Asgard. It is no exaggeration to say that he should be the most miserable god king in history. Just as he was thinking about it, Hela casually said, "Thor, my dear brother, you should know that if it weren't for the agreement that Luo Bai signed with me, I would not be able to watch you become the God King. In my heart, you have never been a qualified God King." Loki on the side also spoke up without mercy. "That makes sense. You can't do anything without the hammer, my dear brother." Saul was silent. He looked at Luo Bai helplessly and said, "Look, this is the life I live in Asgard. I hope you can help me, Luo Bai." Although Luo Bai felt very sorry for Thor, he still said, "Thor, these are the necessary steps for you to become a qualified God King. Come on, Thor." Silence again. Although it was obvious that Thor was speechless, fortunately the others were just joking. It doesn't look like Hela will actually do anything to Thor. So Thor didn't dwell on it anymore. He just changed the subject. "Okay, let's get back to the point. Luo Bai, has that planet devourer left Earth? He probably won't come back, right?" When this was mentioned, Luo Bai's expression became serious. For now, the planet devourer shouldn't come again. But something more troublesome is coming. The Celestials will soon descend on Earth. God group? Thor frowned, his expression clearly confused. What is the Celestial group? Luo Bai thought for a moment and then explained, "You can understand that they are a powerful race in the universe. They are targeting me and the Earth." A powerful race? How powerful? Can it be more powerful than Asgard? When Tony found me, he told me that Devourer of Planets was going to destroy the Earth. He made it sound very scary, but in the end, we still managed to beat Devourer of Planets away, didn't we? Thor said disapprovingly. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki and Hela laughed at him in unison. "My dear brother, have you forgotten that the planet Devourer was driven away by Luo Bai?" Loki reminded quickly. Thor waved his hand and answered optimistically, "It doesn't matter. What matters is that we won." Loki shook his head and answered seriously, "No, this is very important. I remember that you were beaten badly by Galactus's messenger, and your new weapon was destroyed." Thor. When this was mentioned, Thor showed embarrassment on his face. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I have to admit that Loki is right. The Galactus Herald is indeed more powerful than Thor imagined. Thor was quite happy when he first came. I thought I could finally have a tough battle to prove my strength, but I didn't expect the Galactus messenger to be so powerful. Just 4 people almost wiped out all the superheroes on Earth. Thinking of this, Thor responded with a slightly embarrassed tone. "Okay, I admit that those 4 people are pretty powerful. But doesn't Luo Bai still exist on Earth? There shouldn't be any problem, right?" Thor said this and looked towards Luo Bai. If it were before, Luo Bai would have guaranteed that there would be no problem, but considering the large number of people in the God group, there were some members that even Luo Bai himself didn't know very well. Therefore, Luo Bai did not give a definite answer, but only replied pertinently, "There are many members in the Celestial God group. Even your father was beaten by them back then. I can only try my best. As for whether I can defeat this race of theirs, I cannot guarantee it. Thor was a little surprised to hear him say that. My father fought against the Celestials? Thor asked in surprise. Hela and Loki on the side seemed a little surprised as well, and they all looked at Luo Bai. Seeing the three people's puzzled expressions, Luo Bai told them the truth about the past. From what I know, it's like this. Your father, Odin, the father of all gods, was very arrogant when he was young. The entire universe was not stable at that time. Your father, Odin, wanted to rule the 9 realms and conquer the universe. Because Odin was very good at fighting when he was young, and with the help of Hela, he succeeded halfway and unified the 9 realms. Just when he wanted to continue his conquest in the universe, the Celestials descended on Earth. At that time, Odin was the king of gods and the father of the earth. Given Odin's personality, the gods' arrival on Earth was no different from an invasion for him. So your father Odin had a fight with the Celestials, and in the end your father was defeated, so he told Hela to give up conquering the universe. Luo Bai explained. After hearing his explanation, Hela looked surprised. Her eyes were narrowed, and her brows were furrowed into the shape of the Husha character. She seemed to be wondering whether such a battle really existed in the past, but after thinking for a long time, Hela could not remember anything about the god group. Confused, Hela couldn't help but ask, "Why don't I remember Asgard fighting against the Celestials?" Luo Bai smiled and said, "Of course you don't remember, because Odin didn't call you to this battle. Fortunately, Odin didn't call you, otherwise with your strength, it would be difficult to survive this battle." Difficult to survive? Hearing these 4 words, the arrogant Hela snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "You underestimate me too much." Luo Bai shook his head and said seriously, "I'm not looking down on you. This is the truth." But he didn't tell me anything about the Celestials either. Hela continued. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai couldn't help but smile and replied, "Hela, you also know your father's character. He can't tell you that he was beaten. Your father also wants to save face. You also know how arrogant your father was when he was young. If it weren't for what happened in the middle, how could he give up conquering the universe?" Luo Bai explained. Although Hela didn't say anything else, it was easy to see from the seriousness on her face that she was curious about the Celestials. Although Hela does not approve of what Odin did, she still recognizes his strength. Odin, when he was young, his strength was absolutely terrifying. But Odin was beaten up by the gods, and his personality changed drastically. This really took Hela by surprise. Thinking of this, Hela couldn't help but ask, "So he didn't betray me, but was attacked by the supreme race in the universe?" "I guess so. In fact, he imprisoned you to protect you. He doesn't want you to come into contact with the Celestials, but there is no way. Now, the Celestials are about to descend on Earth, and humans on Earth cannot escape. As Earth is one of the 9 realms, Asgard cannot escape either." Luo Bai said. Hela didn't talk about Odin anymore, and her facial expression couldn't tell her current attitude towards Odin. She was silent for a long time, and then she slowly said, "I am looking forward to their arrival. I also want to see how powerful these people are." After saying this, Hela led her army back to Asgard. It could be seen that Hela's mood must be very complicated at this time. She went back to Asgard probably to calm down for a while or to look for records about the Celestials in Asgard. As soon as Hela left, Thor couldn't help but speak up. "This celestial group sounds very powerful. My father was defeated by them. I have to hurry up and repair my weapons. I also want to see how powerful this celestial group is." After hearing what Thor said, Luo Bai finally remembered. He looked at Thor and asked, "By the way, Thor, I remember your hammer was destroyed by Hela before." Thor nodded and said, "Yes. After the hammer was destroyed, I went to the King of Dwarf to help me make another weapon, the Storm Axe." "Another weapon?" Seeing Thor empty-handed, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "Where is the axe?" Speaking of this, Saul was a little depressed. He shrugged and said helplessly, "It's gone. It was destroyed by the Galactus messenger." Luo Bai remembered that Thor's Stormbreaker was very powerful and was made from the power of a neutron star's core. Generally speaking, it should be difficult to destroy. But think about it. The Galactus messenger uses the power of the planet devourer, the power of the universe. The weapons they carry have also been endowed with cosmic power by Galactus, and their power is definitely no less than that of Stormbreaker. If the two forces collide forcibly with Thor's current strength, it is possible that the Storm Axe could be destroyed. Although everyone jokes that Thor is the hammer god, it seems that Thor cannot be without a weapon. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "Do you still have the broken pieces of your axe and hammer?" Thor nodded and said, "Of course." Thor said as he took out the broken pieces of hammer and axe. As soon as Thor took it out, Luo Bai used the power of modifying reality to restore Thor's hammer and Stormbreaker. Thor was so happy to see his weapon recovered. "My brother, Luo Bai, I love you so much," Thor shouted in surprise, and then picked up his two weapons. Because he was too excited, Thor kissed his battle axe and hammer. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, "Thor, I know you need weapons to unleash the power of Thor. But I hope you remember that you are Thor, not the hammer god or the axe god. So you should exercise yourself." "I know. I will. I definitely will. Believe me, brother," Thor said excitedly. Although he agreed, looking at his expression, Luo Bai knew that Thor definitely didn't take it to heart. Speaking of which, the reason why Thor hasn't grown up yet is somewhat related to Luo Bai. In the original plot, Thor's first growth in strength was when Hela appeared. But because Luo Bai quickly dealt with Hela, Thor missed out on a period of growth experience. Now that the God group is coming, Luo Bai doesn't know if he can handle alone. As the God King of Asgard, it is time for Thor to grow up. Thinking of this, Luo Bai said to Loki beside him, "Loki, I have something to ask of you." "What is it?" Loki asked immediately. Luo Bai didn't say anything, just looked at Thor, who was getting carried away with pride. After a moment, he slowly said, "The Earth has been very unstable recently, and a war may break out at any time. As the King of Gods, Thor is responsible for the safety of the 9 realms, but his strength is far from enough. I think he should grow up." These words touched Loki's heart. Loki nodded and replied, "I think so too. So I need you to talk to Hela for me and ask him to teach his brother a lesson. What I mean is, if you can't kill him, beat him to death," Luo Bai said seriously. When Loki heard this, his eyes lit up and he agreed immediately. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," Loki assured, patting his chest. At this time, Thor was still immersed in the joy of his weapon's recovery and did not notice what Loki and Luo Bai were discussing. When he returned to Asgard, Thor realized times had changed. He had arrived in Asgard with great joy, but he never expected that once he arrived in Asgard, Hela brought a large army to stop him. Before Thor could ask what happened, his sister Hela beat him up. They also confiscated his weapons. This beating lasted for a whole month. Thor never expected to understand. He is the God King. Why? He has to suffer like this. After returning to Asgard, Thor's life, which was already difficult, became even more difficult. Hela had just beaten him up when Loki came running over to taunt him. The mental torture and physical pain finally made Thor explode. He brought with him a month's worth of pent-up anger and rushed to Hela to challenge her in a duel. Finally, Hela slapped him off the Rainbow Bridge, and he fell into the planet Sakaar and began his trials. Luo Bai has been staying on Earth for some time to answer questions for the superheroes. After fighting with the planet Devourer and the Messenger Galactus, the superheroes on Earth discovered their own shortcomings, and most of them hoped that they could become stronger. So at this time, the main hall of Camartage, Strange sat opposite Luo Bai and said with a pious face, "Sorcerer Supreme, I want to learn something different." Luo Bai smiled and couldn't help asking, "What do you want to learn?" Strange thought for a moment, and then told the truth. "Since I became the protector of the New York Temple, I have been reading books and learning the magic of Camartage. I have basically read all the books of Camartage, but I found that many of the magics you have used are not recorded. So I was hoping you could teach me some new magic." Strange said seriously. There was desire in his tone and eyes, a desire for knowledge and strength. If other mages said this, Luo Bai might say that you should study hard first, but Strange could teach him something else. Thinking of this, Luo Bai asked, "What kind of magic do you want to learn? Or what type of magic do you want to learn?" Strange had already thought of what he wanted, and he said without hesitation, "I want to learn offensive magic. The magic of Camartage is mainly from the lineage of Vishani, and magic is basically defensive. I think I have learned enough defensive magic, and I want to fight. I want to learn dark magic." At this point, Strange was stunned. He realized that he had said the wrong thing. So he quickly explained, "Supreme Master, I didn't mean anything else." He wanted to explain something, but before he could finish his words, Luo Bai interrupted him. "You don't need to explain anything to me because I can understand your thoughts." After Luo Bai finished speaking, he used his mind to fetch a book and handed it over. Strange said nothing. He just took the book with a puzzled look on his face and opened it. Then he read out the words in the book. "Lucky guy, when you get this book, congratulations, you are about to gain the supreme ability. Because this book is called the Dark God Book." Strange didn't know what the Dark Book meant, but he could feel that this book was different from all the books he had ever come into contact with. "What book is this?" Strange asked. "The Dark Book, a book that records all the black magic in the world." Luo Bai responded. Although Luo Bai said everything was calm, there was still shock on Strange's face. He didn't seem to expect that Luo Bai would actually hand him such a black magic book. After hesitating for a moment, Strange said in shock, "I am very surprised, Sorcerer Supreme. I didn't expect you to give me this book. I thought you would blame me." Luo Bai shook his head and said with a smile, "The Earth needs both defensive and offensive means. I understand your desire to learn dark magic, so I won't stop you. The previous Supreme Mage once told me that magic needs to be flexible, and I also want to give you this sentence. Magic needs workarounds?" Although Strange did not understand this sentence, he was very moved by Luo Bai's behavior at this time. He said with a firm look in his eyes, "Master Supreme, I understand. I know the price of learning dark magic, but for the safety of the Earth, I am willing to bear it." Luo Bai knew what he was talking about, so he smiled and said, "In fact, learning dark magic doesn't cost much." Strange frowned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Didn't you say before that learning dark magic would cost one's life? I heard from other wizards that Cassius was like that." Luo Bai shrugged and said helplessly, "I was just letting Dormammu act with me. These evil gods have signed an agreement with me. They promised not to seduce wizards again and have decided to protect the Earth. So it doesn't matter even if you all learn dark magic." Strange. After hearing what Luo Bai said, Strange was stunned. "Sorcerer Supreme, do you mean, even if we learn dark magic, that black magician will not bewitch us?" Strange asked in surprise. Luo Bai nodded and answered affirmatively. "Of course, even they themselves have to protect the Earth now. Why are they tempting you? I was acting just for the sake of superficial work. After all, I am the Supreme Mage, and I can't encourage all my subordinates to learn dark magic." Strange. What a superficial effort. He really thought that learning dark magic would cost him his life. Feelings, it's no big deal. Thinking of this, Strange couldn't help but complain. "I was wondering why Dormammu and the others came to fight against Galactus's messenger. It turns out that it's because you have subdued them." Luo Bai nodded and said, "To be precise, that's right. However, there are many evil gods in the universe, and so far I have only conquered Dormammu, Scython, and Mephisto. I haven't come into contact with other evil gods yet, so you can only borrow power from these three." Strange suddenly realized what was going on, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but he asked, "Sorcerer Supreme, do you plan to conquer other evil gods?" Luo Bai frowned and couldn't help asking, "What do you want to say?" "What I mean is that if you can conquer all the evil gods in the universe, then our wizards in Camartage will be able to borrow power from everywhere. In the future, we will also be able to stand up and better protect the Earth." Strange said. Strange knew very well that the little power given by Vishani was not enough. If Luo Bai can conquer more evil gods, then the wizards of Camartage will be able to borrow power from everywhere in the future. When faced with this powerful cosmic enemy, the wizards of Camartage have more means of fighting back. Strange's idea is actually very good, and Luo Bai also agrees with it. I think your suggestion is very good, but you don't have to rush for now. The power of these three is enough for you, Luo Bai said with a smile. Strange nodded, then left excitedly holding the Darkhold. After Strange left, Luo Bai began to think. Having said that, it seems possible for Kamar-Taj to set up a black magic academy, although Luo Bai has no idea about the evil gods in the universe. But everyone who understands the unfortunate nature of the earth understands it. From time to time, evil gods would come and want to devour the earth. Take this opportunity to sign them all and simply set up a Black Magician Academy in Kamar-Taj. Although everyone says black magic is dangerous, everyone knows it after going through so many things. When it comes to combat, white magic is still not as good as black magic. After all, white magic mostly focuses on defense. You can't just stand there and get hit after your defense is maxed out. You still have to fight back. Although Luo Bai is the supreme mage, it is not a good idea from a moral point of view to set up a black magic academy. But if he has to step in to solve every problem on Earth, Luo Bai would be extremely busy. Thinking of this, Luo Bai felt that it was worth considering establishing the Black Magic Academy. But at present, Luo Bai had more important things to do, which was to find the fragments of the Phoenix power. After all, becoming the king of White Phoenix is quite important. But before that, Luo Bai had to find the location of the other fragments first. Just as I was about to look for it, Polaris sent me a text message. The message read, "Master Luo Bai, are you free? I have something to ask you." The moment he saw the content of the text message, Luo Bai guessed the purpose of Polaris asking him to go. Probably the same as Stark and Strange. He lost confidence after being beaten by Galactus's messenger. While thinking, Luo Bai opened the portal and headed to the villa. As soon as he arrived at the villa, Luo Bai found Polaris, Wanda, and Quicksilver sitting on the sofa as if they were waiting for someone. Seeing Luo Bai, the three of them stood up at the same time. "Master Luo Bai, you're here?" Polaris greeted excitedly. Luo Bai nodded and replied with a smile. "I came here as soon as I received your text message. What do you want to talk to me about?" Sure enough, the next second, Polaris said in a very serious tone, "Master Luo Bai, we do have something to ask you. That is, we want to improve." Before Luo Bai could speak, Wanda couldn't help but interrupt. "To put it simply, I want to become stronger than I am now. But I don't know how I should do it. Not only me, they don't know how to do it either." Quicksilver also echoed. "To be honest, I have always been confident in my abilities. But after fighting with the Galactus messenger, I realized that my abilities are too poor. I want to become stronger, at least not be as powerless as this time." Seeing the three people's determined and serious expressions, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. "I know. After all, Stark and Strange also came to me and told me the same thing. I feel like a psychologist," Luo Bai complained. Hearing him say this, Polaris seemed a little surprised. "Did Mr. Stark and Dr. Strange also come to you?" asked Polaris. Luo Bai nodded and replied with a smile. "Yes. One of them said he wanted to become stronger and went back to make anti-god suits. As for the other one, he wanted to learn black magic. In short, he felt that he was too weak. Now he is working hard to become stronger." After hearing this, Polaris seemed a little unhappy. She lowered her head and said helplessly, "Master Luo Bai, I have actually been practicing hard. After learning about magnetic fields, I have actually made a lot of progress. I thought I was good enough, but now I find that it is far from enough," Polaris asked, with a helpless look on his face. Quicksilver on the side also complained with some doubt about his life. "I thought I was fast enough. I didn't expect that those Galactus messengers could all run at the speed of light. They could see through my movements at a glance. I feel like I am too slow in front of them." Luo Bai could also understand the helplessness of the three people. After all, the Galactus messengers all have cosmic-level combat power, so it is too easy for them to deal with these three super ability users who have not fully developed. But Wanda shouldn't be like that, because she has chaos force in her body. Thinking of this, Luo Bai looked at Wanda and asked, "Do you feel the same way? Do you feel that your strength is not enough?" Wanda shook her head and answered seriously, "Actually, I feel differently from them. I don't feel that I can't fight against Galactus's messenger. I just can't fully control this power." Luo Bai nodded. "That's fine. Chaos Force, along with Phoenix Force and Fairy Force, are collectively known as the three great powers of the universe. Although Chaos Force's upper limit is not as high as that of White Phoenix King and Fairy Force, it is not difficult to deal with Galactus Messenger if it is fully unleashed. But it was normal that Wanda couldn't control her own power. Thinking of this, Luo Bai comforted her. "Don't worry too much. The power in your body is already strong. Practice well according to what I teach you, and you will slowly master it." Wanda nodded and said, "That's true. I feel like I'm a lot better than before. But I think this is far from enough. Magic has to be learned step by step. Many things cannot be rushed." Luo Bai persuaded again. Wanda seemed a little helpless and sighed. "Indeed, maybe I am too anxious. I hope I can have a stable environment and live a peaceful life. But the Earth is not peaceful." Luo Bai could understand her inner thoughts, so he thought for a moment and replied, "I know you are worried about the safety of the Earth, but you have to believe that I will make the Earth a better place. The Devourer has been dealt with, right? Will the Earth be at peace for a while after this?" Wanda asked. Luo Bai was silent for a moment, then said, "Maybe not. As far as I know, the Celestials are coming soon, and they may be more difficult to deal with than the planet Devourers." Hearing what Luo Bai said, Polaris and Quicksilver seemed a little anxious. "Is there another powerful enemy going to invade the Earth? What should we do then?" Polaris asked, with a hint of anxiety in his tone. Luo Bai smiled and said, "For now, you can only work hard to upgrade. But I feel like I can't make a breakthrough." Polaris said helplessly, "The ability of mutants can indeed be improved through training, but there is an upper limit to the improvement. Without the right training methods, you are likely to stagnate." Polaris probably encountered a bottleneck and found that his strength was not enough to support the release of power on a large scale. However, after Luo Bai absorbed a large amount of cosmic power from the planet Devourer, he also used the ability of fairy power to create magic that absorbs cosmic power. If the power of the universe is utilized, perhaps it can help Polaris and Quicksilver to improve. Thinking of this, Luo Bai said, "I can teach you the magic of absorbing the power of the universe, but this thing depends more on personal talent. How much you can absorb depends entirely on your talent. Learning magic usually depends on talent. With the talents of Polaris and Quicksilver, it is estimated that the amount of cosmic power they can absorb is not much. But being able to absorb even a little bit of cosmic power would bring huge amounts of improvement to them. It can help Quicksilver increase his speed to the speed of light, and it can also help Polaris expand its magnetic field ability to the level of a single universe. How long it takes depends on their practice progress. As for future development, it all depends on themselves." However, when they heard that there was a way to evolve Polaris and Quicksilver, they immediately said, "I'm willing to learn." In this way, Luo Bai began to teach the two people magic. In fact, it is not difficult to remember the mantra, and it is not difficult to master the key points. What is difficult is absorbing the power of the universe. So the two quickly memorized the spell and started trying energy absorbing. But after practicing for a whole hour, the two of them failed to absorb even the slightest spark, let alone the power of the universe. Polaris was so anxious that she almost cried. "Luo Bai." Polaris raised his head and looked at Luo Bai helplessly. She seemed to want to say something, but was too embarrassed to speak. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai smiled and said, "Don't worry, take your time. You have to." Luo Bai was planning to demonstrate the magic of absorbing the power of the universe to Polaris again. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a black chaos portal opened and appeared in front of Luo Bai. The moment the portal opened, everyone realized that something was wrong. "What is this?" Polaris asked immediately. Luo Bai didn't answer, but he could vaguely feel that this portal was open for him. Thinking of this, Luo Bai said to Polaris and Quicksilver, "You two practice magic first. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Luo Bai walked towards the portal. Polaris wanted to call him, so he shouted, "Luo Bai, be careful." Luo Bai smiled and waved his hand, it's okay. He is a man with a lucky buff. If something happens, this portal cannot be opened. Thinking of this, Luo Bai walked into the portal. As soon as he walked into the portal, Luo Bai saw a woman. To be precise, it was a very beautiful woman lying on a skull throne. The woman was wearing a black cloak and looked very much like a god in Luo Bai's impression. In a dark and claustrophobic stone chamber, a beautiful woman in a black cloak was sitting on a skeleton chair in the middle. She looked at Luo Bai, standing in front of the portal with a smile, with an expression of flamboyant confidence on her face. If he only looked at her face, Luo Bai would admit that the woman in front of him was quite beautiful. It is no exaggeration to say that the woman in front of him is the most beautiful woman Luo Bai has ever seen. From the perspective of normal male physiology, a beautiful woman stands in front of a normal man. A normal man's first emotional reaction may be appreciation, happiness, or excitement, but it will definitely not be fear or terror. But for some reason, Luo Bai's first reaction was fear. That kind of fear was not because Luo Bai was afraid, but a fear that came instinctively from his heart. It was as if he was instinctively afraid of the woman in front of him. This physiological reaction surprised Luo Bai a little. But Luo Bai soon guessed that his reaction was probably because the woman in front of him was named Death. After all, there are not many female characters in Marvel, and even fewer strong female characters. There are even fewer women like Death who are associated with mystery and horror. Death, one of the 5 creation gods of the universe. Although she is as famous as Planet Devourer, under normal circumstances, Death is still much more powerful than Planet Devourer. She is the concrete manifestation of the end of all life in the universe. More precisely, she is a cosmic entity that embodies the concept of death. She is the source, creator, and manipulator of all life souls in the multi-universe. You can think of her as the god of death, the king of hell, or Hela in Norse mythology. But she was far more terrifying than that, because she is the creator and master of the death god in all myths and legends. To be honest, Luo Bai didn't expect death to find him. Being found by the Planet Eater is not a troublesome thing. After all, Uncle Tun doesn't have enough to eat every day. As long as he doesn't have enough to eat, his strength will not reach the level of the god of creation. But death is different. Death is the real god of creation. She was about to lose her temper. She can destroy or restart the entire multi-universe, countless timelines, and parallel universes at will. You were fine. How did you end up offending this big guy? Luo Bai thought to himself. Although Luo Bai had a rough guess about the woman's identity, he couldn't be 100% sure that the woman in front of him was Death. Just when he was about to speak to test the woman's identity, he didn't expect the woman to speak first. Luo Bai, the supreme magician on Earth. It's you, right? The woman asked. Luo Bai nodded. Before he could speak, the woman began to introduce herself. My name is Death. Let me think. According to your Earth sayings, you should call me the god of death, but I prefer you to call me the goddess of death. After hearing what the woman said, Luo Bai was 100% sure that the woman in front of him was dead. Luo Bai had just sent away a planet devourer when death came. Luo Bai's fate with these creator gods is truly deep. Thinking of this, Luo Bai said helplessly, I know that you are the creator god of the universe. The same creator god as the planet devourer. Death interrupted Luo Bai before he could finish his words. I know that Planet Devourer just invaded the Earth and lost very ugly. Although as the god of creation, he looks quite weak, but I hope that you people on Earth can face the god of creation. Because he is an exception. Death teased in a leisurely tone. It can be seen from the tone of her voice that she usually teases Planet Devourer behind his back. Although it seems that Death is quite easy to talk about. He always has a smile on his face and speaks in a relaxed tone. But Luo Bai knew that all this was just her disguise. She is already dead, and it is not easy to kill someone. So Luo Bai didn't seem relaxed, but asked curiously, Goddess of Death, you didn't come to me just to tease the Planet Devourer, right? After talking about this, Death returned to the topic. I remember that when the Planet Devourer invaded the Earth, it must have destroyed many living beings. Let me see. It seems that there are about 1 billion dead living beings on the Earth. Although it's not a lot, I'm quite curious. Why did these 1 billion creatures suddenly disappear from me? Supreme Mage, you should know the reason. Death said while showing a friendly smile. Luo Bai, well, now he knew why death came to him. Death controls the soul, so most souls after death will basically arrive in the kingdom of death. At that time, Luo Bai saw that the Earth had been beaten too badly, so a reality modification restored the Earth to its original state. It seems normal that death would find him. Thinking of this, Luo Bai responded with some embarrassment. No way. As the Supreme Mage, I can't watch the Earth suffer. All major events of the universe are arranged. Which planet will be destroyed, which people will die, all of this has been arranged with a specific timeline. Your act of resurrecting living creatures on such a large scale makes it really difficult for me to handle. I think you look pretty good. Why don't you stay here with me? I'll pretend I don't know about this. Death smiled and spoke. Hearing what she said, Luo Bai felt dizzy. Although the name of the 5 creation gods sounds quite deceptive, but if you really want to put it into perspective, the personalities of these 5 people are quite funny. Galactus is a foodie and can never have enough. As for Death, is the top love brain. As the founding god, he is always entangled with the superheroes in Marvel. She, Deadpool, and Thanos are said to have had a love triangle. Now that Death has to leave itself in the kingdom of death, it's really a big headache to think about it. If Thanos saw this, he would probably faint again. Although Thanos is a licking dog of death, don't tell me that Thanos actually turned positive in the plot. After all, Death wants to use Thanos, so she can't really break up with Thanos. Thinking of this, Luo Bai said helplessly, Goddess of Death, I may not be able to stay here. After all, if I stay here, Thanos will probably be even more angry when he finds out. When it comes to Thanos, Death can't help but frown. You mean Thanos? Death sneered and said, Don't worry about him. It doesn't matter even if he knows. You don't care, but I do. Luo Bai said helplessly. After hearing what he said, Death's face darkened instantly. You mean you don't want to stay with me in the kingdom of death? Death said as he stood up from his seat. The moment he stood up, Death changed its appearance. Death, who was once a beautiful woman, was transformed into a walking skeleton. This is what Death looks like, a skeleton without any flesh and blood. Looking at Death, who had now turned into a skeleton and was approaching him step by step, Luo Bai felt the danger. It seemed that Death was a little angry because Luo Bai refused to stay in the kingdom of death. She changed back to her original appearance and approached Luo Bai with murderous intention. Although Death is now just a skeleton without flesh and blood, no expression can be seen on her face. But Luo Bai could still feel Death's arrogance and disdain at this moment from the aura emanating from Death. In fact, for a creator god like Death, it is not difficult to forcibly retain a human soul and keep this human soul in the kingdom of death forever. Realizing that Death was planning to kill him, Luo Bai frowned and his face immediately darkened. He didn't say anything, but just stared at the skeleton in front of him. He was prepared to fight at any time, and even imagined that this battle might not be easy to fight. After all, in terms of strength, Death is more than 1 level stronger than a normal planet devourer. The planet eater also has a weakness, which is that it cannot eat enough under normal circumstances. But Death has almost no weaknesses. After all, she represents the concept of death. To truly kill Death means to erase the concept of death. This involved a lot of things. So Luo Bai never had the idea of killing Death. He was just thinking about how to escape from death. Although Death is a concept god, why is Luo Bai not considered a concept god? After all, his biggest trump card is luck. I don't know how luck plans to favor me this time. Luo Bai was thinking while staring at the movements of Death. At this time, Death had already come to Luo Bai. Looking at the skeleton in a black robe in front of him, Luo Bai was frantically thinking about what he should do next. Death raised his hand, as if he was about to take action. Luo Bai subconsciously took a step back. He was just about to release the fairy power to pull Death. Unexpectedly, At this moment, Death suddenly spoke. The fairy power in you has been targeted by the gods, and they have already planned to destroy you. If you stay with me, they will never find you, and you can avoid the pain of flesh and blood death. Isn't that good? Death spoke word by word. The tone of her voice no longer had the toughness from before, but instead had a hint of persuasion. It sounded like she was trying to persuade Luo Bai to stay. The sudden change of Death made Luo Bai realize that something was wrong. Luo Bai originally thought that the reason why he turned back into a skeleton was because he was angry and was planning to attack himself. But what Luo Bai never expected was that Death seemed to want to help him. Seemingly a little unsure, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by this? Aren't you dissatisfied with my act of resurrecting life? Why do you say this as if you want to help me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Death said in a nonchalant tone, "Dissatisfied? Why should I be dissatisfied with your act of resurrecting life? Didn't I tell you before? All life and death in the universe are arranged. Since you resurrected those lives, it proves that they were supposed to be alive. I have nothing to complain about," Death said. Through her explanation, Luo Bai seemed to understand a little. "What you mean is that those people who were resurrected by me should not have died in the first place. Even if I didn't resurrect them, they would have been resurrected anyway, right?" Luo Bai asked. Death nodded and replied calmly, "You can understand it that way, almost." Luo Bai suddenly realized. He thought he had resurrected too many people, and this behavior had offended the goddess of death. "That's why I was pulled over by the goddess of death to be questioned, but I didn't expect that my behavior seemed normal. If it is normal, then why did death come to him?" Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, "I don't understand. Since I haven't offended you, why did you pull me here today?" The next second, Death replied with a smile in his voice, "Of course it's because I like you, Luo Bai." The good news is that Death didn't intend to kill him. Bad news, Death seems to have taken a fancy to him. Luo Bai strongly suspected that Death chose him because of his passive luck. After all, luck and love is also a kind of good fortune. Although Death is indeed a love-brained person, Luo Bai doesn't find it strange that she would fall in love with anyone. But he has never even met Death. This is the first time they meet. Death likes him? This is too much. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. As the god of creation, you should at least be more reserved. We just met, and you said you like me. He hadn't finished speaking yet. He was only halfway through. Death then spoke. "Although you're not born for war like Thanos, there will be death wherever you are. That's why I like you very much. I see the entire universe through your eyes," Death said, his tone full of excitement. Although Death did not explain much, Luo Bai seemed to understand something through her words. Odin once said that he was the center of the universe. Although Luo Bai knew that this was related to the fact that he was a time traveler and had a lucky buff. But this does not affect Marvel's main storyline, which has slowly shifted to Luo Bai. To put it simply, the initial story may be caused by Stark, Captain America, Thor, and others. But now it seems that the major events happening on Earth have been centered on Luo Bai. So gradually, Luo Bai has become the center of the incident. Since Luo Bai is the center of the incident, all good and bad things will happen around Luo Bai, including death. Death would say he liked him, but that didn't mean he loved him. Instead, she liked Luo Bai's physique as the center of the universe. To be more precise, she was attracted by Luo Bai's soul. I want to make myself follow her, just as the Ancient One followed eternity. After figuring out the true purpose of death, Luo Bai refused. "But I don't want to stay in the kingdom of death." I thought Death would be angry, but he replied calmly, "It's okay. If you don't want to stay now, I'll ask you next time." Luo Bai wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Death continued. "Human lifespan is only a few years. Even if you're a mage, a few hundred or a few thousand years is enough. If you feel that life is meaningless and want to abandon your body, why not follow me? Besides, you've been targeted by the Celestials recently. They're different from me. I was born from the concept of the universe, so everything I do must follow the rules of the universe. I can't kill cosmic creatures at will, but they can, because they are born to destroy. If they want to destroy the Earth and kill you, the Earth will definitely be destroyed. As the supreme mage on Earth, even if you have the power of fairies, it will be difficult for you to resist the Celestials. By then, I guess you will be destroyed along with the Earth. But it's okay, I will save you. After your body is destroyed by them, I will summon your soul, so that you will not be able to refuse me anymore. Death happily plans stories for the future. Hearing her say this, Luo Bai finally understood. Death was determined to have his soul follow her. If the hard way doesn't work, try the soft way, and if the soft way doesn't work, try the strong way, right? Luo Bai admitted that his soul did have a strong appeal. After all, my whole person and even my soul are blessed by luck, so it is normal for my soul to be a little fragrant. If his soul wasn't so popular, why would Scython, Dormammu, and others go to such great lengths to come to Earth and devour his soul? It is reasonable that Death would be concerned about his soul. Seeing her like this, Luo Bai suddenly had an idea in his mind. If we can win over Death to fight against the god group together, it would be a good choice. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "Do you really want me to follow you?" Death answered without any concealment. "Of course, I told you that I like you very much. I know that you're not interested in me, but my soul. To put it bluntly, you just want me to be your messenger. In fact, there are many people who are interested in my soul, like Scython and Dormammu. They have all been interested in my soul," Luo Bai said casually. Death was somewhat displeased to hear him say this. "Scython? Dormammu? Are they worthy?" Death snorted coldly. "You have to know that evil gods like Scython and Dormammu are not even worth mentioning in terms of status and power in the face of Death." Death would of course be dissatisfied when Luo Bai mentioned these evil gods. Luo Bai also understood, so he continued, "As the conceptual god of the universe, I know you are much stronger than them, but their attitude is better than yours. At least others have given me benefits. If you want my soul to follow you after I die, you should at least give me some benefits." "Benefit?" Death asked in confusion. "Isn't it good to follow me? Come on. She is the creator of the universe. Following her, not to mention the Celestials, even the well-fed planet devourers wouldn't dare to trouble Luo Bai." Thinking of this, Death couldn't help but say, "You know, there are many people and creatures in the universe who want to follow me. The fact that you were chosen by me proves that you are very lucky." It is true what Death said. After all, Death is the creator god, on the same level as eternity, infinity, and annihilation. In a single universe, or even in a multi-universe, there are many creatures who want to become messengers of the god of creation. It is no exaggeration to say that he was chosen by the god of creation to be his messenger. That is definitely an honor that can bring honor to the family. If this happened to other creatures in the universe, they would probably be grinning from ear to ear and would rush to become messengers of Death. Look at the Ancient One. Doesn't he also follow eternity? It's not that the Ancient One is weak, but humans have their limits after all. How could they possibly defeat the god of creation without cheating? Being able to follow the god of creation and become his messenger is indeed a good destination for mortals. But Luo Bai was not very happy and couldn't help complaining. "This is for others, but I have the power of a fairy, so I should be treated specially." Death seemed to be interested and asked with a smile in his tone, "What benefit do you want?" Luo Bai thought for a moment and said, "How about you help me deal with the celestial god group?" Death was stunned and asked in disbelief, "Deal with the celestial god group?" Luo Bai smiled and nodded. "Of course. If they want to cause trouble for me, I must deal with them. Could it be that you can't beat the god group?" Although the 5 great creation gods are the power transformed from abstract concepts in the universe, they belong to the level of conceptual gods. But this does not mean that the heavenly god group is necessarily weaker than the 5 great creation gods. After all, the first group of gods was a mysterious organization created by the first sky. The first sky is more powerful than the 5 creation gods, and his strength even surpasses the life court. The birth of multi-universe is because of the first sky. If ranked according to combat power, the first sky's strength has completely reached the level of the omnipotent universe. The first sky created the god group in order to better manage the universe. However, due to some conflicts, the god group betrayed the first sky and became an independent god organization, although it is unknown what exactly happened in between. But at that time, even the first sky was unable to completely eliminate the members of the god group who betrayed him. It was still too difficult to eliminate all the members of the god group relying solely on Death, the god of creation. However, if Death was willing to help, Luo Bai would feel much more relaxed. After all, she should be able to easily deal with most of the members of the god group. Since Death was trying to win him over, it wouldn't be too much for Luo Bai to ask her for help. But seeing Death's silence, she didn't seem to want to help that much. After an unknown amount of time, Death suddenly asked, "The Celestials are not as easy to deal with as you think. Wouldn't it be better for you to just stay with me?" Luo Bai shook his head and refused. "As the Supreme Mage, I have to protect the Earth." Seeing that Luo Bai was planning to fight to the death with the celestial gods, Death couldn't help but remind him, "I have existed since the beginning of the universe, and I have seen many humans like you. With the ability, I wanted to fight against the gods, but in the end they all came to me. You have fairy power in your body, but fairy power also needs to grow. Your current strength is not enough to defeat the celestial gods. Although Planet Devourer lost to you, it was only because he was hungry. If he was full, you would not be his opponent at all." Death reminds. She seemed to want Luo Bai to recognize the gap between humans and the supreme race in the universe. But Luo Bai chose to believe in his luck. "We have to give everything a try. What if I win?" Luo Bai responded with a smile. Seeing that Luo Bai was so stubborn, Death knew that he could not persuade him. Death sighed and said helplessly, "There is no other way. Since you don't want to stay here, then go away. But I think we will meet soon." Death intends to let Luo Bai go. She probably thought that Luo Bai would die soon, so he was too lazy to force Luo Bai to stay. She waved her hand to open the door to the kingdom of Death, then sat back on the skull stone chair and watched Luo Bai leave. But before Luo Bai could move, Death seemed to remember something and sighed and said to Luo Bai again, "Forget it, who made me like you so much. Although I can't intervene in the matter between you and the celestial god group, but I can give you some power. Give me strength." Before Luo Bai could react, Death raised his hand and began to give Luo Bai power. The moment the fairy felt the power, it went crazy with joy and immediately began to integrate this power for Luo Bai. It was not until Death stopped supplying energy that Luo Bai came to his senses and realized that something was wrong. Etc. Something is wrong. Normally, Luo Bai would take the initiative to absorb the power of others. No one had ever given him strength as actively as Death. Luo Bai originally thought that Death had called him here to cause trouble. "I didn't expect. She asked me to come here to give her benefits? The goddess of luck is awesome. This is pure welfare. I have already given you the benefit you requested. I can only help you up to this point. If you still cannot defeat the celestial gods, then your soul will have to stay with me." Just as I was thinking about it, Death suddenly spoke. To be honest, the act of Death took Luo Bai by surprise. Although he knew that Death gave him energy in the hope that Luo Bai's soul would remain in the realm of Death after his death, it's hard to say whether Luo Bai will die. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately said, "No problem. But this little energy is not enough to eat. How about I eat some more myself?" "Die." Before Death could react, Luo Bai immediately released the power of the fairy. The moment the fairy power appeared, it took a big bite towards the kingdom of Death. The big bite went straight to the aorta. Feeling that the energy in the kingdom of Death had instantly been reduced by more than half, Death's face turned black. Just when he was about to lose his temper, Luo Bai ran away with the power of the fairy. Died, running pretty fast. Although he was very angry, he didn't care about Death anymore when he thought that Luo Bai would die in a few days. After all, she is not a planet devourer who survives by devouring energy. She will be hungry without energy. Besides, when Luo Bai's soul comes to the kingdom of Death, all this energy will be returned to you with interest, so there is no need to be angry. Thinking of this, Death raised his hand and closed the door to the kingdom of Death with a snap. After coming out of the kingdom of Death, Luo Bai used the portal to return directly to the villa. At this time, inside the villa, Wanda, Quicksilver, and Polaris were sitting on the sofa with complicated expressions on their faces, as if they were discussing something. Seeing Luo Bai, the three of them stood up at the same time. Polaris was the first to ask, "Luo Bai, are you okay?" There was a hint of nervousness in her tone, and her face was filled with worry. Seeing her like this, Luo Bai smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Quicksilver couldn't help asking, "What happened to the portal before? Who opened the portal?" "It's Death, another creator god," Luo Bai responded. Hearing the words, God of Creation, several people showed surprise on their faces. Another creator god? How many creator gods are there in this universe? Wanda asked with a frown. Luo Bai smiled and said, "There are 5 in total. Planet, Devourer, Death, Infinity, Annihilation, and Eternity." "Why did Death come to you? Does she want to invade the Earth as well?" "That's not the case. She only came to me to ask me to follow her." "Follow her?" Wanda frowned, apparently not understanding the word follow. Luo Bai smiled and said, "You can understand that she has no ill will towards the Earth and has helped us." "Is this God of Creation so easy to talk to?" Polaris couldn't help but ask. Perhaps because of the planet Devourer, when people mention the God of Creation, now, Polaris naturally thinks that they are all high and mighty gods who are very difficult to talk to. Now, hearing Luo Bai say that not only did Death not have any intention of invading the Earth, but even help them, Polaris couldn't help but feel curious. She's not easy to talk to, but she's indeed the easiest one to talk to. After all, this God of Creation, she is a love-brained person. Luo Bai teased with a smile. Although the people from Polaris don't quite understand the term love brain, but I still understand the word love. When I heard that the God of Creation was in love, even Polaris was stunned. The God of Creation would actually fall in love, Polaris said with a look of surprise on his face. It can be seen that she seems unable to understand why the God of Creation would fall in love. Although Luo Bai also found it incredible. After all, Death is a conceptual god, an abstract entity created by Death. In the original plot, she not only has human emotions, but also falls in love with Deadpool. Luo Bai thought this was quite outrageous. However, I think about it, the 5 great gods of creation each have their own personalities. Galactus would also be beaten every day because he was not full, so Luo Bai was not that surprised. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but laugh and complain. Although they're the gods of creation, they're still different from the gods you imagine. The only god that is more in line with human understanding is eternity. What I mean is that compared to other gods, he is a little more normal. "Okay," Northstar muttered. Judging from her expression, she probably doesn't quite understand why these creator gods are so human. But she didn't dwell on it, and just changed the subject. "I'm glad you're okay. By the way, Luo Bai, after you left, I studied the magic you taught me seriously, and now I've made some progress." When this matter was mentioned, Polaris instantly became excited. In order to show Luo Bai the results of her hard work, she even demonstrated it. I saw her muttering a spell and then using gestures. After a while, the blue cosmic energy was absorbed into her body. After absorbing for a while, Polaris stopped and said excitedly, "Look, Luo Bai, I have learned how to absorb the power of the universe." Luo Bai remembered that before leaving, both Quicksilver and Polaris were still unable to absorb cosmic energy. "I went to the Kingdom of Death. About 3.4 days have passed since Earth time." The fact that he was able to learn it in such a short time proves that Polaris has quite a talent for magic. Seeing her so happy, Luo Bai couldn't help but smile and said, "Not bad, quite impressive." Hearing Luo Bai praising her, Polaris became even happier. "That's right. With you here, it's hard for me not to be powerful," Polaris said proudly. As soon as she finished speaking, Quicksilver beside her couldn't help but complain in frustration. "I really don't understand why she learns so quickly, but I can never learn." Before Luo Bai could speak, Polaris spoke up. "If you are new, practice more. Can't you learn such a simple magic?" Quicksilver. It can be seen that Quicksilver is very unconvinced but he has no choice but to complain in a very depressed tone. Lorna, you and Luo Bai are really becoming more and more alike. Even the tone of your voice is very similar. Even if you like him, you wouldn't imitate him so deliberately. Polaris got anxious when he heard this and immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't like you at all. You're still saying no, but I heard everything you said when you were talking to Wanda," Quicksilver said with a smile. After he said this, Polaris's face turned dark, and a powerful force instantly burst out from her body. Quicksilver didn't seem to expect Polaris's reaction to be so big, and was even knocked away by Polaris before he could even react. Fortunately, he was only hit on the sofa, so he was not seriously injured. It can be seen that Polaris did not stop at all and was ready to control the magnetic field to fight him again. Quicksilver was stunned and couldn't help but speak up to stop him. "I'm just joking. You don't have to take it so seriously." I thought Polaris would stop after saying this, but I didn't expect Polaris to have no intention of stopping at all. Fortunately, Luo Bai called out to Polaris in time. "Forget it, Polaris." After hearing what Luo Bai said, Polaris finally calmed down. She lowered her head and said to Luo Bai in frustration, "Supreme Mage, don't listen to his nonsense." "I didn't mean that." Polaris seemed to be hesitant to tell Luo Bai that she liked him. I don't know whether she lacks confidence in herself or in Luo Bai. She might think that Luo Bai would reject her, making their future interactions awkward. But Luo Bai is not a fool, and he knows what Polaris is thinking. But since Quicksilver has said all these words, Polaris would probably be embarrassed if I... Thinking of this, Luo Bai spoke very frankly. "Actually, I like you, Lorna, too. I have always known your feelings, but I don't have that much time to accompany you for the time being. The Celestials will be coming to Earth soon, and I may have to go on a long journey. After the Celestials are done with their affairs, I will set aside time to accompany you." Polaris. Polaris didn't say anything, but you could tell from her wide eyes that she was surprised. She didn't seem to expect Luo Bai to say that he liked her, so there was still some uncertainty on her face. "Did I hear you right? You actually like me?" Polaris said in disbelief, eyes wide open. Luo Bai was at a loss as to what to do with her reaction. "The fact that I like you, is it surprising? You've been with me for a long time. We must have developed some feelings for each other," Luo Bai complained. The first woman Luo Bai met when he traveled to this world was Polaris. The two have been living together for quite some time. Although nothing of the kind happened, he had to admit that Polaris was very nice to him. Besides, Polaris is pretty, and I'm a normal man. There's nothing wrong with me liking her. "No, I was a little surprised. But I was surprised because I didn't expect you to like me. I thought you thought I was not good enough," Polaris muttered softly. Hearing her say this, Luo Bai was stunned and couldn't help but complain, "You still remember this?" Polaris touched her head awkwardly, as if she felt it was not a good idea to discuss this topic in front of so many people. She quickly changed the subject and asked, "By the way, Luo Bai, you just said you were going on a long trip. Where are you going?" "Go travel in the multi-universe. I plan to collect fragments of the Phoenix Force. When I become the king of the White Phoenix, the God group will not be so troublesome," Luo Bai answered frankly. Wanda seemed a little surprised to hear him say this. "Are the Celestials so difficult to deal with? Why do I feel like you're more serious about fighting them than fighting Planet Devourer?" Luo Bai sighed and said, "It can't be helped. The Celestials are more difficult to deal with than the Planet Devourer. When Galactus is hungry, anyone can punch him. But it's different for the Celestials. They are indeed troublesome." "Then when are you leaving?" Polaris continued to ask. "If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be leaving today," Luo Bai said. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal suddenly appeared in front of Luo Bai. Before Luo Bai could react, Wong and Strange appeared in front of him. Seeing the two, Luo Bai was a little surprised. "Why are you two here?" "Sorcerer Supreme, the Earth is in trouble. Mordo has been controlled by the evil Mephisto, and now he is helping the evil Mephisto to invade the Earth," said the king. After he reminded him, Luo Bai finally remembered. Baron Mordo, he is a villain. In the original plot, Mordo would eventually go to Blacken. There are two main reasons for this result. One reason is that Mo is too stubborn and doesn't know how to adapt. The Ancient One does not allow mages to learn dark magic, so Mordo has always believed that it is wrong to be involved in dark magic. Then he discovered that the Ancient One himself was learning dark magic. The second reason is that he has always had desire in his heart. It is the desire for power and also the desire for the title of Supreme Sorcerer. He had followed the Ancient One long before Strange appeared. He originally thought that he would be the future Sorcerer Supreme, but he didn't expect that Strange would appear halfway. Mordo was unwilling to accept it, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only leave Kamar-Taj in anger. Although Luo Bai's arrival changed part of the plot, if Luo Bai did not forcibly intervene, he would not be able to change the final direction of the characters. When he changed the rules in Kamar-Taj, he said that if you are not satisfied, you can leave. According to Mordo's character and the direction of his original story, he finally chose to leave. At that time, Luo Bai was not actually surprised by Mo's choice. He knew that Mordo would leave, and he also knew that he would be blackened in the end. However, when Wang suddenly mentioned it, Luo Bai still felt a little sad. Modu, Luo Bai muttered. After all, I chose this path. Strange seemed a little surprised and couldn't help asking, Sorcerer Supreme, did you guess that he could blacken? Luo Bai nodded and responded, I guessed it. Not only me, but also the Ancient One maid should have guessed it. She told me a long time ago that Mordo is not flexible. In fact, it's okay for him to learn dark magic. Why did he follow others? Luo Bai sighed helplessly. Hearing him say this, Wang was a little puzzled and complained. So, who did he follow? If I'm not mistaken, he should be following the Chaos Lord, the Demon, Shuma-Gorath. Luo Bai said, the beholder Shuma-Gorath? He is even more powerful than Dormammu. The king asked in astonishment, with surprise in his tone. The library at Kamar-Taj contains records of most of the evil lords. Although it is not comprehensive, it also provides a general introduction to these dimensional lords. The one introduced the most is naturally Dormammu, the lord of the dark dimension. But the demon Shuma-Gorath is also partially introduced. Shuma-Gorath is a typical third-level demon, native to the outer dimension realm. He could be considered an ancient god. He came to the earth a long time ago. At that time, he ruled the earth and ruled the ancestors of mankind. At that time, he had revealed that he was the ruler of hundreds of dimensions. Since he is the Lord of Dimension, there is no doubt that he is almost invincible in his dimension. But once he leaves his own dimension, his power will be greatly weakened. When he ruled the earth, he used the power of dimensions to fight against eternity, Vishanti, and others. But in the end, he was forced into a sleep state by Sisnig. Therefore, the earth was able to escape from his control. According to records and books, Emperor Weishan once suffered a great loss at the hands of this demon. The mages who have read the Kamar-Taj collection of books are naturally aware of the value of the demon. Now that Mordo has followed the demon, the king can't help but feel a little worried. Although we defeated Galactus and his messenger, according to the records, the planet Devourer is always hungry under normal circumstances and is not difficult to deal with. To be honest, this demon is indeed much more difficult to deal with. And Mordo has now chosen to help the beholder. He knows Kamar-Taj too well. Wang said this with a worried look on his face. Compared to the king, Strange is much more optimistic. Actually, I don't think this beholder is difficult to deal with. After all, don't we still have the help of two-dimensional lords, Dormammu and Mephisto? What Strange said, actually there's nothing wrong with it. Now that Luo Bai has subdued these two-dimensional Mephistos, if a fight really breaks out, these two will have to come to help out in accordance with the spirit of the contract. But it is too strange to hear these words coming from the mouth of Strange, the sorcerer of Kamar-Taj. Thinking of this, Wang couldn't help but complain. Do we really have to rely on Dormammu for help? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai calmly replied, Actually, if Dormammu didn't come, I could still solve it. It's just that he signed a contract with me, so he has to come to help. King. The king felt helpless when he thought about Dormammu's decision to turn to the light. How did the Camartage school of white magic become a school that caters to both the black and white worlds? But it's better this way. After all, evil will be punished by evil. Thinking of this, Wong sighed. Mordo is really confused. If he is willing to follow Dormammu, nothing will happen. Now Dormammu has been conquered by Luo Bai. That also proves that Dormammu will no longer tempt wizards to invade the earth. If Mordo followed Dormammu, the Sorcerer Supreme could turn a blind eye. But Mordo followed the Eye Demon. This dimension, Mephisto, has not been conquered by the Supreme Sorcerer yet. Although it should be conquered soon, but it's okay if you follow him later. But when he thought of Mordo, Wong still felt a little emotional. Supreme Sorcerer, if we tame the Eye Demon, what will we do with Mordo? Wong couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai naturally understood the king's mood. After all, he has worked with Mordo for so long, and Mordo has now gone astray and wants to invade the earth. Although he would definitely not show mercy for the sake of the Earth King, he still felt a little sad. After all, Mordo chose to betray the earth. Seeing Wong's thoughts, Luo Bai smiled and said, he followed the Eye Demon, which proves that he has sold his soul to the Eye Demon. As long as you subdue the Eye Demon Mordo, you don't have to worry too much. If you think he can't be killed, then so be it. If you want to give him a chance to live, then you can leave him alone. The reason why Luo Bai didn't punish Mordo wasn't because he was magnanimous, but because he didn't think Mordo could pose a threat to him at all. Even if the king does not deal with Mordo, the Eye Demon will most likely swallow Mordo's soul to replenish energy after losing a lot of power. Besides, Mordo helped him by bringing the Eye Demon to Earth. After all, Luo Bai is waiting for these evil gods to come to Earth themselves. Thinking of this, he had no time to care about Mordo anymore, and just asked, do you know when Shumagalis will come to Earth? Wong shook his head and said, although we fought with Mordo before we came here, and he seemed to have the intention to summon the Eye Demon, we really don't know when Mordo will summon the Eye Demon. Luo Bai said nothing, just nodded. Now that the God group is also coveting the Earth, Luo Bai still has to find the fragments of the Phoenix Force, so it would be best for the Eye Demon to come to Earth as soon as possible. It seems that it is not right for Luo Bai to take the initiative to provoke, so it is best to let Mephisto do it. Thinking about this, Luo Bai said, I understand. I will let the Eye Demon come to Earth as soon as possible. After hearing what Luo Bai said, both Wong and Strange were a little curious. They didn't know what method Luo Bai was trying to use to get the Eye Demon to come to Earth as soon as possible. While the two were confused, Mephisto, the Lord of the Hell Dimension, received a letter from Earth. When Mephisto opened the letter, he realized that Luo Bai was trying to cause trouble again. After reading the letter, Mephisto became angrier and angrier. No, it's fine if this guy wants to cause trouble, but why does he always have to be the bad guy? Mephisto was reluctant in his heart, but who could blame him for not being able to beat Luo Bai? In desperation, Mephisto could only write a letter to the Eye Demon. When the Eye Demon received the letter and read it, he became furious, because the letter clearly said, Lord Chaos, do you need to plan for a long time to come to Earth? Can you do it, brother? The moment he saw the letter, the Eye Demon couldn't understand anything. Mephisto, a small lord of the Hell Dimension, is so rampant? Not only did you send him a letter, but you also mocked him in the letter? Is it because he has been sleeping for too long, so the Mephistos in these dimensions don't know their own last names or their weight? She actually wrote a letter to provoke him. Mephisto, just wait for me. Once I conquer the Earth, I will swallow up your Hell Dimension, and then swallow you up too, said the Eye Demon Rage. While roaring, the Eye Demon rushed towards the Earth with great momentum. At the same time, Luo Bai on Earth received the news. It was sent by Mephisto. The content of the letter was simple, just 2 words, done. After receiving Mephisto's reply, Luo Bai smiled and said to Strange who had not left yet, okay, it's done. I guess the Eye Demon will arrive on Earth tomorrow. Strange. King. When the two saw Luo Bai was so confident, they both showed confusion on their faces. Unable to hold back, Strange asked, Sorcerer Supreme, why are you so sure that the Eye Demon will come tomorrow? I asked Mephisto to urge the Eye Demon to come to Earth quickly. Mephisto just replied to me that it has been done. Although he is an evil god, he is still quite reliable. Luo Bai responded with a smile. After hearing what he said, Strange and Wong were silent. Although the two didn't say anything, it could be seen from their eyes that they were both very shocked. To be honest, in the past we faced the invasion of the Earth by the Lord of Dimensions. Everyone is thinking about how to drive the Lord of Dimension out of the Earth. Ever since Master Luo Bai became the Supreme Mage. Not to mention driving them away, Luo Bai actually wishes these dimensional masters could come to Earth. Originally, he might have just been thinking about it in his mind, but now it has been exposed. Forget about asking him to urge me, but why ask another dimension master to urge me? This is really thinking of this. Strange couldn't help but start complaining. I'm late. I want to ask if camaraderie has always been like this? Wong shrugged and said helplessly, It wasn't like this originally, but it is like this now. To be honest, I now feel that camaraderie is not a serious wizard school. Strange muttered. Wong frowned, looked at Strange in surprise, and asked, You just discovered it? I thought you discovered it a long time ago. You should have discovered this when Dormammu helped us protect the Earth. Strange, okay. Well, let's get back to the point. Should we go back and prepare? After all, the Eye Demon will come to Earth tomorrow. Strange asked while looking at Luo Bai. According to past customs, if an alien supreme being invaded the Earth, camaraderie must be put into combat readiness. Although under normal circumstances, Master Luo Bai can deal with these so-called Lords of Dimensions alone. But if they invade the Earth, humans will inevitably suffer. What the camaraderie wizards have to do is to protect humans and try to avoid too many casualties among humans. I thought this time would be the same as before, but unexpectedly Luo Bai said calmly, That's not necessary. Just train normally. Hearing this, Strange was stunned. He frowned, turned to look at Wong seriously, and asked, Wong, what is this Eye Demon? Is Galactus really that powerful? His coming to Earth is such a big deal, but the mages of camaraderie don't even need to prepare for war? Why does it feel like this beholder is not even as powerful as Dormammu? Just as Strange was thinking about it, he heard Wong couldn't help but complain. That's because the Sorcerer Supreme is too powerful. Why don't he try to fight Galactus alone? Strange immediately waved his hand and refused. I think I still need to improve. The two came to Luo Bai because of the Eye Demon. Now that Luo Bai has found a way to deal with the Eye Demon, the two naturally have to return to camaraderie. Sorcerer Supreme, if everything is fine, let's go back to camaraderie first. The two said in unison, and then they wanted to leave. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Luo Bai immediately stopped them. Wait a minute. The two turned to look at Luo Bai and asked, Is there anything else, Supreme Mage? Luo Bai nodded and responded, I wanted to go back and talk to you guys, but since you're already here, I don't have to go back and look for you guys. Although the Eye Demon Galactus is not to be feared, the Celestials are not so easy to deal with. I don't know when the Celestials will arrive, but if they do, Earth will inevitably be in danger. You still have to urge the mages of camaraderie to train more. After I deal with the Beholder tomorrow, I will travel to the multi-universe. Considering that I may travel through timelines, I will probably be gone for a long time, about 2 or 3 months. So I will leave camaraderie to Strange for the time being. Strange's talent and strength are better than Wong's. In addition, Strange has a high opinion of himself, so he may not be willing to obey many of the king's orders. So letting Strange temporarily manage camaraderie is the best choice. To put it simply, it means letting Strange temporarily take over the duties of the Sorcerer Supreme. Wong is a very casual person. He doesn't have much interest in the Supreme Sorcerer or anything like that. Although Strange arrived later than him, he had no objection to Luo Bai's arrangements. Okay, Supreme Sorcerer. After accepting Luo Bai's arrangement, the two opened the portal and returned to camaraderie together. Luo Bai returned to the study on the 2nd floor of the villa and began to integrate ability. He was too busy before, so he didn't carefully analyze the energy absorbed from death. Now after analyzing it, Luo Bai discovered that the energy obtained from death is somewhat similar to the energy absorbed from Galactus. That is, both of their energies contain cosmic energy. But the difference is that the power of death also carries the power to control death and a part of magical energy. This power that controls death is more powerful than the power of the soul gem. After all, what is in the soul gem is a kind of power, but what is taken from death is more like an authority. In an instant, it can destroy a universe and absorb all souls, causing all living things to die. It has to be said that the power of the god of creation is still strong. In order to make better use of it, Luo Bai spent a whole night analyzing this energy. It was not until the next day that Luo Bai felt something strange on Earth and opened his eyes. The source of the abnormality is the eye demon. I checked the time. It was 5:50 Earth time. It was even in the early morning before daybreak. The eye demon hurried to the Earth. It seems that he was very angry with Mephisto yesterday. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled, then raised his hand and released a mirror space over the entire Earth. He pulled the beholder into his own dimension. Soon, a huge octopus-like creature appeared in front of Luo Bai. It's quite interesting to talk about. As a dimensional lord with decent strength, demon Shumagalis should have a more majestic appearance according to people's imagination. But in fact, he always likes to appear in the form of an octopus, and a giant octopus at that. In the middle of the octopus's head, there's a huge amount of eyeballs, which is the overall form of the eye demon. It is no exaggeration to say that the moment I saw the eye demon appear, Luo Bai's mind was filled with only one thought. Is it better to braise or steam such a fat octopus? Dimension space? Who are you? Just as I was thinking about it, Octopus suddenly spoke. His voice brought Luo Bai back to his senses. Looking at the huge amounts of octopus in front of him, Luo Bai smiled and responded calmly. My name is Luo Bai. I am the Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage and the Guardian of the Earth. Supreme Mage, the eye demon snorted coldly and responded disdainfully. So you are a follower of Ishani. I didn't expect that his lineage is still preserved. The eye demon had fought with Vishanti and others before, so he naturally knew that the Supreme Sorcerer's lineage relied on Vishanti's power. It's just that Vishanti didn't get any benefits from him at the beginning, so the eye demon didn't think highly of the Camartage lineage or even Vishanti. You dare to pull me into your dimensional space. You are not afraid of death. The eye demon said coldly, staring at Luo Bai with his only huge eye. Not to mention, it feels pretty weird to be stared at by an octopus. Fortunately, Luo Bai had seen enough of the world and was not fooled. He just shook his head and calmly said the disclaimer. I, Demon Shuma Goraz, as the Guardian of the Earth and the Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage, I must solemnly warn you that your current behavior is suspected of invasion. If you don't leave, I am considering whether to roast you or kill you. I have said this so many times, but the result is always the same. So Luo Bai's expression showed a little impatient. He had even imagined what the eye demon would say in response. Sure enough, after listening to his disclaimer, the octopus was angry. Stupid earthling, who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? The eye demon roared. He seemed to be afraid that Luo Bai didn't know his strength. Before Luo Bai could even open his mouth, he shouted at the top of his voice, I am the ruler of countless dimensional spaces. The earth was once ruled by me. When I was ruling the earth, you hadn't even appeared yet. I am the ruler of the universe. I am the supreme and greatest chaos lord. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you want to die? The beholder rage spoke. Then, without waiting for Luo Bai to reply, the eye demon, the octopus waved one of its tentacles, grabbed a bus parked on the side of the road, and smashed it towards Luo Bai. Seeing the bus flying towards him, Luo Bai had no intention of hiding at all. He didn't even move his body, but when the bus was about to hit him, he used his mind to open a yellow portal in front of him. The next second, the bus passed through the portal directly and reappeared. The bus hit the octopus's eye with a bang. The octopus didn't seem to expect Luo Bai to do this, and his face turned red the moment he was hit. What are you doing, you stupid earth wizard? The eye demon roared angrily. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai shrugged helplessly. I didn't expect you to be hit so easily. I thought you would at least dodge. Aren't you the great Lord of Chaos? Who knew you could be hit so easily?" These words were absolutely the truth from Luo Bai's heart. When he saw the eye demon throwing the bus towards him, Luo Bai just wanted to open a portal to move the bus to another location. At that time, he thought that it didn't matter where the door opened, so he might as well open it toward the eyeball of the eye demon. To be honest, this kind of magic that uses portals to move objects is already very childish magic. Even if a great wizard came, he would have been able to dodge this attack. The eye demon is a chaos lord after all. How could he be hit so easily? Luo Bai really didn't believe that this was not the work of the goddess of luck. Of course, you may not believe it, but I really want to complain about Luo Bai. Besides, who would have thought that you, the Lord of Chaos, would attack others by throwing a bus at them? Luo Bai said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the eye demon rage spoke again. "You are just an earth mage. How dare you mock me, Lord Chaos? You will pay a heavy price for your actions." The eye demon roared, and then fired a beam of energy at Luo Bai. In fact, Luo Bai has already gotten used to it. After all, energy beam is a trick that many dimensional masters like to use. Convert energy into lethal attack means, and then release it. The stronger the energy, the more powerful the beam released. If you encounter a weaker opponent, one energy beam will be enough to kill him in seconds. It doesn't matter if the opponent is a little stronger and you don't kill him instantly, since this is just a tentative skill anyway. If it were before, Luo Bai might have had time to play with the devil. But now he is busy traveling to the multi-universe to collect the fragments of the Phoenix Force. Where do I get so much time to test the eye demon? Seeing the eye demon taking action, Luo Bai was not polite. The braised octopus is still more delicious. Fairy power go. As Luo Bai finished speaking, the power of the fairy suddenly emerged. The moment it popped out, the fairy power swallowed up the energy beam shot by the eye demon. In the past, the fairy power might have played tricks on the eye demon for a while. Now the fairy power seems to see that Luo Bai is in a hurry to solve the problem, so it has no intention of playing at all. The moment he appeared, he ate and took and directly swallowed most of the energy from the eye demon. As a lord of chaos, the eye demon naturally knows what the power of the fairy is. Sensing that something was wrong, the eye demon wanted to run away. Luo Bai people are good. He directly opened a portal and sent the eye demon back to his dimension. And by the way, he also brought the power of the fairy to visit. Before the eye demon could even stop himself, the power of the fairy drained his dimensional space. Eye demon. He opened his only eye wide. He seemed to want to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Luo Bai threw out a contract and said impatiently, "I have seen many dimensional masters like you. Don't waste time. Sign the contract quickly." Eye demon. It took the eye demon less than 10 minutes to go from being arrogant at the beginning to being silent now. Until now, Luo Bai threw the voluntary contract in front of the eye demon. The eye demon didn't even come to his senses. No, it was fine just now. How come my power suddenly disappeared? So, what exactly did I just go through? In just 10 minutes, just the time it took him to say a word, he had lost most of his strength? No. Are all the mages on Earth so grumpy now? I just hit him once, and he killed himself in 1 second? He is the Chaos Lord after all. Can you please give him some respect? Seeing that the eye demon was stunned, Luo Bai couldn't help but frown. Why are you still standing there? Sign quickly. I have something urgent to do. Luo Bai muttered impatiently. Hearing Luo Bai's unfriendly tone, the eye demon was a little stunned for a moment. Is this still the Earth he knows? Or is it the human being he knows? He is the Chaos Lord after all. Now he's being dictated to by a human. The most infuriating thing is that this human made him sign an agreement. The agreement reads, I, Shuma Guraz, Chaos Lord Eye Demon, voluntarily join the Volunteer Association, become the guardian of the Earth, and promise never to invade the Earth. Volunteer to become a follower of the Supreme Mage Luo Bai, and contribute power regularly and in fixed quantities. If you violate the rules, you will be punished by the power of the fairies. After reading the contract, the Eye Demon could no longer hold back. I know you have fairy power, and I can't beat you now. But what you wrote in this contract is too much. Is there such a voluntary law? The Eye Demon roared. From his wide-open eyes, it could be seen that the Eye Demon is very angry, and quite angry. He never figured out why the fairy power came out. It would have been fine if it had escaped, but the fairy power actually chose a human as its host. The most important thing is that the fairy power and this human are integrated perfectly. The Luo Bai in front of him now is much stronger than him. Thinking of this, the Eye Demon suddenly felt that he had come to Earth at a really bad time. If he had come to Earth earlier, this guy probably wouldn't be so perverted. But there's nothing we can do, since this guy's fairy power has already taken shape. Now, not only can he not beat Luo Bai, but he's also forced by Luo Bai to sign this contract. Thinking of this, the Eye Demon became angry. He stared at Luo Bai angrily, and almost gnashed his teeth as he spoke. You are the supreme sorcerer of camaraderie after all, and you did this. Wrote such a contract. If the previous supreme sorcerer knew about it, how would your lineage of supreme sorcerers put their face? Your current behavior is even more evil than Mephisto. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai became even more impatient. He narrowed his eyes and couldn't help asking, So you don't want to sign it? Luo Bai muttered to himself as he was about to use the power of the fairy. Unexpectedly, the Eye Demon did something in the next second, and then the Ancient One appeared in front of Luo Bai. To be more precise, it was the spirit of the Ancient One that appeared before Luo Bai's eyes. Looking at the Ancient One who suddenly appeared, Luo Bai was stunned. Before he could speak, Ancient One spoke up, Luo Bai, we meet again. Seeing that it was really Ancient One, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, Master Ancient One, why are you here? It's obvious. Ancient One didn't explain much, just looked at the Eye Demon. The look in her eyes showed that she obviously appeared because of the Eye Demon. Luo Bai opened his mouth, as if he wanted to ask something. But before he could say anything, the Eye Demon spoke up, Ancient One, look at what this Supreme Mage is doing now. He's almost turning camaraderie into a demon academy. Look at the contract he signed with me. The Eye Demon spoke angrily. The Eye Demon's words interrupted the conversation between Ancient One and Luo Bai. When Ancient One heard the Eye Demon say there was a contract, he took it and took a look at it out of curiosity. After seeing this, Ancient One was stunned. She looked up at Luo Bai and asked, Is this what you gave him? Luo Bai nodded and said, Yes, Master Ancient One. You are. Ancient One opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, Ancient One closed his mouth again. After thinking for a while, Ancient One only asked, Why? Master Ancient One, didn't you tell me to be flexible? I thought that instead of fighting against the Black Magician, we might as well subdue them all. Luo Bai said with a smile. Ancient One, open your eyes wide. Although she didn't say a word, Luo Bai could see that her eyes seemed to convey thousands of words. The Eye Demon at the side seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and asked angrily, Don't you care about this? Ancient One regained his silence and spoke slowly. Although I don't understand why he did this, he is the best wizard in camaradage's history. I think he must have his reasons for doing this. I choose to believe him. After Ancient One said this, the Eye Demon was completely speechless. The expression on his face was full of disbelief, and he complained, Are you really white magicians? Luo Bai smiled and complained, Shumagalis, you are a chaos lord after all. It's okay for you to go and complain when you can't win. But you even summoned the Ancient One wizard. Why don't you just call Vishanti? Aren't you ashamed, Eye Demon? He couldn't hold it in any longer and started to complain wildly. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't call Ancient One here. How would I know why she came here? As soon as the Eye Demon finished speaking, Ancient One spoke up. I was not summoned by him. I sensed that he had come to Earth, so I came here on purpose. I had fought with him before. I knew how powerful he was, so I came here. In fact, I wanted to come and help, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Luo Bai smiled and said, Actually, I didn't expect you, Master Ancient One, to come. Originally, the Eye Demon thought that after the Ancient One came, he would at least stop Luo Bai's outrageous behavior. Unexpectedly, Ancient One didn't care at all. Now we can neither defeat them nor control them. Luo Bai still has the power of the fairy in him, and the Eye Demon has no choice but to sign the contract. While signing, the Eye Demon complained, "What white magician? I think you are the black magician. Voluntary? Is there such a voluntary thing?" The Eye Demon signed the agreement while cursing. After he signed the agreement, Luo Bai took back the contract and said, "Perform well." After saying this, Luo Bai left as the Eye Demon looked incredulous. Only after leaving the Eye Demon's dimensional space did Ancient One have time to talk to Luo Bai about the contract. "Supreme Sorcerer, can you now tell me what this contract is all about? So are you really planning to subdue these dimensional masters?" Ancient One asked in confusion. Luo Bai smiled and replied, "Yes, and I've been doing this all the time. Now, Dormammu, Mephisto, Scython, and the Beholder just now have all been subdued by me. Before, when the Earth was attacked by the planet Devourer, Dormammu and his companions came to help." "Dormammu is here to help? What is he here to help with?" The Ancient One asked without answering. "Help the Earth drive away the planet Devourer." Luo Bai responded calmly, but Ancient One couldn't remain calm. "Dormammu helped the Earth drive away the planet Devourer? You mean Dormammu is now starting to protect the Earth?" Ancient One asked in disbelief, with confusion written all over his face. Is it that times have changed? Ancient One has never thought about letting Domu, Sidhorn, Beholder, and many other dimensional lords protect the Earth. "The main reason I haven't thought about it is because I can't beat it. After all, these dimensional lords are too strong. Being able to compete with them is the best that Ancient One can do. It is simply impossible to conquer them. In fact, as a human mage, Ancient One is very aware of the limits of the mage. Even a talented mage like her can't conquer Domimo. Although Luo Bai's talent may be slightly better than hers, the Ancient One has been full of hope for Luo Bai from the beginning to the end. But conquering Dormammu is somewhat exaggerated. Ancient One still couldn't figure out why Luo Bai could do this. "You haven't studied magic for a long time. Why are they willing to sign this contract with you and help the Earth?" Ancient One asked. Luo Bai smiled and replied calmly, "Probably because I am lucky. The power of the fairy recognized me as its host and absorbed a lot of energy after following me." "Fairy power?" Ancient One muttered. She seemed to have heard of the power of fairies, but she had never seen how powerful it was. But if even the lords of these dimensions are afraid of the power of fairies, it must be an incredible force. Thinking of this, Ancient One couldn't help but sigh. "I have always believed that you will be the most powerful supreme mage, and you have indeed proven your strength to me. You have done many things that I didn't expect. You were able to conquer these dimensional masters. You really surprised me." At first, Ancient One didn't understand why the timeline changed because of Luo Bai, but now she seems to understand. Luo Bai is indeed the most suitable candidate to be synthesized as the Supreme Mage. As for Strange, maybe it was an accident. However, Ancient One was still very curious, and before Luo Bai could speak, Ancient One asked again, "Have you seen Strange?" "I've seen it before," Luo Bai replied with a smile. "How is he now?" Ancient One asked again. Luo Bai thought for a while and said, "He is now studying magic under my sect, and his learning is pretty good. His talent is also rare." Ancient One said nothing, but his brows could not help but frown. I don't know how long it took before the Ancient One muttered, "That's right. Although part of the time has been changed, it is due to your influence, and the original plot has not been affected. Strange should indeed stay in Kamatage. He is a born mage." "Indeed." Luo Bai nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ancient One spoke. "I sensed the Beholder's arrival, so I followed your traces to find it. I wanted to help, but I didn't expect your progress to surprise me. Since you are now able to stand alone, I can leave with peace of mind." Although Ancient One gave up the position of Supreme Mage very early, Luo Bai at that time was at least not as scary as he is now, so she was still a little worried. She knew very well how powerful the enemy faced by the Supreme Mage was, so much so that she still cared about the Earth. Now, after this experience, the Ancient One discovered, my own concerns are simply superfluous. If she had known this, why would she have made an extra trip? Thinking of this, Ancient One sighed. Master Luo Bai, it's time for me to leave. Luo Bai smiled and said, I hope the next time we meet will not be too far away. Ancient One Mage. The Ancient One Mage didn't say much, just nodded and left. Just like the scene when Ancient One said goodbye to him last time, Ancient One left in the same position this time. After the Ancient One left, Luo Bai studied the whereabouts of the Phoenix Power fragments. In fact, after possessing a Phoenix Force fragment, you can sense the location of other Phoenix Force fragments. However, sensing the fragments of Phoenix Force requires a huge amount of energy. Luo Bai closed his eyes and sensed it, and soon he determined the location of one of the fragments. That location seemed to be in Kunlun. Kunlun, Luo Bai frowned. He did remember it. Among all the previous hosts of the Phoenix Power, one was indeed from Kunlun. The host's name seems to be Wu Fengji. It is rumored that Wu Fengji's mother was one of the last pilgrims to come to Earth, and later gave birth to Wu Fengji with a man on Earth. But for some unknown reason, her mother sold Wu Fengji shortly after she was born. No one knows what Wu Fengji went through afterwards, but in the end she was accepted as a disciple by Lei Gong and gained the power of the Phoenix and the power of the dragon. In terms of strength, Wu Fengji obtained the power of the Phoenix very early and practiced it for a period of time, so her strength should be quite good. This time, it will probably take some effort for Luo Bai to absorb the power of the Phoenix in her body. But it is worth mentioning that this woman also has the power of dragon. The power of dragon is also one of the most powerful forces. If Luo Bai is more ruthless and eats and takes it at the same time, I estimate that this wave will be able to improve a lot. But no matter what, Luo Bai is also the Supreme Mage and still has some conscience. If Wu Fengji is willing to have a good talk, perhaps everyone can live in peace. The worst outcome would be a fight. Thinking of this, Luo Bai sighed. I hope this time it can be handled a little easier. Luo Bai opened the portal while thinking. Soon he arrived at the legendary Holy Land, Kunlun. Of course, he only reached the bottom of Kunlun Mountain. Rumor has it that Kunlun is on a mountain. Since Kunlun is a holy place, it is not easy to enter. To be more precise, only those who are destined to enter can enter. If there is no fate, I probably won't even be able to find the gate of Kunlun. Fortunately, Luo Bai is a lucky person. After wandering around in the mountains for a while, he actually found the entrance to Kunlun. As soon as he walked in, Luo Bai saw a long staircase and a woman standing at the stairs. Before Luo Bai could speak, the woman spoke. I know who you are and why you are here. I have anticipated this day, so I'm waiting for you here. If you want the power of the Phoenix, then fight me. If you beat me, you can take what you want. As soon as the woman said this, Luo Bai basically understood the woman's identity. As expected, she was Wu Fengji. She was a straightforward person, and she started to fight with me without saying a word. Seeing that she was so straightforward, Luo Bai didn't say much and immediately released the fairy power. The moment the fairy power appeared, darkness enveloped the entire Kunlun. Seeing the power of the fairy, Wu Fengji was obviously stunned. Is this the legendary fairy power? It's really a domineering force. Wu Fengji sighed. The moment she finished speaking, Wu Fengji released the dragon power in her body. The power of dragon, also known as the power of the divine dragon. After obtaining the power of the dragon, the user can gain extraordinary strength and ability. These include long-range attacks, mind control, time and space travel, etc. The strength of dragon power is related to the strength of the user. To put it simply, the stronger the user is, the stronger the power of dragon will be. As an early host of the Phoenix Force, Wu Fengji's strength is beyond doubt. So when she released the power of dragon, Luo Bai could clearly feel the powerful energy emanating from around her. The most important thing is that what Wu Fengji released was not just simple dragon power. It is a combination of the power of the dragon and the power of the Phoenix. Seeing this scene, Luo Bai couldn't help but laugh and said, "You are not bad either, the power of the phoenix plus the power of the dragon. It really makes you look like a dragon and a phoenix." Wu Fengji frowned and said sternly, "Let's see whether your fairy power plus the power of the phoenix is more powerful, while my dragon and phoenix combination is more powerful." After Wu Fengji finished speaking, she released the dragon and phoenix iron fist at Luo Bai. This move was created by Wu Fengji. To put it simply, it is the power of the dragon integrated with the power of the phoenix, launching an energy iron fist with enough power to destroy the world. The power of the phoenix originally has the energy to destroy the universe, combined with the power of the dragon. It goes without saying how powerful Wu Fengji's punch is. If it were a normal super ability, or even a mage, they probably wouldn't be able to block this punch. However, for Luo Bai, this punch was quite easy to resolve. After all, the essence of this punch is to transform energy into strength and maximize the strength. If it is energy, then it is easy to deal with. After all, the power of the fairy consumes energy. The moment Wu Fengji threw this punch, the power of the fairy turned into Tao Tai. It changed its size to its largest form, blocking Luo Bai like a black wall. The fairy power resisted the damage of the iron fist at the moment it hit the fairy power. The energy collision released powerful energy. It seems that this attack is extremely powerful, even earth-shaking. But in fact, the moment the iron fist energy came into contact with the fairy power absorbed most of the energy. Therefore, the remaining power is basically just a tickle to the fairy's power. As a result, after this punch, the fairy power did not suffer any damage at all. Seeing that the fairy power was intact, Wu Fengji was stunned. How could this be? This shouldn't be possible. Wu Fengji muttered, with disbelief in her eyes. After all, Wu Fengji thought that the power released by that punch was already great. It stands to reason that the fairy power couldn't have suffered no damage at all. But from the current situation, it seems that the fairy power has not been harmed at all. Just when Wu Fengji was wondering, the fairy power had already launched an attack. The huge amounts of dark energy from the fairy power rushed towards Wu Fengji in the blink of an eye. Wu Fengji wanted to resist immediately, but before she could put up a fight, the power of the fairy surrounded her. Then the fairy power began to frantically absorb the energy in Wu Fengji's body. Wu Fengji had thought about fighting back. She tried to fight back using the two forces in her body, the power of the dragon and the power of the phoenix. But as the fairy power was absorbed crazily, Wu Fengji became increasingly unable to resist. Until finally, the power of the phoenix and the power of the dragon in Wu Fengji's body were completely absorbed by the power of the fairy, and she had no choice but to admit defeat. "I lost," said Wu Fengji. Seeing that Wu Fengji had no intention of continuing, Luo Bai recalled the fairy power. The moment the fairy power entered Luo Bai's body, Luo Bai began to integrate and absorb the new fragments of the phoenix power and the dragon power. It was unknown how long it had been, but after Luo Bai had completely absorbed the phoenix power fragments and the dragon power, he slowly spoke. It seems that the power of the fairy is still superior. Wu Fengji didn't say anything, just looked up at the sky. I don't know who she was looking at, but her eyes were full of melancholy. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Fengji slowly spoke. "I have tried my best, but I just can't hold on." Luo Bai was puzzled. He looked up and asked, "Who are you talking to?" Wu Fengji then turned her gaze back to Luo Bai and replied calmly, "My master is Thunder God." Before Luo Bai could say anything, Wu Fengji spoke up. "I predicted long ago that someone would come looking for me. I knew I couldn't keep the power of the phoenix, but I still wanted to try. Facts have proved that the prophecy was correct. I still can't keep the power of the phoenix. You are very powerful, and your fairy power is also very powerful. You are much stronger than I thought. I underestimated you, and I overestimated myself." Wu Fengji sighed. There was something ambiguous in her eyes. I don't know whether he is blaming himself for not being able to protect the power of the phoenix, or feeling sad about this unchangeable fate. But Luo Bai didn't quite understand. "It hasn't been long since I traveled to this world. Even if Wu Fengji could predict the future, how did she foresee that she would appear here? Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "I'm curious how you knew I was coming." Wu Fengji shook her head and said, "I didn't know it was you who came. I just knew that such a person would appear." Hearing Wu Fengji say this, Luo Bai suddenly realized and sighed. So that's how it is. It seems that this matter is destined. After hearing what Wu Fengji said, Luo Bai remembered. In the original Marvel Universe, Jean Grey should be the White Phoenix King. According to this logic, the fragment of Phoenix Force on Wu Fengji should have been taken away by Jean Grey. But now that she had arrived to replace Jean Grey, Wu Fengji did not expect it would come, but she could still foresee this happening. It is indeed destined. Once the cosmic timeline is determined, no one can change it. I know I can't stop you from gathering the fragments of the Phoenix Force, but the Phoenix Force is not as powerful as you think. It is selfish and difficult to control. It is very likely to control your mind. Just as she was thinking, Wu Fengji suddenly spoke. She seemed to be reminding Luo Bai of the dangers of the Phoenix power. In fact, ever since Wu Fengji obtained the fragment of Phoenix power, she has been wary of Phoenix power. If it weren't for Luo Bai's arrival, Wu Fengji was actually reluctant to use the power of the Phoenix. She was well aware of the terrifying power of the Phoenix. In fact, Luo Bai taking the power of the Phoenix away was a relief for Wu Fengji. But she still worried that if the power of the Phoenix controlled Luo Bai, who also had fairy power, whether the universe would be in crisis. Luo Bai naturally understood her concerns, so he just smiled and replied calmly, "You don't have to worry about this. I have achieved my goal, so I will leave first." After saying that, Luo Bai left. Watching Luo Bai leave, Wu Fengji sighed, "I hope he won't be a disaster to the universe." Wu Fengji sighed, and after Luo Bai left, she closed the gate to Kunlun. As a ray of light came on, everything returned to normal and was as quiet as if nothing had happened. But Luo Bai had already disappeared by then. In fact, Luo Bai didn't walk far. He just used the portal to come to the foot of Kunlun Mountain. When they arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Luo Bai began to meditate on the spot to analyze the power he had just gained. Through analysis, Luo Bai roughly understood what kind of power the dragon power was. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed too much power into his body, so the power of the dragon did not seem so special in comparison. However, it is worth mentioning that Wu Fengji's fragment of Phoenix power made Luo Bai much stronger. Although this improvement is negligible for Luo Bai now, a little bit of gain is still gain. After adjusting his breath, Luo Bai began to sense the location of the remaining fragments of the Phoenix power. Just as Luo Bai expected, there are only 2 fragments of the Phoenix Force in the main universe. And these 2 pieces are now on Luo Bai's body. The remaining fragments of the Phoenix Force are not in the main universe, but in other parallel universes. Currently, the only piece of Phoenix Force fragment that Luo Bai has sensed is located in the prehistoric Earth, that is, the Earth 1 million years ago. Luo Bai was not quite sure what the name of this host of the Phoenix Force was, but he was clear about his nickname, Prehistoric Phoenix, a very unpretentious nickname. This also means that Luo Bai will have to travel through time to the Earth 1 million years ago to find the power of the Phoenix. The time span is really long. I don't know what I will encounter when I go there, Luo Bai muttered. As Luo Bai spoke, he opened the time portal and set the location of the portal to 1 million years ago. He did not locate a specific place, mainly because he himself was not quite sure about the exact location of this fragment of Phoenix Force, nor did he know much about the Earth 1 million years ago. Although he had a sense of the Phoenix Force fragments, it was still too difficult to determine the exact location through the fragments. You can only look for it after you reach your destination. Thinking of this, Luo Bai passed through the gate of time and space, and soon he arrived at the prehistoric Earth. What is different from the original inhabited Earth is that this place looks much more desolate. After taking a rough look at the surroundings, Luo Bai turned on the omniscient perspective and began to look for people on the prehistoric Earth. It is not difficult to determine the location of the prehistoric Phoenix. After all, with the senses and the omniscient perspective, Luo Bai quickly locked the location of the prehistoric phoenix. But the problem was that Luo Bai saw several people around the prehistoric phoenix, and they were acquaintances. For example, the guy who looks like Thor, Luo Bai knew at a glance that this guy is Thor's father, that is Odin when he was young. For example, the wizard next to Odin, although Luo Bai is not very familiar with him. But his portrait can also be found in the library of camaraderie. That wizard was also a supreme wizard. His name was Agamotto. Although Luo Bai had never seen the remaining few people, he could guess their general appearance based on their attire. It appears to be a little ghost, that is, a prehistoric Ghost Rider and a prehistoric Black Panther. He was the first king of Wakanda. Seeing so many familiar faces, Luo Bai felt a little worried. Now that these people have gathered together, they all seem to know each other. We need to take the fragments of the Phoenix Force from the prehistoric Phoenix from these people. I hope nothing goes wrong. After all, he came from 1,000,000 years later, so he still has to take care of the timeline. So what he has to do now is to avoid meeting Odin and others as much as possible. It seems that I can only wait until the prehistoric Phoenix is alone, and then I can get the power of the Phoenix. Luo Bai thought to himself. Then he began to monitor the actions of the prehistoric Phoenix while waiting. Of course, he didn't wait long. When it was night and everyone returned to their residence to rest, Luo Bai found an opportunity. Without hesitation, Luo Bai directly used a portal to teleport to the front of the prehistoric Phoenix. At this time, the prehistoric Phoenix Force was about to rest. Sensing a stranger breaking in, the prehistoric Phoenix immediately became alert. "Oh," she shouted angrily, frowning. Soon, she could see the person coming in the darkness. He was a young guy who looked very young. Although his clothes were a little different from mine, it was certain that he was a human. And the prehistoric Phoenix also noticed the magical weapon worn around Luo Bai's neck. That thing is the Eye of Agamotto. The prehistoric Phoenix seemed surprised. She looked at the Eye of Agamotto for a while, then she pointed at it and asked, "Why do you have this thing?" Looking in the direction of the prehistoric Phoenix's finger, Luo Bai noticed that she was talking about the Eye of Agamotto. Luo Bai actually didn't want to talk to her anymore. After all, as humans living 1,000,000 years later, it is not a wise choice to appear here and communicate with prehistoric humans. He was about to take action when a voice came from behind him, because he is also a supreme mage and he comes from the future. Luo Bai was stunned and immediately looked back. The visitors were Odin and Agamotto. Originally, because of the timeline, Luo Bai didn't want to have more contact with prehistoric people. However, after hearing what Agamotto said just now, Luo Bai noticed something was wrong. "Do you know my identity?" Luo Bai asked. Agamotto nodded and replied calmly, "Yes. I also expected you to come. I expected you, no, or the future Sorcerer Supreme to come a long time ago." After that, Agamotto said to his companions, "Odin, Flame Hair, don't worry, he is here to help us." "Help?" Luo Bai was a little confused by what Agamotto said. "Help you? How can I help you?" Luo Bai asked. Agamotto smiled and said, "Help us fight against the Celestials." Luo Bai was stunned. "God group?" When he mentioned it, Luo Bai remembered it. In prehistoric times, the Celestials did invade Earth once. At that time, Odin was ambitious to conquer the universe, but was finally defeated by the gods. It seems that the timeline I have come to is exactly the timeline when the Celestials invaded the Earth. I know you are from the future, although I don't know the purpose of your coming this time. But we need your help now. The Celestials will come to Earth soon. Earth needs your help. You are the supreme sorcerer, and your responsibility is to protect the Earth, so you will definitely help us. Just as he was thinking about it, Agamotto spoke. Luo Bai couldn't refute his words. After all, as the supreme mage, his duty is to protect the Earth, whether it is 1,000,000 years ago or 1,000,000 years from now. However, Luo Bai felt that he should still explain clearly the purpose of his visit. I admit that you are right, but I also have my own purpose for coming here this time. I am here to find the power of the Phoenix. Luo Bai said, looking at Yinfa. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. You mean you want to take away the Phoenix power from me? Yinfa asked. It can be seen from her eyes that she is very vigilant at the moment, even a little angry. She seemed to want to say something more, but before she could speak, Agamotto spoke. Yinfa, wait a minute. He is the Supreme Mage, and I believe he has his own reasons for doing this. After speaking, Agamotto looked at Luo Bai and asked, "Can I ask why you did this?" Luo Bai's eyes darkened, and he replied calmly, "Because of the god group." "The celestial god group?" Agamotto asked in surprise. He thought for a moment and then asked, "So, 1,000,000 years later, the celestial god group came to the earth again?" "Yes. Through my ability to predict the future, I noticed that the celestial group is about to come to the earth. This time, there will be many people coming from them. The earth needs help," Luo Bai said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Odin spoke. "It's just a group of gods. Wait until I defeat them. There won't be any further trouble." When Odin said these words, there was disdain and arrogance in his tone. It is different from the Odin we saw 1,000,000 years ago. At this time, Odin was young, unruly, and had an arrogant arrogance in his bones. Seeing the young Odin, Luo Bai suddenly knew why Thor was so reckless. Damn it, he inherited it from Odin. It is no exaggeration to say that Odin appeared in front of Luo Bai at this time. It is simply another version of Thor. Even the weapon in Odin's hand at this time is the Meow hammer used by Thor. That's right. After all, like father, like son. It is estimated that Odin has not faced the gods head-on yet, so he dares to talk nonsense here. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but smile and said, "If you can really defeat the celestial god group, they will not invade the earth again in 1,000,000 years." Now Luo Bai represents the future. Through the appearance of Luo Bai, Agamotto was very clear. The universe's timeline, or the ending of the story, has already been determined. With their current ability, they cannot completely defeat the Celestials, which is why the Celestials choose to invade the Earth again 1,000,000 years later. And Luo Bai's arrival is to protect the Earth 1,000,000 years from now. It's just that Agamotto doesn't quite understand. After 1,000,000 years, will no one else on Earth be able to stand up? Agamotto asked. Luo Bai shook his head and said, "For now, it's just me." As soon as he said this, Odin became unhappy. He waved his big hand and said dissatisfiedly, "How is that possible? Where did you put me, Odin? 1,000,000 years later, I will definitely have conquered the entire universe. It's just a small group of gods. What can they do to me?" According to Odin's current plan, after defeating the Celestials, he will prepare to conquer the universe. With Odin's current pride, he probably thinks that conquering the universe will definitely succeed. That's why Odin said what he just said. Although Luo Bai didn't want to hit Odin, he still had to tell the truth. "I know you, Odin Bolson. 1,000,000 years later, the god king of Asgard. We met 1,000,000 years later. But unfortunately, you are no longer on Earth. Asgard has been taken over by your son, Thor. You also asked me to help you discipline your son and help your son manage the entire Asgard." After hearing these words, Odin was stunned. What the hell? 1,000,000 years later, I will be gone? And you want the Supreme Mage in front of you to take care of your son? Not to mention Odin was confused. Even Agamotto was a little confused. In any case, Luo Bai is the Supreme Mage. Even if he has a good relationship with Asgard and future Odin, it's impossible for Odin to ask him to help take care of his son. Just as he was wondering, Odin spoke angrily. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Odin son must have inherited my perfect genes. Even if I retire in 1,000,000 years, I don't need you to help me manage Asgard." Odin's eyes seemed to be saying something. "I am Odin, the future God King. My genes are 100% strong. Your genes, a human on Earth, can be stronger than mine. The son I gave birth to will definitely be better than you. So why should you help me take care of my son?" Through Odin's eyes, Luo Bai could see his anger and disbelief. Luo Bai didn't argue with him anymore. He just took out a magic contract and handed it to him, and then calmly replied, "This is the contract you signed with me." After finishing speaking, Luo Bai summoned the Eternal Spear and said again, "This is the weapon you gave me." Odin, silently, he took the Eternal Spear from Luo Bai's hand and took a look at it first. After reading it, Odin immediately recognized that this gun came from the dwarf tribe. The dwarf tribe can be said to be the royal weapon masters of Asgard. They only build weapons for the king of Asgard. So Odin knows very well what this eternal gun represents. After reading the eternal spear, Odin took another look at the contract. Since this is a magical contract, Odin's power still remains on it. Therefore, the authenticity of this contract cannot be doubted. Seriously, it would have been fine if he hadn't looked at the contract, but after seeing it, Odin was stunned. No, is my son so useless? 1,000,000 years later, I would actually sign this kind of contract with a supreme wizard? What is the difference between the contents of this contract and handing Asgard over to Luo Bai? After reading it, Odin felt terrible. He shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! How can my son Odin be so useless? He inherited my perfect genes. He should be like me. Become a ruler." Luo Bai said nothing, but just smiled and took back the contract and the spear of eternity. When Luo Bai laughed, Odin felt as if his heart had been hit by 1,000,000 blows. This is such a misfortune for the family. He, Odin, is incomparably brave. I will give birth to such a useless son in the future. At this moment, Odin felt that he was almost losing face. He immediately decided in his heart that he must change history. When his son is born in the future, he will be even stricter with him, train him to be a god of war, and train his fighting power from a young age. Of course, Luo Bai had no idea what Odin was thinking now. Seeing that Odin didn't say anything, he didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned to look at Agamotto and said, "Just like the crisis you are facing now, the Earth will face an even greater crisis in 1,000,000 years. As the Supreme Sorcerer, I must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Earth. Therefore, I must find the Phoenix Force and drive the Celestials out of the Earth completely." Through Luo Bai's words, everyone understood the purpose of Luo Bai's visit. Everyone present now, including Yinfa, wants to protect the Earth without exception. After figuring out the purpose, Yinfa fell silent. It was unknown how long it took before she slowly spoke. "Now that you can help us solve the current crisis, after the Celestials are driven away, I am willing to give you the power of the Phoenix in my body, so that you can save the Earth 1,000,000 years from now." Yinfa finally gave in and negotiated terms with Luo Bai. This condition was not difficult to meet, so Luo Bai agreed immediately. After negotiating the terms, we became allies. So Agamotto told Luo Bai the current situation on Earth. According to their investigation, a disease is spreading throughout the universe. That disease was caused by the space insect swarm. These cosmic insect swarms and nests have another nickname called cosmic locusts. Rumor has it that the hive is the last thing seen before the world ends, and nothing can stop them, not even the gods. These swarms were born for unknown reasons, but they reproduced recklessly in the universe and began to infect the entire universe. The planet where the god group is located was infected in this way. Because of the appearance of the Zerg, chaos broke out on the planet where the Celestials were located. In the midst of chaos, a member of the Celestials who was infected by the cosmic insect swarm, the hive, descended to Earth. No one knew the name of the descended member of the god group, so everyone called him Original Ancestor. Original Ancestor died here, and his polluted blood flowed into the lava and sea of the Earth. His arrival caused huge amounts of pollution to the Earth, and swarms of insects multiplied and devoured the Earth, acting recklessly. I thought that the Earth would be the same as other planets in the universe, gradually being swallowed up by the swarm of insects. What no one expected was, over a long period of time, the Earth actually developed a gene that began to fight against the insect swarm. In the era of primitive cavemen, humans with a level of evolution far exceeding their own kind appeared, the super ability ones. Thus, the first group of super ability people on Earth were born. The members of the Celestials discovered this, and they were surprised that there were humans on Earth who could fight against the Zerg. So they decided to take these humans back for research and find the key to fighting the Zerg. So they sent another member of the Celestials, Zegreb the Sorrowful, to explore the Earth. Agamotto noticed the Celestials' plan, so the super ability people on Earth and Odin and others united together, and they defeated Zgreb together. But their actions were also noticed by the gods. The angry gods declared war on the Earth and decided to send the more powerful first-generation god, the Creator, to attack the Earth. Zgreb was already very weak when he came to Earth. He was plagued by illness, so we easily killed him. From him, we learned the plan of the Celestials. From the very beginning, the Celestials planned to use the entire Earth as a sacrifice to study genes that could fight against the Zerg. They want to sacrifice Earth to save their planet. This is unacceptable to us, Agamotto said, his tone filled with anger. Through what Agamotto told him, Luo Bai almost understood the cause and effect of the matter. To put it simply, the god group is now infected with the disease. They wanted to cure the disease, so they released the virus into the Earth. After discovering that a vaccine that can cure the disease has appeared on Earth, they plan to destroy the entire Earth to save their own planet. These members of the god group are really not human. Although Luo Bai was very angry at this time, he was angry about the behavior of the god group. But he also knew that anger would not solve anything. So he asked, "Then do you know when the Creator will come? If the prediction is correct, he will be here tomorrow." I use my ability to predict the future to calculate the outcome of our battle. I calculated more than 1,000 possible outcomes, and there is only one situation in which we can win, so I need your help. Agamotto said. Luo Bai frowned, realizing that something was amiss. So he immediately asked, "The situation you mentioned could not be related to me." Agamotto nodded and answered affirmatively, "Yes. Only if you come, we have a chance of winning." Agamotto's words made Luo Bai frown. After all, what he said doesn't make sense. As a time traveler, Luo Bai came to the Marvel world later. In the original plot, even if Luo Bai did not appear, Agamotto and Odin should have been able to repel the Celestials 1,000,000 years ago. He originally came here by accident, but now he has been recorded in the long river of time and has become a key figure in the prehistoric battle. Is this a mistake in Agamotto's ability to predict the future, or is it because everything has been changed since the moment he arrived? If it really has been changed, it's too drastic, isn't it? It has affected things 1,000,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, "I didn't expect that I would be so crucial." As soon as he finished speaking, Agamotto smiled and said, "Of course you are the key. You are the most powerful Sorcerer Supreme in history. Otherwise, you would not have replaced Strange as the new generation of Sorcerer Supreme." Strange? Alternative? Luo Bai couldn't help but frown when he heard what Agamotto said. "You know Strange?" Luo Bai asked in surprise. Agamotto nodded and replied calmly, "Of course I know. Any Supreme Sorcerer can predict the future. There is nothing wrong with what he said. Because of the Time Stone, almost every Supreme Sorcerer can predict the future." Agamotto's ability to predict the future for a full 1,000,000 years is a bit exaggerated. It is said that Agamotto was the first Supreme Sorcerer, which made Luo Bai look at him with new eyes. Okay, now that everyone has made things clear, let's have a good rest. We still have a tough battle tomorrow. Just as I was thinking about it, Agamotto spoke. After saying that, he opened the portal. Soon, a very simple, dilapidated house appeared behind the portal. "You can stay here tonight and rest for a while. The environment is a bit simple in prehistoric times. Please don't mind." "Of course not," Luo Bai said as he walked into the dilapidated house. As soon as I entered the shabby house, and before I had time to take a look, Odin came over and asked, "Hey kid, are you really from 1,000,000 years later?" Luo Bai nodded and replied, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Odin showed disappointment on his face. When Agamotto told me that a traveler from the future would come here today to help us deal with the Celestials, I was quite looking forward to it. I didn't expect that it would be a child. To be honest, this is no joke. If you leave now, it's not too late. Otherwise, I'm really worried that you will die here tomorrow. If someone else said this, Luo Bai might be a little angry. But if it was Odin, Luo Bai didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, Thor inherited Odin's perfect genes. After being with Thor for a long time, Luo Bai felt that it was not surprising that Odin would say this when he was young. Thinking of this, Luo Bai didn't say anything and didn't pay any attention to Odin. He just took a look at the environment inside the house. I have to say, this environment is indeed too simple. Luo Bai sighed, thinking that he would just make do with it since it was just one night. While thinking, Luo Bai walked to the bed and sat down. Seeing that he ignored him, Odin snorted coldly and muttered, "Don't expect me to save you tomorrow. You'd better take care of yourself." After saying that, he left. After Odin left, Luo Bai sat on the bed and began to meditate. For a mage, the best way to practice is meditation. Through meditation, one can absorb energy from the multi-universe and adjust one's own energy. Since there is too much power in Luo Bai's body now, meditation can also help Luo Bai integrate this power. This adjustment took a whole night. Luo Bai didn't open his eyes until he felt something unusual. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the surroundings were shaking violently. The whole house began to shake violently, as if the house would fall apart in a moment. Seeing this, Luo Bai hurriedly walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, Luo Bai saw Agamotto and Odin and others rushing over. "The gods are here." Agamotto spoke seriously as he approached. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 steel giants slowly appeared from the sky. In fact, judging from their appearance, the gods all look basically the same. However, they do not look like humans. They look more like robots, just with different colors. No one knows what they look like inside their iron armor. However, what we know is that most of the gods are made up of energy. If it is formed by energy, then it is no wonder. After all, the most essential element of fairy power is energy. To outsiders, this group of gods may appear to be extremely terrifying monsters, but to Luo Bai, they are delicious delicacies that he can eat bite by bite. It's no wonder that the demon power of the gods was so excited. With all the new and old hatreds added together, Luo Bai could feel that the demon power was going to eat people. Luo Bai was so hungry after being disturbed by the power of the goblin that he couldn't help but mutter, "I'm so hungry." Although he spoke in a low voice, Odin heard it clearly. Hearing him say that, Odin frowned and complained with some dissatisfaction. "At this time, you are still thinking about eating? You'd better be careful. Don't become food for the gods." Without waiting for Luo Bai to reply, Odin asked Agamotto, "Is the future you foresaw really accurate? Can this kid really help us?" Agamotto nodded and answered affirmatively. "Future will not be wrong. I believe he will be able to help us." Odin shrugged and said nonchalantly, "In fact, I don't think we need his help at all. I can kill all 3 of them by myself." The main reason why Odin is still so arrogant and conceited is because he had fought with a member of the celestial god group. The Sorrowful One was arranged by the god ancestor to come to Earth for a test. When he arrived, he had been infected with the disease, so his strength was greatly reduced. Perhaps it was because the Sorrowful One's performance was too weak, so Odin is now extremely rampant. Perhaps because he was too conceited, Agamotto wanted to remind him. But before Agamotto could warn him, Odin rushed forward. Odin was seen holding Thor's hammer, and then he jumped in front of the 3 gods and shouted, "I, Odin Borson, am warning you. If you don't leave the earth, I will end your lives with my own hands." The 3 members of the celestial god group were obviously confused by Odin's sudden appearance. Before the 3 could react, Odin threw the hammer of Thor in his hand. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The moment Thor's hammer was thrown out, strange phenomena occurred in heaven and earth. A strong lightning reflected from the sky and struck several people in the god group. It has to be admitted that Odin was very young at this time. But when he wields Thor's hammer, it's far more powerful than young Thor. Odin was very confident in his own strength. He seemed to think that if he struck again, the 3 members of the gods would be seriously injured if not killed. But what Odin never expected was that the power unleashed by Thor's hammer was useless to the 3 members of the celestial gods. The member of the celestial god group in the middle just moved his hands and knocked away the hammer of Thor thrown by Odin. Before Odin could react, a member of the celestial god group fired a powerful beam of energy at Odin, and the next second, Odin flew out like a meteor. Agamotto, I knew it. He's always like this. Luo Bai, it's really exactly the same as Thor.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.